Hey everyone, welcome back to Fiction Blue. Today we're diving into an amazing story called What If Harry Discovered He Was a Parselmouth at age 4 and Formed an Army of Magical Serpents. If you love these stories, please hit that like button and subscribe. It really helps us bring more content to you. Without further ado, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Whisper in the Garden. The summer heat pressed down on Privet Drive like a heavy blanket. In the meticulously maintained garden of number 4, a small boy with unruly black hair crouched behind a hydrangea bush, holding his breath. Harry Potter, just 4 years old, had learned that being invisible was often his best defense. Today, as so many days before, he was hiding from his cousin Dudley and his friend Piers, who had declared it Harry hunting season. His knees ached against the hard soil, but he dared not move. The voices of the older boys grew louder, then faded as they circled around to the front of the house. Harry exhaled slowly, his thin shoulders relaxing. He'd stay hidden a while longer, just to be safe. A slight movement caught his eye, a ribbon of green sliding through the grass near his trainers. Harry froze. The small grass snake paused too, its head rising slightly as it regarded him with glittering eyes. "Sorry," Harry whispered instinctively. "I didn't mean to scare you." The snake's head tilted, almost quizzically. Then to Harry's astonishment, it responded, "You speak?" The words weren't English, they were something else entirely, a soft hissing sound that somehow formed perfectly understandable words in Harry's mind. He blinked rapidly, wondering if the heat had affected his brain. You can talk," he whispered, noticing that his own words came out in that same strange, sibilant language. "All serpents can speak," the snake replied, seeming equally surprised. "Few humans understand. You are different." Harry glanced around nervously, half expecting Uncle Vernon to appear and shout at him for doing something freakish again. But they were alone in this hidden corner of the garden. "I'm Harry," he offered hesitantly. "I am called Sis by my kind," the snake responded, moving closer. "Why do you hide, young speaker?" "My cousin Dudley. He likes to hit me." The snake's tongue flicked out, tasting the air. "The large one who tramples nests and kills without eating. He is feared among the small creatures here." Harry nodded, oddly comforted by the snake's understanding. "Stay still," Sis suddenly instructed, slithering away through the grass. Before Harry could respond, he heard Dudley's voice approaching again. He huddled deeper behind the hydrangea, holding his breath. Then came a shrill scream. "Snake! Mummy! Dad! Snake!" Dudley's heavy footsteps pounded away from the garden, accompanied by Piers' equally panicked retreat. Harry peeked through the leaves to see Sis making her way back to him, a distinct air of satisfaction in her movements. "The large one runs easily," she commented. "He will not return soon." A bubble of laughter escaped Harry's lips, the first genuine laugh he could remember having at Privet Drive. "Thank you," he whispered. "You sheltered me from the sun's heat with your shadow," Sis replied pragmatically. "We help each other, speaker. This is the way of things." That simple exchange marked the beginning of something extraordinary. Harry didn't understand it then, but in that moment, his life had irrevocably changed. By the time Harry turned 5, he had made acquaintance with most of the serpents in the neighborhood. After Sis, he met Corla, an aging adder who lived beneath Mrs. Fig's garden shed and had an encyclopedic knowledge of the local human residents. Then came the twins Flit and Dart, 2 lightning-fast grass snakes who delighted in racing each other and bringing Harry small treasures they found, a forgotten marble, a discarded chess piece, a smooth pebble from the park stream. The Dursleys' increasing unease was almost palpable. Snake sightings in and around their property had risen dramatically, though none ever appeared when Vernon or Petunia could blame Harry directly. Still, suspicious glances followed him everywhere. "Boy! Have you finished weeding the garden?" Uncle Vernon bellowed one Saturday afternoon. "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry replied, carefully keeping his eyes lowered. He'd learned that eye contact often made his uncle angrier, though he wasn't sure why. Vernon's small eyes narrowed as he surveyed the immaculate flower beds. Humph. Well, don't just stand there. Go help your aunt with the dishes. As Harry turned to go inside, Vernon added in a lower voice, and if I see any more of those slithering pests around here, there'll be consequences. Understand? Harry nodded quickly, hiding the flash of fear he felt. His friends were careful, but they weren't invisible. He needed to warn them to be more cautious. Later that night, after the Dursleys had gone to bed, Harry carefully slid his cupboard door open and crept to the back door. The house creaked around him as he gently turned the lock and slipped outside into the moonlit garden. Friends, he called softly in Parseltongue, the name he'd learned for his snake language. Are any of you nearby? A rustle from beneath the garden bench preceded Sis's familiar form. She had grown longer in the year since they'd met, her markings more pronounced. Young speaker, she greeted him. You venture out under the night sky. Is something wrong? My uncle is angry about seeing snakes around the house, Harry explained. He might try to hurt you if he sees you. A larger form emerged from the shadows, Wraith, a male grass snake with unusual silver-gray markings who had joined their circle more recently. The large human has already set traps, Wraith informed them, his voice deeper than Sis. Metal jaws hidden in the hedges. I lost the tip of my tail to one yesterday. Harry gasped. Are you hurt badly? It will heal, Wraith replied dismissively. But your warning is appreciated, young speaker. We will spread word among the others to be more cautious. Why do they hate you so much? Harry asked, sitting cross-legged on the cool grass. You've never hurt them. Sis slithered closer, her body creating S-patterns in the dew-dampened lawn. Fear drives humans more than hunger or cold. They fear what they do not understand, and they understand very little. Wraith bobbed his head in agreement. You are different, speaker. You listen. You learn. The confidence in Wraith's assessment warmed Harry from the inside. Here, in the moonlit garden with his serpent friends, he wasn't a burden or a freak, he was respected, even valued. We should establish safer meeting places, Harry suggested after a moment's thought. Places away from here where we can talk without danger. Wise, Sis approved. The stone place with many plants might serve. Few humans go there after sundown. Harry realized she meant the community garden 3 streets over. It was farther than he'd ever ventured alone, especially at night, but the idea of a sanctuary, even a temporary one, was too appealing to dismiss. I'll try to go there tomorrow, he promised. Can you spread the word to the others? It will be done, Wraith assured him. Now return to your nest, young speaker. The night grows cold, and humans are fragile creatures. Harry smiled at the concern in the snake's voice. Good night, friends. Be safe. As he crept back to his cupboard, Harry realized something had fundamentally shifted within him. For the first time in his short life, he had something worth protecting, and the beginnings of a plan to do so. When Harry started school the following autumn, the difference between his home life and school life became starkly apparent. At Privet Drive, he was unwanted and isolated. At St. Gregory's Primary, he quickly discovered he was simply invisible, unless Dudley and his gang decided otherwise. During his second week, Harry was cornered during lunch break. He'd been sitting alone on a bench near the school's small ornamental garden, half-heartedly eating the meager sandwich Aunt Petunia had packed, when shadows fell across him. Oi, freak, Dudley's voice came first, followed by his substantial form. Piers Polkiss and 2 other boys flanked him, creating an effective blockade. That's my sandwich you're eating. Harry looked down at the slightly squashed white bread with its thin scraping of margarine. It's not yours, Dudley. Is now. Dudley reached for it, but Harry, used to protecting what little he had, quickly moved it away. Piers laughed. Look at that. The freak's got attitude now. Harry stood up, intending to walk away, but found himself shoved roughly back onto the bench. His sandwich fell to the ground, and Dudley stepped on it deliberately. "Oops," his cousin smirked. "Guess you'll go hungry now." Something cold and angry uncurled in Harry's stomach. He was so tired of being pushed around, of having even the smallest things taken from him. Without thinking, he hissed under his breath, a wordless sound of frustration that nonetheless carried meaning in Parseltongue: unfair. Help. He hadn't expected a response. They were at school, after all, and he hadn't seen any of his serpent friends nearby. But a faint answering hiss came from the ornamental garden behind him. "We hear, young speaker." Dudley grabbed Harry's shirt collar, pulling him forward. "What was that noise, freak? Talking to yourself now?" Harry kept his face carefully blank. "I didn't say anything." The first scream came from across the playground, a girl pointing at something on the ground near the swings. Then another shout from near the school building. Within moments, the peaceful lunch break had descended into chaos as children and teachers alike noticed the sudden appearance of snakes throughout the schoolyard. None were venomous. Harry had been clear with his friends about never endangering other children, but the sudden presence of at least a dozen serpents slithering across the asphalt created an immediate panic. Dudley's grip on Harry's collar loosened as his head swiveled toward the commotion. "Now. Run," came a familiar voice, Sis, somehow having made her way to the school. Harry didn't need to be told twice. He slipped from his cousin's grasp and darted between two of the larger boys, racing toward the school building. Behind him, he heard Dudley's indignant shout turn into a shriek as Wraith deliberately crossed his path, causing his cousin to stumble backward in fear. By the time order was restored, Harry had managed to blend in with a group of children near the library entrance, effectively disappearing from Dudley's immediate attention. The snake invasion became the talk of the school for weeks afterward, with increasingly embellished accounts of their size and number. That evening, as Harry carefully tended the garden under Aunt Petunia's suspicious gaze, he felt Sis slither near his hand. "Thank you," he whispered, pretending to pull a weed. "How did you know I was in trouble?" "We have been watching," came the reply. "After the traps, we decided you needed guardians." Harry's throat tightened with an unfamiliar emotion. "You've been protecting me." "As you protect us," Sis confirmed. "But today's display was impulsive. The other humans will be more alert now." Harry nodded slightly, understanding the warning. "We should be more careful. Plan better." "Yes. Strategy over spectacle, young speaker. You are learning." That night, lying in his cupboard, Harry replayed the day's events. The snakes had created a diversion at significant risk to themselves, just to help him escape Dudley. They'd been watching over him at school without his knowledge. The realization was both humbling and empowering. If they could organize like that instinctively, what might they accomplish with actual planning? For the first time, Harry began to see his Parseltongue ability not just as an oddity or even a friendship, but as something more, a potential source of strength and protection. By the time Harry turned 7, his network had grown considerably. What had begun with Sis and a few local garden snakes now included representatives from every serpent species in Surrey. Harry had learned to distinguish their different abilities and personalities. The adders were proud and somewhat aloof but unfailingly loyal once their respect was earned. Grass snakes like Sis were practical problem solvers. The rare smooth snakes possessed remarkable memories, able to recall conversations and events from years past. More importantly, Harry had begun to understand strategy. After the school incident, he'd realized the need for organization and discretion. He now held regular councils at the abandoned groundskeeper's shed in the community garden, where his serpent allies would gather to share information and coordinate their activities. It was at one such meeting that Harry first encountered genuine conflict within his growing network. Varen, an old adder with a distinctive copper-colored head, had raised concerns about the increasing risks they were taking to protect Harry. "3 of our kind have been killed this month alone," Varen stated, his posture rigid with anger. "The humans have hired a specialist to hunt us. They suspect something unnatural about our numbers and behavior. Harry, now sitting on an overturned bucket in the dusty shed, looked around at the assembled serpents. There were nearly 20 present, a fraction of his total network, but representing all the major family groups. "Who is this specialist?" Harry asked, his voice calm despite the anxiety churning in his stomach. Corla, the elderly female adder from Mrs. Fig's garden, slithered forward. "A human who calls himself an animal control officer. He sets more sophisticated traps and uses machines that detect our heat. He wears special coverings on his legs and carries a long stick that freezes our muscles," added Flick, one of the younger grass snakes. Harry frowned. This was a different level of threat than Vernon's amateur trapping attempts. "Has anyone seen where he focuses his hunting?" "The areas around your dwelling and your learning place," Veron replied, confirming Harry's fears. "He studies patterns. He is not a simple predator acting on instinct." Harry nodded slowly. He'd noticed fewer of his friends near Privet Drive lately but hadn't realized the cause was so deliberate. "What do you suggest, Veron?" The copper-headed adder seemed surprised to be consulted so directly. "We should disperse. Return to natural behavior patterns. Cease these gatherings and especially cease interventions at your learning place." Murmurs of disagreement rippled through the assembled serpents. Wraith, now one of Harry's most trusted advisors despite his young age, moved forward. "Abandoning the speaker solves nothing," he argued. "The human hunter will remain suspicious regardless." "And what of the speaker's protection?" "I appreciate your concern for my safety," Harry interjected before the debate could escalate. "But Veron makes a good point about the risk. I don't want any of you hurt because of me." He thought for a moment, then continued, "What if we change our approach? Instead of many of you being seen regularly, we establish a rotation. Different serpents, different patterns, less predictable." Sis, who had been quiet until now, raised her head. "The speaker shows wisdom. We adapt rather than retreat." "And what of this hunter?" Veron pressed. "He remains a threat." Harry considered this. "We need to understand his methods better. Can some of you observe him without being detected? Learn his patterns as he tries to learn yours." This suggestion was met with general approval, even from the skeptical Veron. Harry continued, growing more confident as he spoke. "Flick and Dart are our fastest. They can watch from a distance. Corla knows the territory best, she can identify safe observation points. And Wraith." Harry turned to his silver-marked friend. "You're the most careful. Can you coordinate their findings?" The serpents exchanged glances, clearly impressed by the young human's strategic thinking. "It will be done," Wraith agreed. "A wise compromise, speaker." As the meeting concluded and the serpents dispersed in different directions, a new precaution they'd adopted, Harry remained seated on his bucket, lost in thought. The situation with the animal control officer worried him, but something else nagged at his mind, his own role in this growing network. When he'd first discovered his ability to speak with snakes, he'd been thrilled just to have friends. Then, as they began to help him escape Dudley's bullying, he'd seen them as protectors. But now, at 7 years old, Harry was beginning to realize he'd become something else to them, a leader. They looked to him for guidance, respected his decisions. The responsibility felt enormous. These creatures were risking their lives to help him. What right did he have to accept such sacrifice? Yet when he suggested they stop, they had resisted. They valued their connection to him as much as he valued his connection to them. Harry sighed, rubbing his scar absently. He'd need to be smarter, more careful. The stakes were getting higher, and he couldn't afford childish mistakes. The animal control officer, a thin man named Keen with a perpetual squint and thick work gloves, became an unwitting teacher for Harry over the following months. Through careful observation by his serpent network, Harry learned valuable lessons about tracking, pattern recognition, and counter-surveillance. Keen would set traps, and Harry's friends would carefully trigger them with sticks or from safe distances. The officer would establish stakeout positions, and the serpents would create false sightings elsewhere to confuse his data. It became an elaborate game of cat and mouse, or rather, man and snake, with Harry orchestrating increasingly sophisticated responses from the shadows. By his 8th birthday, Harry had not only neutralized the threat Keen posed but had expanded his network's capabilities significantly. The Serpents now operated in coordinated teams, with clear communication protocols and contingency plans. Harry himself had developed an almost sixth sense about human behavior, learning to read intentions and predict reactions from careful study of Keen, the Dursleys, and his teachers. On a crisp autumn morning, Harry sat on a park bench several blocks from Privet Drive, enjoying a rare moment of freedom. Aunt Petunia had sent him out to pick up milk from the corner shop, and he'd taken a small detour to the park, where Wraith had arranged to meet him. The silver-marked grass snake appeared precisely on schedule, sliding out from beneath a nearby shrub. "Good morning, Wraith," Harry greeted him. "Any news?" "The Hunter Keen has been reassigned," Wraith reported with evident satisfaction. "His supervisors grew tired of his snake conspiracy theories and have sent him to investigate reported fox problems in the next district." Harry smiled. "That's excellent news. Please thank everyone involved in our distraction campaign." "It has already been done," Wraith assured him. "But I bring other news as well. Travelers have arrived." Harry straightened, immediately alert. Travelers was their term for serpents from outside their established territory, rare visitors who occasionally brought valuable information about the wider world. "What kind?" he asked. "Unusual. Like none I have encountered before," Wraith admitted. "They speak of places far away and seem more than ordinary serpents. They have requested an audience with you." This was unprecedented. Usually, new serpents were integrated into the network gradually, first meeting with established members like Wraith or Sis before being introduced to Harry. "When and where?" Harry asked, trying to hide his curiosity and excitement. "Tonight. The old stone structure in the woods beyond the community fields." Harry knew the place, ruins of what might have been an old groundskeeper's cottage, now just stone foundations and partial walls reclaimed by nature. It was farther than he typically ventured, nearly 2 miles from Privet Drive. "I'll try," he promised. "But it may be difficult to get away after dark." "They were most insistent about meeting the human Parselmouth," Wraith added. "They seemed surprised by your existence." This piqued Harry's interest even further. Most serpents accepted his ability without question, treating it as unusual but not impossible. These travelers' reaction suggested they might know something about the origin of his gift. "I'll be there," Harry decided firmly. "Even if I have to wait until the Dursleys are asleep." Sneaking out of the Dursley household had become a well-practiced art for Harry. That night, he waited until the house had been silent for a full hour before carefully easing his cupboard door open and making his way to the kitchen door. He'd long since learned how to navigate the house's creaky spots and which windows were least visible from neighboring homes. Once outside, he moved quickly through the familiar streets, a small backpack containing a flashlight and water bottle slung over his shoulder. The night was clear, stars visible in patches between scattered clouds, providing just enough light to navigate. The journey took nearly 45 minutes, the last portion requiring Harry to follow a barely visible trail through woodland. Guided occasionally by serpent sentries positioned to ensure he didn't lose his way, he finally arrived at the stone ruins. In the silver moonlight, the crumbling walls created strange, angular shadows. As Harry approached, he sensed rather than saw movement within the central space of the ruins. "Hello," he called softly in Parseltongue. "I was told you wished to speak with me." For a moment, silence answered him. Then a voice unlike any serpent speech he'd heard before responded, deeper, more resonant, carrying an unmistakable weight of authority. "So it is true. A human hatchling who speaks the noble tongue." From the shadows emerged a snake unlike any Harry had encountered. Nearly 5 feet long with iridescent scales that seemed to shift color in the moonlight, it moved with deliberate grace. Behind it, 2 slightly smaller serpents of similar appearance followed. "I am Harry," he introduced himself, instinctively bowing his head slightly, a sign of respect he'd learned was valued among the older serpents. "We know who you are, young speaker," the lead serpent replied. "Word of your network has traveled farther than you might imagine. I am Vasith, and these are my clutchmates Nyrith and Solar." Harry studied the magnificent creatures with undisguised wonder. "What kind of serpents are you? I've never seen any like you before." A sound like soft laughter came from the one identified as Nyrith. "We are Akami, young one. Magical serpents, not often found in this cold land." The word magical sent a jolt through Harry. He'd heard the term used precisely once before, when Uncle Vernon had roared at him never to use the M-word after a particularly inexplicable incident involving Harry somehow ending up on the school roof while fleeing Dudley's gang. "Magical," Harry repeated carefully. Like me?" The 3 Akami exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable to human eyes but conveying clear communication between them. "Yes," Vasith confirmed after a moment. "You are what humans call a wizard, Harry Potter. Did you not know this?" Harry stared, his mind racing. A wizard? Him. It seemed simultaneously impossible and yet perfectly reasonable, an explanation for all the strange occurrences that had followed him throughout his short life. "No," he admitted. "I didn't know. My aunt and uncle never." He trailed off, unsure how to explain the Dursleys' absolute rejection of anything unusual or unexpected. "Ah," Solar spoke for the first time, his voice slightly higher than Vasith's but no less dignified. "You have been raised by non-magical humans who fear what they cannot understand. A common but unfortunate circumstance. There is much you should know," Vasith continued. "About your heritage, your abilities, and the world that awaits you when you come of age." For the next several hours, beneath the stars in that ancient stone ruin, Harry listened as the Akami shared knowledge that changed his understanding of everything. They spoke of a hidden magical society existing alongside the non-magical world, of a school called Hogwarts where young witches and wizards learned to control their abilities, of a terrible war that had ended the night Harry received the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. They spoke of his parents, not worthless drunks as the Dursleys had claimed, but powerful magical practitioners who had died protecting their son. They spoke of a dark wizard whose name the Serpents refused to pronounce, referring to him only as the betrayer of life's path, who had been defeated when he attempted to kill the infant Harry. "That is why you bear the mark," Nyrith explained, her sinuous form curled comfortably on a flat stone near Harry. "It is not merely a scar but a sign of survived magic, dark magic that should have ended your life but instead rebounded upon its caster." Harry touched his forehead reflexively. "So everyone in this magical world knows who I am?" "Your name is known, yes," Vasith confirmed. "But few understand what truly happened that night. Fewer still would imagine that the famous Harry Potter converses with serpents in the shadows." There was something in the Akami's tone that made Harry look up sharply. "Is that bad? Speaking with serpents?" The 3 magical snakes exchanged another of their meaningful glances. "Parseltongue is rare among wizards," Solar explained carefully. "And in recent times, it has been associated with darker practices. The betrayer himself was known to possess this gift." A cold feeling settled in Harry's stomach. The monster who had murdered his parents had the same ability he did. The coincidence seemed too great. "Does that mean I'm like him?" he asked, voicing his deepest fear. "No," Vasith answered immediately, his tone brooking no argument. "Abilities do not determine character, young speaker. The path you walk is yours to choose. You have used your gift to create understanding and alliance, not to dominate or destroy. That alone sets you apart." Harry nodded slowly, trying to process everything he'd learned. The night had grown late, and he knew he should return to Privet Drive before his absence was discovered, but he had one more pressing question. "Why are you telling me all this now? Why not let me discover it when I receive my Hogwarts letter at 11, as you said I would?" Nyrith slithered closer. Because you have already built something remarkable with your gift, young Harry. Your network of serpents is unprecedented in living memory. But the magical world you will enter is complex and not always welcoming. We believed you deserved time to prepare, to decide how you wish to present yourself when that day comes. Some would fear your abilities, Solar added bluntly. Others would seek to use them for their own purposes. Knowledge is protection. Harry thought about this, about everything he'd learned tonight and everything he'd built over the past 4 years with his serpent friends. He'd gone from a frightened, lonely child to someone with connections, information, and a growing strategic mind. The idea of entering a whole new world, one where he might face prejudice for his most treasured ability, was daunting, but not as terrifying as it might have been to his younger self. "Thank you," he said finally, looking at each of the magnificent creatures in turn. "For trusting me with this knowledge. I won't waste the time you've given me to prepare." Vaseth bobbed his head in acknowledgement. "We believe you will use it wisely. And know this, the alliance you have built here need not end when you depart for Hogwarts. Serpents dwell in many places, including the ancient castle itself." The implication was clear. Harry's network could extend into the magical world, giving him eyes and ears in places others might not think to look. The strategic possibilities were enormous. As Harry finally bid farewell to the alchemy and began his journey back to Privet Drive, his mind whirled with plans and possibilities. He was a wizard. His parents had been magical. And in just over 3 years, he would enter their world, not as an ignorant, unprepared child, but as someone with knowledge, allies, and a unique power that few would expect. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter felt truly hopeful about his future. The years between 8 and 11 passed with remarkable speed for Harry. Armed with knowledge of his magical heritage and guided by occasional visits from Vaseth and his clutchmates, Harry transformed his serpent network into something far more sophisticated than a simple alliance. He established what the serpents called the Whisper Web, a system of information gathering and communication that spanned not just Little Whinging but much of Surrey. Different species took on specialized roles. The fast-moving grass snakes served as messengers, the patient adders as watchers, and the clever smooth snakes as what Harry called memory keepers, preserving important information through their remarkable recall abilities. Through this network, Harry learned about the comings and goings of strange visitors to the area, some of whom, he now realized, were probably wizards, about unusual events that might have magical causes, and, perhaps most valuably, about himself and his growing abilities. With the alchemy's guidance, Harry began to recognize when his accidental magic manifested and worked on controlling his emotional responses to prevent unwanted outbursts. He couldn't perform deliberate magic yet, Vaseth explained, that would require a wand and proper training, but he could at least reduce incidents that might draw unwanted attention from his aunt and uncle. The Dursleys, for their part, seemed increasingly nervous around Harry as his 11th birthday approached. Uncle Vernon became jumpy whenever the mail arrived, and Aunt Petunia would sometimes stare at Harry with an odd expression, something between fear and resignation. "They know," Sis observed one summer evening as she and Harry sat in their usual meeting place behind the garden shed. Now almost 11, Harry had grown taller, though still thin from the Dursleys' neglect. Sis, too, had aged, her once vibrant markings slightly faded, her movements more deliberate. "Know what?" Harry asked, though he suspected the answer. "That the time approaches for your departure. The thin female especially, she watches the skies more than the ground these days." Harry nodded. According to Vaseth, his Hogwarts letter would arrive by owl, another piece of information that would have seemed fantastical before but now merely seemed practical. Magical people would naturally use magical methods of communication. "I'll miss you when I go," Harry told his oldest friend softly. "All of you." Sis' tongue flicked out, touching Harry's hand briefly, a gesture of affection she rarely displayed. "You will find new allies at the Stone Nest of Learning. But we will remain yours, young speaker. Distance does not sever true bonds." 2 days later, exactly 1 week before Harry's 11th birthday, Wraith brought urgent news to their evening meeting. The letter carriers have been seen, the silver-marked snake reported. Great birds circling above your dwelling after dark. They carry parchment marked with green writing. Harry's heart leaped. This was it, the moment the alchemy had prepared him for. Do the Dursleys know? The large male has been watching for them, Wraith confirmed. He captured one such message yesterday before it could reach you and destroyed it in the cooking fire. Anger flashed through Harry. Of course Uncle Vernon would try to prevent him from receiving his Hogwarts letter. Of course he'd try to keep Harry ignorant and trapped at Privet Drive. But Harry wasn't the helpless child he'd once been. Thank you for the warning, Wraith, he said, his voice calm despite his inner turmoil. Please spread word through the web, I need to intercept my letter before Uncle Vernon can get to it. Over the next few days, an elaborate operation unfolded. Serpents positioned themselves around Privet Drive, watching for owl deliveries. When the first attempt was intercepted by Uncle Vernon, Harry implemented Operation Distraction, a coordinated effort involving a garden hose mysteriously turning on by itself, a neighbor's car alarm being triggered, and several snakes creating visible diversions in the front garden. The Dursleys, predictably, panicked at this apparent invasion. As Vernon charged outside brandishing a garden rake and Petunia shrieked about property values, Harry slipped back inside and retrieved his Hogwarts letter from where Vernon had hastily stuffed it behind the microwave. In his cupboard that night, Harry read the emerald green words by flashlight, a slow smile spreading across his face despite already knowing what it would say. The letter was addressed with remarkable specificity, Mr. H. Potter the cupboard under the stairs 4, Privet Drive Little Whinging Surrey. The contents confirmed everything the alchemy had told him, his acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the list of required supplies, and instructions to owl his response by July 31st. The following morning, Harry calmly placed the opened letter on the breakfast table as Uncle Vernon entered the kitchen. My Hogwarts acceptance letter, Harry announced quietly. I've decided to accept. Vernon's face went through an impressive array of colors, red to purple to a sickly white, before he finally spluttered, You, how did you? We swore when we took you in we'd put a stop to all this nonsense. Clearly that didn't work, Harry replied, maintaining his composure with effort. Years of strategic thinking with his Serpent Council had taught him the value of appearing calm even when emotions ran high. I know about my parents, about magic, about what I am. And I'm going to Hogwarts. Who told you? Vernon bellowed, slamming his fist on the table hard enough to make the dishes jump. Who's been filling your head with these lies? Harry merely smiled, thinking of his serpent friends and the alchemy who had prepared him for this moment. Let's just say I have my sources, Uncle Vernon. Before Vernon could respond, a knock came at the front door. Through the window, Harry glimpsed an enormous silhouette that could only belong to a very large person indeed. The giant has arrived, came a soft hiss from somewhere near the kitchen window, one of his watchers reporting in. As the travelers foretold. Harry nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Vaseth had mentioned that if the Dursleys proved difficult, Hogwarts would send someone to ensure Harry received his letter. It seemed that part of the plan was unfolding right on schedule. I believe that's for me, Harry said, rising from the table and heading for the door, leaving his uncle gaping in his wake. When he opened the front door, Harry found himself facing the largest man he'd ever seen, easily twice the height of a normal adult, with a wild tangle of black hair and beard. Despite his intimidating size, the man's eyes crinkled kindly as he spotted Harry. Harry Potter, he exclaimed in a booming voice that surely carried up and down Privet Drive. Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Yeah, look a lot like your dad, but you've got your mom's eyes. Hello, Harry greeted him, offering his hand with the poise of someone much older than his nearly 11 years. You must be from Hogwarts. I've been expecting someone, though I didn't know it would be today. The giant man looked momentarily taken aback by Harry's composed reaction, then broke into a broad smile as he engulfed Harry's small hand in his dustbin-sized one. Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, he introduced himself proudly. And, what do ye mean, we're expectin' someone? Don, tell me these muggles actually told ya about Hogwarts. Harry's eyes flickered briefly to a small garden snake positioned near the porch steps, one of his sentries, before returning to Hagrid. Not exactly. But I've had reliable sources of information. I know about Hogwarts, about being a wizard, even a bit about what happened to my parents. Hagrid's bushy eyebrows shot up in surprise. Well, that's unexpected. But I'm still here to make sure ya get your school things. Dumbledore's orders. Got your letter, have ya? Harry nodded, holding up the parchment. Yes, but I'm not sure how to get the supplies or how to send my acceptance. That's what I'm here for. Hagrid beamed. We'll be heading to London, to Diagon Alley, where ya can get everything ya need. From behind Harry, Uncle Vernon finally found his voice. He will not be going, he bellowed, attempting to look imposing despite being dwarfed by Hagrid. We swore when we took him in we'd put a stop to all this rubbish. Hagrid's friendly expression darkened as he looked past Harry to Vernon. Ya knew. Ya knew all along about Harry being a wizard and ya never told him. Knew? Shrieked Aunt Petunia, appearing beside her husband. Of course we knew. How could he not be, with what my drat sister was? She got a letter just like that and disappeared off to that school, and came home every vacation waving her wand and turning teacups into rats. As Petunia launched into a bitter tirade about Harry's mother, Harry caught movement from the corner of his eye. Several of his serpent allies had positioned themselves strategically around the front garden, ready to create a distraction if needed. Harry gave a subtle hand signal, one of many nonverbal communications he developed with his network, indicating they should hold position but remain alert. The confrontation between Hagrid and the Dursleys escalated, with Vernon making threats and Hagrid responding by giving Dudley a pig's tail, a display of magic that left Harry both impressed and slightly alarmed. He'd need to be careful about making enemies of adult wizards if they could do things like that so easily. When the dust settled, the Dursleys had retreated upstairs with a squealing Dudley, and Hagrid had settled his massive frame on the sofa, which sagged alarmingly under his weight. Shouldn't have lost me temper, Hagrid muttered, looking a bit sheepish. But it didn't work anyway. Meant to turn him into a pig, but I suppose he was so much like a pig anyway there wasn't much left to do. Harry couldn't help but smile at that. So when can we go to get my school things? How about tomorrow? Hagrid suggested. Get an early start, head into London. Got a lot to buy. That sounds perfect, Harry agreed, already mentally composing the messages he would need to send through his network tonight. As Hagrid made himself comfortable for the night, producing a sausage from one of his many pockets and beginning to cook it over a fire he'd somehow lit in the Dursleys' pristine fireplace, Harry excused himself briefly. In the relative privacy of the hallway, he whispered in Parseltongue to the small snake that had followed him inside. Tell the council I'll be leaving tomorrow with the giant called Hagrid. I'll need observers at all meeting locations, and Sis or Wraith should try to accompany me if possible. The garden snake bobbed its head. It will be done, Speaker. Shall Vassith be informed? Yes, Harry decided after a moment's thought. The Alchemy should know I'm finally entering the magical world. And, thank them, for preparing me. As the snake slipped away to deliver his messages, Harry rejoined Hagrid in the living room, accepting a slightly burnt sausage with genuine gratitude. Tomorrow would mark the beginning of his new life in the magical world, but unlike most children entering Hogwarts, Harry wouldn't be going alone. His years of building trust and alliances would ensure that even in this new environment, he would have eyes, ears, and loyal friends in unexpected places. Hagrid, Harry asked as they ate, are there snakes at Hogwarts? Hagrid looked surprised by the question. In the Forbidden Forest, sure. All sorts creatures in there. Why'd ya ask? Harry smiled slightly, thinking of Vassitha's words about serpents dwelling in many places, including the ancient castle itself. Just curious. I've always found snakes interesting. The journey to Diagon Alley the following day was everything Harry could have hoped for, his first real exposure to the magical world in all its wonderful strangeness. As promised, a small grass snake named Flick had managed to hide himself in Harry's sock, providing a hidden observer who could later report back to the network. "The air here tastes of power," Flick whispered as they entered the Leaky Cauldron, the shabby pub that served as the gateway between the Muggle and magical worlds. "Old power, layered like stone." Harry couldn't respond directly with Hagrid beside him, but he subtly touched his ankle in acknowledgement. The giant man was proving to be a wealth of information, if somewhat indiscreet. He'd already mentioned a mysterious package he'd retrieved from Gringotts for someone called Dumbledore, and hinted at secrets regarding Voldemort, a name that made Flick hiss in alarm when Hagrid wrote it down. The visit to Gringotts had been particularly illuminating. The revelation that his parents had left him a substantial inheritance removed one of Harry's biggest concerns about entering this new world, dependence on the Dursleys for financial support. The Goblin-run bank impressed him with its security and organization, reminding him somewhat of how he'd structured his own whisper web for maximum efficiency. But it was the wand shop that proved most significant. As Harry stood before Ollivander, the strange, pale-eyed wand-maker, he felt a prickling awareness that this moment would change everything. "Curious," Ollivander murmured after Harry had tried nearly a dozen wands, finally finding one, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, that sent a stream of red and gold sparks shooting from its tip. "Very curious." "Sorry," said Harry, "but what's curious?" The wand-maker fixed Harry with his pale stare. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand, gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar." Harry felt Flick tighten slightly around his ankle in alarm, but he maintained his composure. "You mean Voldemort's wand?" "We do not speak his name," Ollivander whispered. "But yes, the wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. I think we must expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great." As they left the shop, Harry's mind raced with implications. First his Parseltongue ability, now his wand, both connections to the wizard who had murdered his parents and tried to kill him. Were these coincidences, or something more significant? "The Old One speaks of connections between you and the Dark One," Flick observed quietly as they walked. "Yet you are nothing alike in spirit. I taste no darkness in you, speaker." Though Harry couldn't respond directly, the snake's words comforted him. His serpent friends had known him from childhood, had seen him at his most vulnerable and his most powerful. If they detected no darkness in him, perhaps these connections were merely superficial. By late afternoon, as Hagrid and Harry finished their shopping and prepared to return to Privet Drive, Harry had acquired not only his school supplies but a beautiful snowy owl whom he immediately named Hedwig, after a name he'd found in his History of Magic textbook. "She'll carry your mail," Hagrid explained as Harry admired his new pet. "Owls are dead useful in the wizarding world, smart creatures, find anyone you want 'em to." Harry stroked Hedwig's feathers thoughtfully. "Can they find anyone? Even if you don't know exactly where they are?" "Long as they exist, an owl can find them," Hagrid confirmed. "Magical connection, see." This information immediately suggested new possibilities for Harry's network. With Hedwig, he could potentially maintain contact with Vassith and his other serpent allies even from Hogwarts. Their return to Privet Drive was subdued, with Hagrid leaving Harry at the train station after giving him his ticket for the Hogwarts Express on September 1st. Harry made his way back to number 4 alone, his trunk full of magical supplies and his mind full of everything he'd learned. That night, in the privacy of the garden, Harry held an extraordinary council meeting. Nearly 30 serpents gathered to hear his account of Diagon Alley, with Flick providing additional observations. Sis and Wraith positioned themselves nearest to Harry, as befitted his oldest allies, while the younger snakes formed concentric circles around them. "The world of magic is vast," Harry concluded after recounting everything from Gringotts to Ollivander's. "And I'll be leaving for Hogwarts in 1 month. What becomes of our network?" asked Corla, the elderly adder who had served as one of his most valued advisors. "Will all we have built end when you depart?" Harry shook his head firmly. "No. The whisper web will continue, but it must evolve. I've been thinking about this for years, and now that I've seen the magical world, I'm even more convinced of the value of what we've created together." He outlined his plan. The whisper web would transition from a local surveillance network to a distributed intelligence-gathering operation. Some serpents would remain in Surrey, maintaining their usual patterns and providing occasional updates to Harry via special messengers. Others would accompany Harry to Hogwarts, traveling separately and establishing new connections there. "I now have Hedwig, an owl who can carry messages anywhere," Harry explained. "She can maintain contact between our divided forces." "And what of our role once you are among wizards?" Wraith inquired. "Will you still need our eyes and ears when you have magic at your disposal?" Harry looked at his silver-marked friend seriously. "More than ever. Today I learned something important. The magical world already has expectations of who I am and what I'll become. They see me as the boy who lived, the child who somehow defeated Voldemort. They have their own plans for me." He thought of how people had reacted to him in the leaky cauldron, of Ollivander's ominous words about his wand, of the hints Hagrid had dropped about Dumbledore and secrets being kept. "I'll need allies who are loyal to me, not to the idea of me," Harry continued. "Friends who know the real Harry Potter, not the legend. That's you, all of you. You knew me when I was just a frightened child hiding from his cousin. You helped me become something more." His words were met with a chorus of soft hisses, the serpent equivalent of approval. "What would you have us do, Speaker?" Sis asked, her aging body still holding the dignity that had always characterized her. "Prepare for separation, but not dissolution," Harry instructed. "Corla will oversee the Surrey branch of our network. Wraith will lead the advance party to Hogwarts. There are serpents in the forest there, according to Hagrid. I need you to establish contact with them before I arrive if possible." "And you, Speaker?" Varen asked. The copper-headed adder had become one of Harry's most valued strategists, despite their occasional disagreements. "I will establish myself carefully," Harry replied. "I've learned that my Parseltongue ability may not be viewed positively by all wizards. I'll need to be selective about who learns of it, at least initially." The planning continued late into the night, with Harry assigning specific roles and responsibilities to different members of his network. By the time they dispersed, a new phase of the Whisper Web had been established, one that would extend its reach from Surrey to Hogwarts and potentially beyond. As Harry finally returned to his cupboard, which the Dursleys had grudgingly traded for Dudley's second bedroom after the Hogwarts letter incident, he felt a curious mixture of excitement and apprehension. The magical world offered opportunities beyond anything he'd imagined as a lonely child in this house. But it also presented new challenges and unknowns. At least he wouldn't be facing them alone. Unlike the other first-years who would board the Hogwarts Express on September 1st, Harry Potter would arrive with an invisible network of allies already in place, serpents who had known him, protected him, and helped shape him into someone far different from the boy the wizarding world was expecting. The boy who lived was also the boy who listened, to the whispers in the garden that had changed his life forever. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with activity as Harry pushed his trolley through the magical barrier, Hedwig's cage balanced precariously atop his trunk. The scarlet Hogwarts Express gleamed in the morning light, steam billowing around the crowded platform as families bid farewell to students both returning and new. Harry took a moment to observe, cataloging details with the careful attention he'd developed through years of strategy sessions with his Serpent Council. Parents fussed over children, older students greeted friends with enthusiastic shouts, and nervous first-years like himself clutched new wands and pet carriers. "So many humans in one place," came a soft hiss from inside Harry's jacket. Twist, a young grass snake who had volunteered for the journey, had wrapped himself around Harry's waist beneath his clothes. "The noise hurts my senses." "We'll be somewhere quieter soon," Harry promised under his breath, making sure no one was close enough to hear his Parseltongue. Finding an empty compartment near the end of the train, Harry stowed his trunk and settled by the window, allowing Twist to slither down his arm and curl up on the seat beside him, partially hidden by his jacket. "Remember," Harry whispered, "stay hidden unless I indicate it's safe. We don't know yet who can be trusted." The compartment door slid open moments later, revealing a tall, thin boy with red hair and freckles. "Anyone sitting there?" he asked, pointing to the seat opposite Harry. "Everywhere else is full." Harry gestured welcomingly, subtly ensuring his jacket covered Twist completely. "Go ahead." The boy introduced himself as Ron Weasley, and soon they were joined by Ron's brothers, the twins Fred and George, who confirmed Harry's identity with undisguised interest before departing to see their friend's tarantula. "Are you really Harry Potter?" Ron blurted once they were alone, staring at Harry's forehead. "Yes," Harry confirmed simply, having prepared for this reaction after his experience in the leaky cauldron. "And have you really got, you know?" Ron pointed at Harry's forehead. Harry obligingly lifted his fringe to reveal the lightning scar. 7 years of leading his serpent network had taught him when small concessions could build useful relationships. "So that's where you know who?" "Yes," Harry said again, "but I don't remember it." "Nothing?" Ron asked eagerly. Harry hesitated. The truth was, he did have fragmented memories, a flash of green light, a high, cold laugh, but he'd learned to be cautious about sharing personal information too quickly. "Just a green light," he offered, then smoothly changed the subject. "Are all your family wizards?" The conversation flowed more naturally after that, with Ron explaining about his large, magical family and Harry carefully editing his own background, emphasizing the Dursleys' dislike of magic without mentioning his serpent allies or early knowledge of the wizarding world. When the trolley which arrived with sweets, Harry purchased a generous selection, sharing them with Ron in a deliberate gesture of friendship building. Ron's rat scabbers emerged during this feast, prompting Twist to stir nervously beneath Harry's jacket. "Unnatural," the snake whispered so softly only Harry could hear. "That creature smells wrong. Not truly rat." Harry's eyes flickered to Scabbers with new interest, but he maintained his conversation with Ron, filing away Twist's observation for later consideration. The compartment door slid open again to reveal a round-faced boy searching for his lost toad, followed shortly by a girl with bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth, already wearing her Hogwarts robes. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville's lost one," she said in a bossy sort of voice. "We've already told him we haven't seen it," said Ron, but the girl wasn't listening, her attention fixed on Ron's wand. "Oh, are you doing magic?" "Let's see it, then." Ron's attempted spell, clearly a joke his brothers had played on him, failed to transform Scabbers, leading to a rather pompous introduction from the girl, who identified herself as Hermione Granger. "I've learned all our course books by heart, of course," she was saying. "I just hope it will be enough. I'm the first in my family to have magic. It was ever such a surprise when I got my letter, but I was ever so pleased." Harry observed her carefully. Intelligent, clearly, and eager to prove herself, a valuable potential ally, though her current approach seemed designed to alienate rather than connect. "Whatever house I'm in, I hope she's not in it," Ron muttered after Hermione finally departed, still searching for Neville's toad. "What house are your brothers in?" Harry asked, though he already knew about the 4 Hogwarts houses from his conversations with the Alchemy. "Gryffindor," Ron replied. "Mom and Dad were in it, too. I don't know what they'll say if I'm not. I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad, but imagine if they put me in Slytherin. That's the house you know who was in." "Yeah," said Ron, flopping back into his seat dejectedly. Twist shifted slightly under Harry's jacket. The snake had been present during several of Vasitha's visits and knew that Harry had been considering his house placement carefully. The alchemy had explained that Slytherin's association with Parselmouths was ancient. Salazar Slytherin himself had been one, but that in the current climate, revealing such an ability might create unnecessary complications. The door slid open yet again, this time revealing 3 boys, a pale, pointed-faced one flanked by 2 larger, thuggish companions. "Is it true?" the pale boy asked. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, is it? Yes, Harry replied evenly, studying the newcomer. There was something in his confident stance that reminded Harry of Dudley, but with a calculation behind his eyes that his cousin had never possessed. This is Crabbe and Goyle, the boy introduced his companions casually. And my name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ron coughed slightly, possibly hiding a snigger, and Draco's attention snapped to him. Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford. He turned back to Harry. You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. Draco extended his hand, and Harry considered it carefully. In another lifetime, one where he hadn't spent 7 years building alliances with serpents and learning strategy, he might have rejected the offer outright based on Draco's treatment of Ron. But Harry had learned that maintaining options was often more valuable than making immediate enemies. He took Draco's hand briefly but firmly. I appreciate the offer, Malfoy, but I think I can figure out the wrong sort for myself. It was a balanced response, neither accepting nor rejecting Draco's implied hierarchy, while asserting his own independence. The pale boy looked slightly surprised, clearly having expected either eager acceptance or outright rejection. Suit yourself, he said after a moment. But if you change your mind. He let the sentence hang, then departed with his bodyguards in tow. Ron was staring at Harry with something between confusion and betrayal. You shook his hand. Malfoys are bad news, Harry, dark wizards, the lot of them. I shook his hand, I didn't swear loyalty to him, Harry pointed out reasonably. Better to be civil than make enemies on the first day, don't you think? Ron seemed unconvinced but was prevented from arguing further by Hermione's return, now telling them to prepare for arrival at Hogsmeade Station. As the train began to slow, Harry felt a tingle of anticipation. According to Wraith's last report, delivered via a garden snake the day before Harry's departure, the advance party had successfully reached the Forbidden Forest and made initial contact with the Serpents dwelling there. His network was already extending its reach into Hogwarts. Are you ready? Twist asked softly as Harry prepared to leave their compartment, the snake now safely hidden in an inner pocket of Harry's robes. As ready as I'll ever be, Harry replied, his voice barely a breath. 7 years ago, a frightened boy had hidden in a garden and found an unexpected friend in a small grass snake. Now that same boy, no longer frightened, no longer alone, was about to enter a world of magic, bringing with him an invisible court of serpents that would change the course of his destiny. Harry Potter stepped off the Hogwarts Express into his new life, confident that whatever challenges awaited him, he would face them not just with magic, but with the wisdom, loyalty, and strategic thinking forged through years of whispered conversations in the garden. Chapter 2, Serpents of the Castle. The Great Hall of Hogwarts stretched above Harry like a slice of enchanted sky, thousands of candles floating beneath a ceiling bewitched to reflect the night heavens. The first years huddled together in a nervous cluster as Professor McGonagall placed a frayed, ancient hat upon a four-legged stool. Harry watched with careful attention as the sorting began, cataloging each student's placement and the hat's varying decision speed. Some sortings took mere seconds. Draco Malfoy had barely felt the hat touch his head before it shouted, "Slytherin." While others required prolonged deliberation. The magic here is old, Twist whispered from within Harry's robes. I taste it in the air, like stormlight. Harry couldn't respond without revealing his ability, but he brushed his fingers against the small bulge in his pocket in acknowledgement. His mind was racing with strategic considerations. The house he joined would shape his next 7 years, his associations, his access to different parts of the castle. Potter, Harry. Whispers erupted like hissing flames as Harry stepped forward. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter. The last thing Harry saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was a hall full of people craning for a better look. Then darkness, and an unexpected voice in his mind. Said a small voice. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a thirst to prove yourself, now that's interesting. But what's this? Harry tensed. Had the hat discovered his ability? A Parselmouth, the small voice continued, sounding intrigued rather than alarmed. How very unusual, and you've already built quite the network of scaled allies. Strategic thinking, leadership qualities, resourcefulness, you've been preparing for years, I see. Please, Harry thought firmly, I prefer if that remained private. Your secrets are safe with me, Mr. Potter. The question remains, where to put you? You have qualities valued by all four houses, you know. Harry considered carefully. Vasseth had explained the historical connection between Slytherin and Parselmouths, but had also warned that being sorted there might draw unwanted attention to abilities Harry might wish to keep private. Yet every other house offered advantages and limitations as well. I want to be where I can best build connections and learn, Harry thought eventually. Where I can grow stronger without unnecessary complications. Wise beyond your years, the hat mused. Your serpent friends have taught you well. You could be great in Slytherin, you know, it's all here in your head. Salazar himself would have been fascinated by your particular talents. Harry's hands gripped the edges of the stool. He thought of Ron's reaction to the possibility of Slytherin, of Hagrid's comments about dark wizards, of Malfoy's entitled attitude. But perhaps that path would present obstacles to your broader goals, the hat continued, seeming to sense Harry's hesitation. Your ambition is tempered with something rare, Mr. Potter, genuine empathy for those who serve alongside you. Your serpent court follows you not from fear but from mutual respect. Very unusual. The hat was silent for several more seconds, longer than it had taken with any previous student. Harry could hear restless murmuring from the great hall. Better be Gryffindor, the hat finally shouted to the hall. The table on the far right exploded with cheers. Harry removed the hat and walked shakily toward the Gryffindor table, where Percy Weasley shook his hand vigorously and the Weasley twins yelled, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" As Harry took his seat, he caught Draco Malfoy's appraising look from the Slytherin table. Not openly hostile, but calculating, as though reconfiguring Harry in light of this new information. We will need to explore this territory carefully, Twist whispered, so quietly only Harry could possibly hear. The castle feels aware. Harry couldn't respond, but he silently agreed. Hogwarts was already proving to be more complex than he had imagined. And if the Sorting Hat could detect his Parseltongue ability so easily, he would need to be exceptionally cautious about who else might discover his secret. The first week at Hogwarts passed in a whirlwind of new experiences. Harry navigated moving staircases, gossiping portraits, and classes where feathers floated and matches transformed. Through it all, he maintained his careful observation, noting which professors seemed most perceptive and which students might become valuable allies. Hermione Granger had proven herself brilliant but socially isolated, potential there, if she could moderate her need to showcase her knowledge. Neville Longbottom possessed a hidden resilience beneath his forgetfulness. And Ron, while sometimes thoughtless in his comments, showed unwavering loyalty to those he considered friends. It was on their 6th evening at Hogwarts that Harry finally found an opportunity to explore the castle grounds properly. With Ron engrossed in a chess match with Seamus and most students still at dinner, Harry slipped outside under the pretense of visiting Hagrid. Once beyond sight of the castle windows, he diverted toward the edge of the forbidden forest. "Wraith," he called softly in Parseltongue, scanning the underbrush. "Are you here?" For several moments, only the rustle of leaves answered him. Then a familiar silver-marked shape emerged from between the gnarled roots of an ancient oak. "Young speaker," Wraith greeted, his scales gleaming in the fading light. "You wear different colors than I expected." Harry smiled at his old friend's perceptiveness. The Sorting Hat considered Slytherin, but decided on Gryffindor. "How goes your exploration?" "Better than expected," Wraith replied, slithering closer. "This place teems with our kind, more species than I've encountered in all my travels. The forest serpents were suspicious at first, but most have accepted our presence now. What have you learned about the castle itself? It has secrets within secrets, Wraith said. Passages that appear and disappear. Rooms that move. And whispers, speaker, whispers in the walls that even my sharpest-eared scouts cannot locate. Harry frowned. Dangerous? Unclear. But there is something ancient beneath this castle, something that speaks our tongue. A chill ran down Harry's spine despite the mild evening air. Another Parselmouth? Not human, Wraith corrected. Something else. The forest serpents fear it, though none have seen it in living memory. They call it the long sleep. Harry filed this information away for further investigation. What of our network? How many have you gathered? 23 within the forest borders, Wraith reported. 7 have ventured inside the castle itself, including Flick and Dart. The twins are mapping the main corridors, while the others focus on less traveled areas. Any complications? The man-cat sees too much, Wraith said, and Harry understood he meant Filch, the caretaker. And the small one with spectacles watches you closely. Professor Flitwick? No, the female hatchling with bushy fur on her head. Harry suppressed a smile at Wraith's description of Hermione. She's observant. I'll be careful. They spoke for nearly an hour, with Wraith providing detailed intelligence about castle layout, professor routines, and potential locations for future meeting places. As darkness fell, Harry reluctantly prepared to return to Gryffindor Tower. One more thing, speaker, Wraith said as Harry turned to leave. The forest holds many creatures besides serpents. Some might be valuable allies, others, dangerous enemies. There are spiders here that grow larger than wolves, and they hate our kind with ancient enmity. I'll remember, Harry promised. Send Twist back with any urgent news. Otherwise, same place, 3 nights from now. Wraith bobbed his head in agreement before disappearing back into the forest shadows. Harry made his way to Hagrid's hut for a brief, credibility-establishing visit before returning to the castle, his mind churning with new information and possibilities. The following Saturday morning found Harry in the library, ostensibly researching a potions assignment but actually scanning historical texts for any mention of serpents at Hogwarts. The whispers in the walls that Wraith had mentioned troubled him, especially if they spoke Parseltongue. Looking for something specific? Harry managed not to jump at Hermione's sudden appearance beside his table. She was carrying a stack of books nearly as tall as she was. Just some background on magical creatures, he replied casually. Hagrid mentioned something about the Forbidden Forest, and I got curious. Hermione beamed, clearly delighted by any sign of academic interest. Oh. Well, Hogwarts, a history has a section on the forest ecosystem, though it's not very detailed. But I found this, she extracted a leather-bound volume from her stack. In the magical zoology section. It might help. The book was titled Fauna of the Founders, Magical Creatures of Early Hogwarts. Harry accepted it with genuine gratitude. Thanks, Hermione. That's exactly what I was looking for. She hesitated, glancing at the empty chairs at his table. Do you mind if I join you? The library's getting crowded. Harry considered her for a moment. Hermione was undeniably brilliant, and her encyclopedic knowledge could be valuable. But she was also dangerously observant. Could he risk having her too close? Sure, he decided, gesturing to the seat across from him. Strategic relationships sometimes required calculated risk. Hermione organized her books with methodical precision before settling in. As she worked, Harry flipped through the volume she'd provided, scanning for relevant information. His attention caught on a chapter titled Salazar's Serpents. According to the text, Salazar Slytherin had maintained a collection of rare and magical snake species, many of which had established breeding populations in and around Hogwarts after his departure. The book listed several varieties still believed to exist on the grounds, mural vipers, small, stone-colored snakes that could flatten themselves against walls and remain motionless for days, virtually invisible to passers-by. Whispering asps, no larger than pencils, these highly intelligent serpents were prized for their ability to memorize and repeat conversations verbatim. Shadow scales, nocturnal hunters that could briefly merge with and travel through shadows. Knot adders, named for their ability to tie themselves into complex configurations that activated minor magical effects. Harry committed these descriptions to memory, already considering how such specialized serpents might enhance his network. But the final entry in the chapter sent a different kind of chill through him. It is widely rumored, though never confirmed, that Slytherin brought with him to Hogwarts a far more dangerous serpent, a legendary basilisk, bred specifically to serve as the ultimate guardian of his hidden chamber of secrets. If such a creature existed, it has never been found, though periodic searches of the castle have been conducted throughout Hogwarts history. The basilisk. A serpent that killed with a mere glance. Could this be the long sleep that Wraith's contacts feared? Find something interesting? Hermione asked, noticing his intense focus. Harry carefully moderated his expression. Just some myths about magical snakes supposedly living in the castle walls. Probably exaggerated. Oh, those stories, Hermione nodded knowingly. Supposedly Slytherin left a giant serpent somewhere in Hogwarts, but it's never been found. Just a legend to frighten first years, I expect. Probably, Harry agreed, closing the book. Thanks for this, though. It's fascinating reading. Hermione smiled, clearly pleased by the validation. I thought so too. Most magical creatures are classified by the Ministry into categories based on danger level, but at Hogwarts' founding, they organized them by magical utility instead. It's mentioned in Chapter 7 of Hogwarts, A History. Harry finished with her, having heard her reference the book multiple times already. She blushed slightly. I suppose I do mention it a lot. It's good, Harry assured her. Means you're thorough. This small compliment seemed to mean a great deal to Hermione, whose smile widened before she ducked back to her own reading. Harry returned to his research with renewed purpose. If a basilisk truly existed somewhere in Hogwarts, he needed to learn everything he could about it, both for safety and for the potential opportunity it represented. A Parselmouth might be the only person who could communicate with such a creature without risking immediate death. The possibility was both terrifying and intriguing. By Halloween, Harry had established a routine that balanced his public life as a Hogwarts student with his private role as coordinator of the growing Serpent network. Twist remained his constant companion, usually hidden in a pocket or sleeve. Wraith led the forest contingent, while the twins Flick and Dart managed the castle operatives. Through careful exploration, they had discovered several of the specialized serpent species mentioned in the library book. 2 mural vipers now monitored the entrance to Dumbledore's office, while a small colony of whispering asps had established themselves in the ventilation system of the dungeons, reporting on Slytherin common room conversations. More importantly, Harry had begun identifying which of his fellow students might be trusted with partial knowledge of his abilities. Hermione remained at the top of that list. Her intellectual curiosity might overcome the typical prejudice against Parselmouths, and her research skills would be invaluable. The opportunity to test this theory came sooner than expected. The Halloween feast was interrupted by Professor Quirrell, the stuttering, seemingly harmless defense against the dark arts teacher, bursting into the hall, announcing a troll in the dungeons before fainting dramatically. As prefects led students back to dormitories amidst general panic, Harry realized with horror that Hermione was missing, unaware of the danger after spending the afternoon crying in a bathroom following Ron's unkind remarks about her lack of friends. Harry and Ron broke away from the Gryffindor group to warn her, only to discover the troll had somehow made its way to the very bathroom where Hermione was hiding. The ensuing confrontation happened much as it might have in any reality. Ron levitated the troll's club and knocked it out, but with one significant difference. In the moments before Ron's spell, as the troll advanced on a petrified Hermione, Harry had instinctively hissed a command to Twist, "Help her." The small grass snake had shot from Harry's sleeve across the bathroom floor, positioning himself by Hermione's feet and delivering a warning bite to the troll's massive toe. The momentary distraction had given Ron the seconds needed to properly cast his spell. In the aftermath, as professors arrived to handle the unconscious troll, Hermione stared at Harry with wide, shocked eyes. She had seen the snake. She had heard him hiss. Later, Harry mouthed silently to her, and she gave an almost imperceptible nod. That night, after the excitement had died down and Ron had fallen asleep, Harry found Hermione waiting in the common room, curled in an armchair with a thick book open on her lap, though he doubted she was actually reading it. "Thank you," she said immediately as he sat across from her. "For coming to warn me. And for—" She hesitated. "For sending Twist to help," Harry finished quietly. "Twist?" Harry rolled up his sleeve slightly, allowing the grass snake to poke his head out. "Hermione, meet Twist. He's been my friend for about a year now." She stared at the small serpent, fascination overtaking her initial alarm. You spoke to him. In the bathroom. That wasn't just a random noise, you told him to help me." Harry nodded slowly. "I'm a Parselmouth. I can talk to snakes. Have been able to since I was 4 years old." Rather than recoiling in horror as many might have, Hermione's expression brightened with intellectual curiosity. "That's extraordinarily rare. There are only a handful of documented cases in British magical history. Is it hereditary? Can you understand all snake species or just magical ones? Slow down," Harry laughed softly, relief flooding through him at her reaction. "I don't know if it's hereditary. I've never met another Parselmouth. And yes, I can understand all snakes, magical or not." Hermione leaned forward eagerly. "Can you demonstrate? Could you ask him something?" Harry smiled at Twist. "What do you think of Hermione?" he hissed softly. "Clever nestmate," Twist replied. "Smells of parchment and loyalty. Good choice for an ally." Harry translated, causing Hermione to blush slightly. "That's remarkable," she breathed. "But Harry, you know that ability has certain associations in the wizarding world, don't you?" "Dark magic," Harry nodded grimly. "Slytherin. Voldemort." Hermione flinched at the name but pressed on. "Why tell me? It's obviously a secret, Twist stays hidden, and you've never mentioned this ability before." Harry studied her for a long moment, making a final assessment. "Because I think you can see past those associations to understand what it really is, just another magical ability that can be used for good or ill, depending on the wizard. And because—" He hesitated. "Because I might need your help with something." "What kind of help?" "Research, for now. There's something in this castle, something ancient and potentially dangerous that speaks Parseltongue. The castle serpents call it the Long Sleep." Hermione's eyes widened. "You don't mean Slytherin's monster? The basilisk from the Chamber of Secrets legend?" "I think it might be," Harry admitted. "And I think I might be the only person who could communicate with it without being killed instantly." "Harry, that's incredibly dangerous." "If it really exists, that's why I need your help," he interrupted gently. "To learn everything we can before I attempt anything. If there really is a basilisk hidden somewhere in Hogwarts, we need to know what we're dealing with." Hermione bit her lip, clearly torn between academic fascination and very reasonable fear. "This isn't just academic curiosity, is it? You've been building something here at Hogwarts, some kind of network." Harry nodded slowly. "Twist isn't my only serpent friend. I've been developing what we call the Whisper Web since I was 4 years old. At first, it was just for protection from my cousin Dudley, but it's become much more than that." He explained the basics of his network: the forest contingent led by Wraith, the castle operatives including the specialist serpent species they'd recruited, the information-gathering operation that gave him eyes and ears throughout Hogwarts. Rather than being horrified, Hermione seemed impressed. "That's actually brilliant," she admitted. though ethically complicated. How so? Well, you're essentially conducting surveillance without people's knowledge or consent. But then again. She frowned thoughtfully. It's not that different from the portraits and ghosts reporting to Dumbledore, is it? Everyone knows they watch and listen. Exactly, Harry agreed, pleased by her quick understanding. And I have strict rules about the information we gather. We don't spy on private moments or spread gossip. We look for threats, unusual behavior, or strategic information. Hermione considered this for a long moment. If I help you research the basilisk, I want to be part of the planning too. No rushing into danger without a proper assessment of risks. Deal, Harry said immediately, extending his hand. She took it, then added with a small smile, and I want to meet more of your snake friends. Harry grinned. I think that can be arranged. November brought bitter winds and the first Quidditch match of the season, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin. Harry, who had been named Seeker after McGonagall witnessed his flying skills during their first lesson, approached the match with measured confidence. His Serpent network had provided valuable intelligence on the Slytherin team's typical strategies, and he had practiced diligently. What he hadn't anticipated was someone tampering with his broom mid-match. As Harry clung desperately to the violently bucking handle hundreds of feet above the ground, Hermione's quick thinking saved him. Spotting Quirrell's unblinking stare and continuous muttering, she created a diversion, inadvertently knocking over Professor Snape in the process. Later, in a secluded classroom they'd established as their meeting place, Hermione paced while Harry listened to reports from the whispering asps who had been in the teachers' stands. The dark one with hair like oil was speaking counter curses, the tiny serpent reported from the desktop. Trying to stabilize your flying stick. The pale one with head fur smelling of garlic was causing the disturbance. Snape was trying to save me. Harry translated for Hermione, who stopped pacing abruptly. That doesn't make sense, she frowned. He despises you. Apparently not enough to want me dead, Harry mused. But why would Quirrell try to kill me? Hermione resumed pacing. It's always the one you least suspect in mystery novels. The bumbling, frightened character turns out to be the mastermind. There's something off about him, Harry agreed. Wraith reported weeks ago that snakes avoid him, say he smells like 2-in-1. I didn't know what that meant at the time. 2 people. Hermione suggested. Some kind of possession, maybe. Harry's eyes widened. Remember what Hagrid told us about Voldemort? That some say he's still out there, barely alive, seeking a way back. Hermione paled. You think you know who is, possessing Quirrell? That's a rather extreme leap, Harry. Is it? Someone powerful enough to jinx a broomstick tried to kill me today. Quirrell conveniently fainted after announcing the troll on Halloween, which somehow ended up on the 3rd floor, right near the corridor Dumbledore warned us about at the feast. Where that 3-headed dog is guarding something, Hermione added, catching his train of thought. And Hagrid accidentally mentioned Nicholas Flamel. We need to watch Quirrell more carefully, Harry decided. I'll assign more serpents to track his movements. Over the next several weeks, Harry's network confirmed his suspicions. Quirrell's behavior patterns were erratic. He spent hours alone in his office speaking to himself in different voices, made regular visits to the forbidden corridor, and seemed to be growing physically weaker by the day. More disturbing were the reports from the mural vipers monitoring the defense classroom. During a practical lesson with the 7th years involving defensive spells against dark creatures, a student had accidentally knocked over a tank containing several non-magical grass snakes. As the snakes slithered across the classroom floor, Quirrell had frozen, his eyes following their movements with unnatural intensity. He speaks the tongue, one of the grass snakes reported afterward to Flick, who relayed the message to Harry. Not as you do, Speaker. His words taste of ash and hatred. He commanded us to come to him, but we fled. There is wrong death in his voice. This revelation sent a chill through Harry. Another Parselmouth at Hogwarts, one who triggered fear responses in Serpents, could only be Voldemort himself, somehow attached to Quirrell. "We need to act before he gets whatever he's after," Harry told Hermione as December snow blanketed the grounds. "But we need more information first." "About the stone or about the basilisk?" Hermione asked. They had been researching both simultaneously, having determined from various sources that the object hidden in the third-floor corridor was likely the Philosopher's Stone, created by alchemist Nicholas Flamel. "Both," Harry replied. "They might be connected. What better guardian for a precious magical artifact than a monster that kills with a glance?" Hermione looked dubious. "I don't think Dumbledore would use a basilisk as a security measure, Harry. It's too dangerous and unpredictable." "Maybe. But I still want to find it, if only to make sure Quirrell Voldemort doesn't get to it first." They had made progress in their basilisk research. Ancient texts confirmed the creature could live for centuries, potentially even millennia, and that its fatal gaze could be neutralized if seen indirectly, through a reflection or lens. Most importantly, they had discovered a possible location for the Chamber of Secrets in Hogwarts, a hidden history, a rare supplement to Hermione's favorite book that she'd special ordered from Flourish and Blotts. The text suggested that unusual plumbing disturbances had been reported throughout Hogwarts history, most frequently in the area now occupied by Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, where a student had died mysteriously 50 years earlier during the last rumored opening of the chamber. "I think we should investigate during Christmas break," Harry proposed. "The castle will be nearly empty, and we'll have freedom to move around without questions." Hermione bit her lip. "I'm supposed to go home to my parents." "That's okay," Harry assured her. "I can take Ron with me instead." But Ron, too, was leaving for Christmas. The Weasleys were visiting Charlie in Romania. For the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, Harry would be largely on his own during the holiday, which suited his purposes perfectly. On the day most students departed for Christmas break, Harry met with Wraith in their usual spot near the forest edge. "I need specialized assistance," Harry explained after updating his lieutenant on recent developments. "If I'm going to explore the possible chamber entrance, I need protection against a basilisk's gaze." Wraith considered this challenge. The shadow travelers might help. They perceive the world differently, through heat and movement rather than light. A death gaze may not affect them in the same way. "Can you ask them to meet me tonight?" The silver-marked snake bobbed his head in agreement. "Near the broken water room at midnight. They do not move in daylight." That night, Harry slipped out of Gryffindor Tower beneath his newly acquired invisibility cloak, an unexpected Christmas gift from an anonymous sender claiming it had belonged to his father. The magical garment would prove invaluable for his nighttime explorations. In the abandoned girls' bathroom, Harry found not only Wraith but 3 shadow scales waiting for him, sleek, black serpents with eyes like liquid silver that seemed to absorb rather than reflect light. "Greetings, young speaker," the largest shadow scale hissed. "I am Night Vale, elder of the Shadowkin in this stone nest. Wraith speaks highly of your wisdom." "I'm honored by your presence," Harry replied, bowing slightly. "I seek the Chamber of Secrets and the great serpent that may dwell within." Night Vale's silver eyes gleamed. "The Ancient One. We have sensed her presence beneath the stones, though none of our kind has seen her. She sleeps, but not peacefully, her dreams leak into the walls. Can you help me find the entrance? And protect me from her gaze if necessary?" "We can guide, yes," Night Vale agreed. "As for protection, we offer this." The shadow scale slithered toward Harry, rising up to nearly his height. Before Harry could react, Night Vale had pressed his head against Harry's forehead, directly over his scar. A sensation like cool smoke washed over Harry's eyes, temporarily blurring his vision before clearing again. "Shadow sight," Night Vale explained, settling back on the floor. "Temporary, but it will allow you to perceive as we do, through essence rather than light. The Ancient One's death gaze requires light to carry its power." Harry blinked, adjusting to the strange new perception. The world looked mostly the same, but with subtle differences. Objects seemed to have a faint aura around them, and shadows appeared more substantial, almost tactile. Thank you, he said sincerely. Now, where should we begin looking? The shadow scales led him to a particular sink, one, they explained, that had never functioned in living memory. Under their guidance, Harry examined it carefully, eventually discovering a tiny snake etched into one of the copper taps. Speak to it, Wraith suggested. Command it to open. Harry focused on the small serpent carving. Open, he hissed softly. Immediately, the sink began to move. It sank out of sight, revealing a large pipe wide enough for a person to slide down, or for a very large serpent to move through. The entrance to Salazar's chamber, Night Vale confirmed. The Ancient One's lair lies below. Harry peered down into the dark pipe, his shadow-enhanced vision detecting faint heat signatures far below. This was it, the legendary Chamber of Secrets, accessible for perhaps the first time in 50 years. I'll need to prepare properly before going down, Harry decided after careful consideration. Rushing in without adequate information would be foolish. Wraith seemed relieved by this prudent approach. Wise, speaker. The Ancient One is not to be approached lightly, even by one who speaks her tongue. Harry directed the serpents to gather more information about the pipe system while he completed his holiday research. Over the remaining break days, he developed a detailed plan, incorporating intelligence from his network and knowledge from Hermione's books. When classes resumed in January, Harry briefed Hermione on his discovery. You found the chamber, she whispered incredulously in their meeting room. And you didn't go in? Not without proper preparation, Harry explained. We're talking about a 1,000-year-old basilisk, Hermione. I needed to research protective measures and communication strategies. She looked simultaneously impressed and relieved by his caution. So what's the plan? I go in during the next Hogsmeade weekend when the castle is quieter. The shadow scales will accompany me for protection, and I'll bring roosters. Roosters? The crow of a rooster is fatal to a basilisk, Harry explained. It's my emergency contingency if communication fails. But I don't think it will come to that. Why not? Harry's expression grew thoughtful. Because I think the basilisk is as much a prisoner as a guardian. Think about it, centuries alone in a hidden chamber, only emerging when some heir commands it to attack. What kind of existence is that? Hermione considered this perspective. You're planning to offer it, freedom. Alliance, Harry corrected. The same thing I've offered every serpent in my network. Respect, purpose, and mutual protection. It was a risky strategy, but Harry believed it would work. The basilisk, for all its deadly power, was still a serpent, and Harry had yet to meet a serpent he couldn't reason with. Before Harry could implement his basilisk plan, however, a more immediate threat demanded attention. His serpent watchers reported that Quirrell's behavior had grown increasingly erratic following the Christmas break. The professor spent hours pacing his private quarters, arguing violently with himself in two distinct voices. More concerning, he had been seen testing the defenses of the third-floor corridor multiple times. He's getting desperate, Harry told Hermione in late January. Whatever Voldemort wants from him, I think there's a deadline approaching. But what can we do? We can't exactly tell Dumbledore your snake spies have been watching Quirrell talk to himself. Harry frowned, considering their options. No, but we could create a situation where Quirrell reveals himself. Force his hand before he's ready. That sounds dangerous, Hermione said warily. Less dangerous than letting him get the stone, Harry countered. Look, Flamel's stone grants immortality. If Voldemort gets it, he returns to power, Hermione finished grimly. But Harry, we're first years. How are we supposed to stop a fully trained wizard possessed by you-know-who? Harry's expression grew determined. By using every advantage we have. Including one he doesn't expect, my ability to communicate with his former specialty. The plan they developed was both simple and audacious. Using his network of serpent informants, Harry arranged for Quirrell to overhear a conversation suggesting Harry knew about the Philosopher's Stone and planned to check on its security during the upcoming Quidditch match when most of the school would be at the stadium. "It's bait," Harry explained to a nervous Hermione. "Quirrell thinks I'll be alone and vulnerable. But I'll have backup he can't possibly anticipate." On the appointed day, Harry feigned illness to avoid the Gryffindor-Hufflepuff match. Once the castle had emptied, he made his way to the third-floor corridor, not bothering with his invisibility cloak. He wanted Quirrell to find him. Waiting at the locked door guarding Fluffy, the three-headed dog, Harry appeared to be attempting to enter. In reality, he was surrounded by unseen allies, Wraith and the three shadow scales positioned strategically in the corridor shadows, along with nearly a dozen other serpents of various species hidden in alcoves and behind armor stands. He didn't have to wait long. "P.P. Potter," came Quirrell's voice, his stutter notably less pronounced than usual. "What a surprise to find you here instead of at the match." Harry turned slowly, projecting innocent alarm. "Professor Quirrell. I was just exploring. Got turned around on the staircases." "How fortunate," Quirrell said, advancing down the corridor. "I've been meaning to speak with you, alone." Harry backed up slightly, as if intimidated. "About what, sir?" "About exceptional abilities," Quirrell said, his stutter vanishing entirely as he drew closer. "Abilities we may share." "I don't know what you mean, Professor." Quirrell smiled, a cold, unnatural expression that transformed his usually timid face. "Come now, Potter. My friends have told me about your little talent. They hear things, you see, whispers in the walls." Harry tensed. Quirrell knew about his Parseltongue. "How?" "Your serpent spies aren't as discreet as you believe," Quirrell continued, now only 10 feet away. "Especially when confronted with a superior speaker." With shocking speed, Quirrell flicked his wand toward a shadowed corner. "Reveal yourself, serpent," he hissed in Parseltongue, but the voice wasn't quite his. It was higher, colder. Wraith was forced out of the shadows, writhing momentarily in magical constraint before going still, apparently compelled by the command. "Magnificent specimen," Quirrell remarked, reverting to English. "You've trained it well. But it answers to the stronger master now." Harry maintained his composure despite the alarm coursing through him. The plan was unraveling. Quirrell's Parseltongue abilities were stronger than anticipated, giving him control over Harry's allies. "Who are you really?" Harry asked, playing for time as he subtly signaled the shadow scales to remain hidden. Their shadow-merging abilities seemed to be protecting them from Quirrell's detection. Quirrell laughed, a chilling sound utterly unlike his nervous classroom chuckle. "Clever boy. Perhaps introductions are in order." He began unwrapping his purple turban, turning to reveal the back of his head. Where there should have been the back of Quirrell's skull, there was a face, the most terrible face Harry had ever seen. Chalk white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. "Harry Potter," the face whispered. "See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body. But not for long. Once I have the elixir of life, I will create a body of my own." "Voldemort," Harry breathed. "Yes," the face confirmed. "You see, there is no good and evil. There is only power, and those too weak to seek it. Together, we could do extraordinary things, Harry. I sense your ambition, your gift for leadership. Your serpent network proves it. Join me, and I will share secrets of Parseltongue that Salazar himself would envy." For a moment, Harry said nothing, apparently considering the offer. Then he straightened, a small smile appearing on his face. "Interesting proposal. But I already have access to secrets you don't." Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. "What nonsense is this?" Harry switched to Parseltongue, but not to address Voldemort. "Now, Night Vale." From the deepest shadows of the corridor, the three shadow scales emerged, not by slithering into view, but by seeming to peel away from the darkness itself, their bodies momentarily indistinguishable from the shadows they inhabited. They struck simultaneously, two targeting Quirrell's legs while Night Vale launched directly at the face on the back of his head. Quirrell screamed, both in pain and surprise, as the Shadowscale's venom, harmless to humans but devastating to spirits attempting physical manifestation, entered his system. Voldemort's face contorted in rage and agony. "Kill him!" Voldemort commanded in Parseltongue, but his voice had lost its compelling power, weakened by the specialized venom. Harry stepped forward, maintaining a safe distance but close enough to be heard clearly. "You're not the only one who's studied serpent lore, Tom Riddle." The Shadowscales answer to no speaker, only to those who have been granted shadowsight through their blessing. Voldemort's red eyes widened in shock at Harry's use of his original name and his knowledge of such obscure serpent magic. Quirrell collapsed to his knees, his body convulsing as the Shadowscale's venom targeted the parasitic spirit within him. Wraith, freed from Voldemort's compulsion, slithered rapidly to Harry's side. "He weakens," Wraith reported. "But is not yet defeated." Harry nodded, then did something that seemed insane but was calculated precisely for effect. He stepped forward and placed his hand directly on Quirrell's face. The effect was instantaneous and shocking. Where Harry's skin touched Quirrell's, the professor's flesh burned and blistered, causing him to shriek in agony. Voldemort howled in rage and pain. "What magic is this?" Voldemort demanded, his voice diminishing as Quirrell's body began to crumble beneath Harry's touch. "My mother's," Harry answered simply, grimacing through his own pain as he maintained contact. "Her love left a protection in my blood that your hatred can't tolerate." As Quirrell's body disintegrated, a dark, smoky form wrenched itself free, Voldemort's spirit, diminished and enraged. It hovered momentarily before Harry, its face barely recognizable in the swirling darkness. "This is merely a setback, Potter," it hissed, voice fading. "There are other ways to return, other servants to aid me." "And I'll be waiting," Harry replied steadily, even as the pain in his scar threatened to blind him. "With friends you never anticipated." The wraith-like form of Voldemort gave one final, inhuman scream before fleeing through the wall, leaving behind only Quirrell's empty robes and a cloud of dust. Harry sank to his knees, exhausted from the confrontation. The Shadowscales gathered around him protectively, while Wraith pressed against his hand in a gesture of solidarity. "You have faced the Dark One and prevailed, Speaker," Night Vale observed. "But this is merely the first battle in a longer war." "I know," Harry agreed, rubbing his aching scar. "He'll be back. And we need to be ready." Dumbledore found Harry there minutes later, surrounded by his serpent allies in a scene that would have shocked most of the wizarding world. The headmaster, however, merely raised his eyebrows slightly before helping Harry to his feet. "I see you've made some unusual friends, Harry," he remarked mildly, his eyes taking in the various snakes, including the rare Shadowscales. "And faced a formidable enemy." "Professor," Harry began, unsure how to explain what had just occurred. Dumbledore raised a hand. "Professor Quirrell's absence from the Quidditch match concerned me, especially when I noticed you were missing as well. I feared you might encounter each other, though I confess, I didn't expect quite this outcome." "You knew?" Harry asked, stunned. "About Quirrell and Voldemort?" "I suspected," Dumbledore corrected. "But lacked proof sufficient to act without endangering the school. It seems you found that proof, and a rather effective solution." Harry nodded slowly. "Sir, about the snakes. Your Parseltongue ability?" Dumbledore smiled gently. "I've been aware of your gift since shortly after your arrival, Harry. The portraits report unusual serpent activity has increased dramatically this year. And the Sorting Hat mentioned you had some interesting qualities. You're not concerned?" Harry asked carefully. "About your ability, no. About your clandestine information network utilizing magical serpents throughout my school." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled slightly. "That perhaps warrants a conversation. But not tonight. You've had quite enough excitement for one day." In the hospital wing, after Madame Pomfrey had treated Harry's magical exhaustion and the burn-like marks on his hands, Dumbledore visited again. This time, their conversation was more direct. "I must admit, Harry, I've underestimated you," the headmaster said, sitting beside the bed. "Few wizards would have faced Voldemort as you did, and fewer still would have thought to use serpent allies against a Parselmouth." "It was actually because he was a Parselmouth, sir," Harry explained. "My friends warned me he spoke to them differently, with compulsion, trying to force obedience rather than earn cooperation. The shadow scales were immune because their perception works differently." "Fascinating," Dumbledore murmured. "You've developed quite a sophisticated understanding of serpent magic for one so young." Harry hesitated, then decided on honesty. "I've been working with snakes since I was 4, sir. They protected me from my cousin Dudley and taught me about my abilities years before my Hogwarts letter arrived." Dumbledore's expression grew grave. "I see. It seems your time with the Dursleys was even more difficult than I anticipated. For that, Harry, I must apologize. The protection your mother's sacrifice provided was crucial, but I never intended for you to suffer as you clearly did." Harry nodded, accepting the apology but not quite ready to forgive the implications. "Sir, there's something else you should know. I found the Chamber of Secrets." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose dramatically. "Indeed? That is a significant discovery, Harry. And I plan to enter it," Harry continued boldly. "To speak with the basilisk." For once, Dumbledore appeared genuinely startled. "Harry, a basilisk is not merely a large serpent. It's an XXXXX classified magical creature of immense danger, that's been imprisoned for centuries," Harry interjected. "Forced to attack when called upon by heirs of Slytherin like Voldemort, who opened the chamber 50 years ago and framed Hagrid when a student died. The basilisk deserves the chance to choose a different path." Dumbledore studied Harry thoughtfully. "You speak as though you've given this considerable thought." "I have, sir. My network, what we call the Whisper Web, operates on mutual respect and choice. Every serpent joins willingly. I believe even the basilisk should have that option." After a long moment, Dumbledore nodded. "Very well, Harry. But I insist on conditions. You will not enter the chamber alone. I will accompany you, invisible but present. And you will prepare proper safety measures, roosters, mirrors, and an evacuation plan." "Agreed," Harry said immediately, knowing this compromise was better than expected. "And Professor? There's one more thing." "Yes. Voldemort knows about my Parseltongue abilities now. He'll likely spread that information when he returns, trying to turn public opinion against me." Dumbledore sighed. "A valid concern. Parseltongue has indeed acquired dark associations, particularly since Voldemort's rise. How do you propose to address this?" "By controlling the narrative," Harry replied with determination. "Instead of hiding my abilities, I want to redefine what they mean. Show that Parseltongue can be used for protection and healing, not just manipulation and destruction." The headmaster's eyes twinkled with renewed interest. "A bold strategy, Harry. Risky, but potentially transformative." He stood, adjusting his half-moon spectacles. "Rest now. When you're recovered, we'll discuss both your basilisk expedition and this public relations campaign of yours." After Dumbledore left, Hermione was allowed a brief visit. She rushed to Harry's bedside, her face a mixture of relief and exasperation. "You faced you-know-who," she whispered urgently. "Alone." "Not alone," Harry corrected with a small smile. "I had excellent backup." Hermione glanced at Twist, who had resumed his position curled against Harry's wrist. "Your plan worked, but it was still incredibly dangerous. Ron's going to be furious he missed everything." "Speaking of Ron," Harry said carefully, "I think it's time to bring him into our confidence. At least partially." Hermione looked surprised. "Are you sure? About the Parseltongue and everything?" Harry nodded. Dumbledore's right, I can't keep it secret forever. Better to tell friends on my terms than have them hear it as a rumor. Besides, we're going to need help with our next project. The basilisk, Hermione guessed correctly. Dumbledore actually agreed. With conditions, Harry confirmed. But yes. Once I'm out of here, we begin preparation for the most important recruitment mission the Whisper Web has ever undertaken. Hermione shook her head in amazement. Harry Potter and a basilisk as allies. The wizarding world isn't ready for this. Harry smiled, stroking Twist's scales gently. They'll adapt. Just like I did when I first heard a whisper in the garden 7 years ago. The Chamber of Secrets expedition was scheduled for the last weekend in February, giving Harry and his team ample time to prepare. Ron, after his initial shock at learning about Harry's Parseltongue abilities and serpent network, had thrown himself into the preparations with unexpected enthusiasm. "This is bloody brilliant," he declared after meeting Wraith and several other key members of the Whisper Web. "All this time I thought you were just lucky, but you've been running intelligence operations like some kind of snake spymaster." Harry had laughed at the description, but appreciated his friend's acceptance. Not everyone would react so positively to his abilities, but having Ron and Hermione firmly in his corner strengthened his resolve to be more open about his gifts. On the appointed day, Harry, Ron, and Hermione met Dumbledore at Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The ghost herself watched curiously as Harry approached the serpent-marked sink. "Open," he hissed, causing Ron to shiver slightly despite his newfound appreciation for Harry's talent. The entrance revealed itself just as before, the sink sliding away to expose the large pipe leading downward. "Most impressive," Dumbledore murmured, peering down into the darkness. "Salazar's craftsmanship endures after a millennium." As agreed, Dumbledore disillusioned himself before they descended, remaining a nearly invisible presence as Harry led the way down the slippery pipe. Night Veil and the Shadow Scales accompanied them, providing Harry with shadow sight protection against the basilisk's gaze if necessary. The journey through the subterranean tunnel was tense but uneventful. When they reached the ornate door marked with entwined serpents, Harry paused to address his friends. "Remember the plan," he said quietly. "If anything goes wrong, the roosters are our first defense. Ron, you're in charge of them. Hermione, you monitor the enchanted mirrors we've placed. I'll attempt communication first, with shadow sight active." Both nodded solemnly, their faces reflecting determination despite their fear. Harry turned back to the door. "Open," he commanded again, and the serpent door parted smoothly. The chamber beyond was vast and dimly lit, its high ceiling supported by towering stone pillars entwined with carved serpents. At the far end stood a monumental statue of Salazar Slytherin, his ancient face stern and imperious. Harry advanced slowly, the shadow scales moving like liquid darkness at his feet. "Great One of the Chamber," he called in Parseltongue, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. "I seek audience with you," one speaker to another. For a long moment, silence answered him. Then came a sound, stone grinding against stone as the mouth of Salazar's statue began to open. From within emerged the most magnificent serpent Harry had ever seen. The basilisk was enormous, easily 60 feet long and as thick as a tree trunk. Its scales gleamed a poisonous green in the chamber's dim light, and atop its head sat a brilliant red plume. Through his shadow sight, Harry perceived the basilisk's essence, ancient, powerful, and heavy with centuries of isolation and enforced slumber. "Who disturbs my rest?" The basilisk's voice resonated not just in Harry's ears but seemed to vibrate through the stone floor beneath him. "Another heir comes to command? To use me as weapon against the unworthy?" "No," Harry replied firmly. "I am Harry Potter, and I come to offer choice, not to command." The massive serpent's head lowered slightly, bringing it closer to Harry's level, though still towering above him. "Choice? What choice has ever been offered to me, bound to this chamber by Salazar's magic?" "A new path," Harry said. "Alliance instead of servitude. Respect instead of compulsion." The basilisk's tongue flicked out, tasting the air around Harry. "You speak truth words, young one. But how would you break chains forged by Slytherin himself?" "Together," Harry answered simply. "With help from others who were once bound but now choose their own way." He gestured to the shadow scales, who advanced fearlessly to position themselves between Harry and the basilisk, not aggressively, but as equals acknowledging a greater serpent. "Shadowkin," the basilisk observed with apparent surprise. "And you, young speaker, your eyes hold their blessing. Few wizards have ever been granted such trust." "I earned it," Harry said. "As I hope to earn yours. May I know your name, Great One?" The basilisk seemed taken aback by the question. "Name? The heirs called me only Serpent or Weapon or Death Gaze. Salazar named me Serfina." "A noble name," Harry acknowledged. "Serfina, I propose an arrangement. Help me understand Salazar's binding magic, and I will work to modify it, not to free you entirely, as that might be dangerous for both of us, but to grant you agency and dignity. In return, you would join my network of serpent allies, sharing wisdom and receiving protection." "And if I refuse?" Serfina asked, though her tone suggested curiosity rather than hostility. "Then I leave you in peace," Harry answered honestly. "I will not force what is not freely given. That is the foundation of my whisper web." For what seemed an eternity, Serfina considered Harry's proposal. Behind him, he could sense Ron and Hermione's tension, and somewhere nearby, Dumbledore's disillusioned presence remained attentive. "You are unlike the others who have come before," Serfina finally declared. "Young in body but old in spirit. I accept your proposal, Harry Potter. Let us explore what new path might be forged from ancient bindings." Relief and triumph surged through Harry. "Thank you, Serfina. This is the beginning of something important for both of us." What followed was a remarkable exchange, with Serfina describing the magical constraints Salazar had placed upon her and Harry taking careful notes for future research. When they eventually left the chamber, Serfina returning voluntarily to her resting place until Harry could return with more information, both Ron and Hermione were wide-eyed with amazement. "That was the most terrifying and brilliant thing I've ever seen," Ron whispered as they made their way back up a magical staircase Dumbledore had conjured to replace the slippery pipe. "You did it, Harry," Hermione added, her voice equal parts proud and stunned. "You actually formed an alliance with Slytherin's monster." "Serfina," Harry corrected gently. "Her name is Serfina. And she's not a monster, she's a magical creature who's been used and imprisoned for centuries. That ends now." As they emerged from Myrtle's bathroom, Dumbledore reappeared, his expression thoughtful as he regarded Harry. "I have witnessed many extraordinary things in my long life," the headmaster said quietly, "but what occurred today may well surpass them all. You showed not only courage, Harry, but a quality much rarer, the wisdom to seek understanding before confrontation." Harry nodded in acknowledgement of the compliment. "Thank you for trusting me, Professor. This is just the beginning, though. Serfina deserves better than eternal confinement, and I intend to help her." "A worthy goal," Dumbledore agreed. "Though one that will require extensive magical research and careful implementation. I believe I can assist with both. Perhaps this summer, you might visit Hogwarts for some special projects." The offer, to stay at Hogwarts rather than return to the Dursleys, was more precious than Dumbledore could know. "I'd like that very much, sir." As Harry and his friends returned to Gryffindor Tower, his mind was already racing with possibilities. The addition of Serfina to his network changed everything. A basilisk ally, especially one with Salazar Slytherin's magical knowledge, would provide unprecedented capabilities and intelligence. More importantly, this success reinforced Harry's fundamental approach, building relationships based on mutual respect rather than dominance, creating a web of allies who chose to support each other rather than being compelled. It was a philosophy diametrically opposed to Voldemort's, despite their shared Parseltongue ability. And when the Dark Wizard eventually returned, as Harry knew he would, that philosophical difference would prove more significant than any magical power. The boy who lived had become the boy who listened, who understood, who offered choices. And in doing so, he was creating a foundation for victory that Voldemort, with all his power and terror, could never comprehend. Chapter 3, The Council of Scales. Summer at Hogwarts felt like discovering an entirely different school. Without the bustle of students filling its corridors, the ancient castle revealed a more contemplative character. Secret gardens bloomed in forgotten courtyards, suits of armor conversed in creaking metallic whispers, and the library's restricted section became considerably less restricted. For Harry, now 13 and free from the Dursleys' neglect for the first time in his life, these summer months represented an unprecedented opportunity. Dumbledore had arranged for him to stay at the castle, ostensibly to work on special projects under the guidance of various professors who maintained residence year-round. The true nature of these projects, however, remained carefully obscured from all but a select few. The binding spells are remarkably complex, Professor Flitwick observed one July morning, peering at the parchment where Harry had transcribed Serfina's description of Salazar's magic. The diminutive charms professor was one of only 3 staff members, along with Dumbledore and, surprisingly, Professor McGonagall, who knew about Harry's alliance with the Basilisk. It's not just a simple compulsion, Harry agreed, pointing to a particular set of Parseltongue symbols he'd sketched. Serfina described it as chains of blood and intent that connect her to Slytherin's lineage. Anyone with his blood can activate the commands, but the connection weakens with each generation. Fascinating, Flitwick squeaked, adjusting his spectacles. Blood magic combined with beast-binding charms, highly illegal today, of course, but standard practice in the Founder's era. Can it be modified without breaking it entirely? Harry asked, the question that had occupied him for months. I promised Serfina more freedom without endangering the school. Flitwick tapped his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps, with a substitution ritual. Replace the blood connection to Slytherin's heirs with something more consensual, a magical contract of sorts. It would require precisely coordinated spell work in Parseltongue, however. Harry nodded, already considering possibilities. His conversations with Serfina had become the highlight of his summer, each visit to the chamber revealing more about the ancient serpent's extraordinary knowledge and complex personality. Unlike the smaller members of his network, Serfina possessed an intellect that rivaled or exceeded many humans, with memories stretching back centuries. I'll discuss it with her today, Harry decided. She mentioned something called covenant magic that Salazar used with his earliest serpent allies, before he became more controlling. Excellent, Flitwick enthused. Document everything she tells you. This is magical history that's never been recorded. Later that afternoon, Harry made his way to Myrtle's bathroom, now permanently sealed to other students with specialized wards Dumbledore had created. The ghost herself had been sworn to secrecy, a duty she took surprisingly seriously once Harry explained that her own death had been caused by Tom Riddle's misuse of Serfina. Open, Harry hissed at the serpent-marked sink, which obligingly slid away to reveal the entrance. Rather than sliding down the filthy pipe, Harry now descended via a proper staircase, one of many improvements made during his summer residency. The chamber itself had undergone transformation as well. Magical lights illuminated the vast space, and the stagnant pools had been refreshed with clean water. In the central area, comfortable furnishings created a meeting space where Harry could converse with Serfina without straining his neck to look up at her massive form. Young speaker, Serfina greeted him as she emerged from behind Slytherin's statue. Despite her immense size, she moved with fluid grace, her scales gleaming healthier than when Harry had first encountered her. You bring new questions today. And a proposal, Harry replied, settling into an armchair sized for Hagrid. Professor Flitwick believes we might be able to modify your binding without breaking it entirely. A substitution ritual involving covenant magic. The basilisk's massive head tilted with interest. Covenant magic. Salazar spoke of such things in the early days. Before his heart hardened against those not of pure blood. You knew him well? Harry asked, still awed by conversing with a being who had personal memories of the founders. I was his first creation, Serfina replied, coiling her enormous body around the meeting area. Born of a chicken's egg beneath a toad, as all basilisks are, but with modifications to my essence. He spoke to me from my hatching, taught me language and purpose before teaching me to hunt and kill. What changed him? Harry asked, sensing a story Serfina needed to tell. The basilisk's vertical pupils narrowed slightly. The same thing that changes many humans, fear of losing power. The other founders questioned his methods. Students from non-magical families flourished, challenging his belief in blood supremacy. He grew bitter, resentful. And he changed your purpose, Harry guessed. From companion to weapon. Yes, Serfina confirmed. The binding was originally meant for mutual protection, would guard the castle, and the castle would guard me. But as his views darkened, so did the magic. He altered the binding to compel obedience, to force me to purge those he deemed unworthy. Harry leaned forward, perceiving an important distinction. You said he altered the binding, not replaced it. Does that mean the original covenant still exists beneath the compulsion? Serfina's massive head drew closer, her tongue flicking out to taste the air around Harry. Perceptive, speaker. Yes, the foundation remains, buried but not destroyed. That is why I could resist the last heir's commands to kill directly. I could only petrify when possible, could only strike when explicitly ordered. This revelation sent Harry's mind racing with possibilities. If the original covenant still exists, perhaps we don't need to create something new, just strip away the corrupted layers and restore what was intended. A restoration rather than replacement, Serfina mused. It has elegance. But it would require a speaker with pure intent, one whose magic recognizes the castle as home and its inhabitants as worthy of protection. Like me, Harry said softly. Like you, the basilisk agreed. But be warned, young speaker, such magic involves soul-deep commitment. If you restore the covenant, you bind yourself to it as well. My protection becomes your responsibility, as does the castle's protection of both of us. Harry considered this carefully. A magical commitment linking him permanently to both Hogwarts and Serfina was no small matter. Yet something about it felt right, a formalization of bonds that had already begun forming. I need time to research this properly, he finally said. To understand exactly what I'd be committing to. Wise, Serfina approved. Salazar's impulsiveness was his downfall. He bound without fully understanding, then regretted his haste. She shifted her massive coils, causing the floor to vibrate slightly. While you consider this greater magic, perhaps we might discuss your growing network. The forest serpents speak of a gathering place you've established. Harry nodded, relaxing into a more familiar topic. A clearing about half a mile into the forest. We call it the Council Circle. Representatives from different serpent species meet there to share information and coordinate activities. A parliament of serpents, Serfina observed with what sounded like approval. Unusual in our kind. We are not naturally social creatures across species. Neither are humans, Harry pointed out. Yet we build societies anyway. The benefits of cooperation outweigh natural tendencies toward isolation. The basilisk made a sound that Harry had come to recognize as laughter, a soft, hissing exhalation. You speak wisdom beyond your years, Harry Potter. Perhaps when your research is complete, I might observe this counsel of yours. The idea of introducing Serfina to his wider network sent both excitement and anxiety through Harry. That would be remarkable. Though logistically challenging. Indeed, Serfina agreed. My size does present certain limitations. Though there are ways a basilisk might travel that would surprise even a seasoned wizard. That cryptic statement lingered in Harry's mind long after he'd left the chamber, adding yet another research question to his growing list. By August, with the new school year approaching, Harry had established a comprehensive structure for his serpent network. What had begun as an informal alliance now operated as a coordinated system with specialized roles and clear communication protocols. The council circle itself had been carefully prepared, a secluded clearing deep enough in the Forbidden Forest to remain undisturbed, yet accessible enough for Harry to visit regularly. Natural features had been enhanced to create designated areas for different species, sun-warmed rocks for heat-loving varieties, shallow pools for water serpents, and low, hollow logs for those preferring darkness. At the center stood a flat stone table, approximately 3 feet high, where Harry would sit during formal council meetings. The arrangement allowed all serpents to see and be seen, with acoustics that carried sound perfectly throughout the space. This evening, as twilight bathed the forest in golden light, Harry made his way to the circle for the final council meeting before term began. Wraith, as always, accompanied him, the silver-marked snake now regarded as Harry's chief lieutenant among the serpent community. "The forest feels unsettled tonight," Wraith observed as they walked. "Something disturbs the centaur herds. They've moved deeper into the western valleys." Harry filed this information away, another piece in the constant puzzle of Hogwarts' complex ecosystem. "Any signs of what's causing their unease?" "Nothing certain," Wraith replied. But Night Vale mentioned unusual tracks near the eastern boundary, larger than wolf but moving like shadow. Before Harry could inquire further, they arrived at the council circle. The sight that greeted him still inspired awe, even after numerous meetings. Nearly 40 serpents of varying species had assembled, arranged in concentric rings around the stone table. The hierarchy had developed naturally, the eldest and most magically powerful positioned nearest the center, with younger or smaller serpents forming the outer circles. Harry took his place at the table, Wraith coiling beside him, and observed his gathered allies. The shadow scales occupied prominent positions, their silver eyes gleaming in the fading light. The whispering asps, barely larger than earthworms but possessing remarkable memories, clustered on a small raised platform where their tiny voices could be better heard. Several species Harry had never encountered before joining Hogwarts were now integral to the network: brilliant blue mist gliders that could become partially vaporous, copper-scaled ember tongues whose breath could ignite flammable materials, and the rare crystal vipers, whose transparent scales refracted light into disorienting patterns. "The council gathers," Harry began formally, using the ritual opening they'd established. "To share knowledge, strengthen bonds, and protect our shared territory. Who brings word from the boundaries?" A massive black serpent with iridescent scales, Shardtail, eldest of the crystal vipers, raised his head. "The acromantulas expand their hunting grounds again. 3 of our nestlings were taken near the western stream." Murmurs of agitation rippled through the assembly. The giant spiders of the forest had long been antagonistic toward serpents, and territorial disputes had intensified since Harry established the council. "They grow bolder," observed Ash Scale, an ancient adder with battle scars crisscrossing her faded patterns. "Their colony swells beyond sustainable size. Conflict becomes inevitable." "What of the half-giant who protects them?" asked a younger mist glider. "He brings them food, encourages their breeding." Harry frowned slightly. Hagrid's affection for Aragog and his descendants complicated matters. Any direct action against the acromantulas would risk harming his friendship with the gamekeeper. "We avoid direct confrontation for now," Harry decided after careful consideration. "But we establish clear territorial markers. Ember tongues to lay scent boundaries, shadow scales to patrol at night. Any acromantula crossing the markers is fair prey, but we do not hunt in their established territory." This compromise seemed to satisfy most of the council, though Shardtail and several others clearly preferred more aggressive measures. "What of the castle?" Harry continued, moving to the next agenda item. "Any unusual activities as the professors prepare for term?" A tiny whispering ASP raised her thread-like body. "The headmaster receives many owls bearing ministry seals. The female deputy speaks of increased security, special arrangements. Something comes to the castle this year that requires preparation." Harry exchanged glances with Wraith. This aligned with hints Dumbledore had dropped during their recent conversations, references to international magical cooperation and historic events. "The human hatchlings return soon," Night Vale noted from his shadowy position. "Will our operations change with their presence?" Some adjustment will be necessary, Harry acknowledged. More caution in the corridors, restricted movement during daylight hours. But our fundamental structure remains: information gathering, territory protection, and mutual support. As the meeting progressed through reports from various sectors, Harry reflected on how dramatically his network had evolved. What had begun as a child's desperate alliance with garden snakes had transformed into something resembling a shadow government, a hidden community with its own laws, hierarchy, and purpose. The meeting concluded with a ritual that had developed spontaneously during early gatherings. Each serpent, beginning with the youngest, moved past the stone table, briefly touching Harry's outstretched hand with their head in acknowledgement of the bond between them. It was neither submission nor dominance, but recognition of mutual commitment. As the assembly dispersed into the darkening forest, Wraith remained with Harry. "You grow quieter at each council," the silver-marked snake observed as they began their walk back to the castle. "Do I?" Harry hadn't noticed the change in his own behavior. "You listen more, speak less," Wraith elaborated. "Your words carry greater weight when offered. It is the way of leaders who mature into their role." Harry considered this assessment. "Sometimes I wonder if I'm leading or being carried along by something I created but don't fully control. The council has developed its own momentum, its own culture." "As it should," Wraith replied. "A leader who must control every aspect rules nothing but shells. True leadership nurtures growth beyond oneself." The wisdom in these words struck Harry deeply. At 13, he found himself contemplating leadership philosophies that many adults never mastered, shaped by his unique position bridging human and serpent worlds. As they neared the forest edge, Wraith suddenly tensed, his body going rigid. "Something follows," he hissed urgently. Harry stopped, hand instinctively reaching for his wand. "Hostile?" "Uncertain," Wraith replied. "Large, but moving with purpose, not hunting aggression. It watches, assesses." After several tense moments of silence, a low, rumbling growl emerged from the underbrush to their left. Harry raised his wand, a defensive spell on his lips, when an enormous black dog stepped into view. But this was no ordinary dog. Its eyes gleamed with an intelligence that immediately struck Harry as consciousness beyond animal instinct. It regarded him steadily, making no aggressive move despite its intimidating size. "Not dog," Wraith hissed softly. "Man-shape hidden in beast form. An animagus?" Harry kept his wand raised but didn't cast. "Who are you?" he asked directly, switching to English. The dog's form shimmered and elongated, transforming into a gaunt, ragged man with long, matted black hair and hollow eyes. Despite his emaciated appearance, Harry recognized him immediately from wanted posters that had plastered the wizarding world all summer. "Sirius Black," Harry breathed, tightening his grip on his wand. The escaped prisoner raised empty hands in a placating gesture. "Harry," he said, his voice hoarse from disuse. "I mean you no harm. I've been trying to find a way to approach you safely for weeks. You're the reason the centaurs moved west," Harry realized. "They sensed you watching me." Black looked surprised at this insight. "Perceptive." "Yes, I've been observing from a distance, trying to determine how to contact you without causing alarm." His gaunt face softened. "You look so much like James, but those meetings in the forest, that's all Lily's influence. She always saw beyond human arrogance toward other magical beings." The mention of his parents momentarily threw Harry off balance. "You knew them well?" "I was your father's best friend," Black replied simply. "And your godfather?" Wraith, sensing Harry's confusion, positioned himself protectively between them. "He speaks truth words," the serpent assessed, having observed Black carefully. "But holds great pain and purpose. Caution, speaker." Harry gave a slight nod of acknowledgement to Wraith before addressing Black again. "The entire wizarding world believes you betrayed my parents to Voldemort and murdered 13 people. Give me one reason why I shouldn't stun you and call the Aurors." "Because I'm innocent," Black stated firmly. "I never served Voldemort. I never killed anyone. The true traitor was Peter Pettigrew, the man everyone believes I murdered. Pettigrew is dead, Harry countered. Has been for 12 years. Black shook his head vehemently. He faked his death after betraying your parents, framed me, and has been hiding ever since. As a rat animagus, specifically, your friend Ron Weasley's pet rat. This claim was so specific, so verifiable, that it gave Harry pause. The strategic part of his mind, developed through years of leading his network, recognized that such an easily disproven lie would serve no purpose. Scabbers? Harry remembered Twist's assessment of Ron's pet 2 years earlier, unnatural. That creature smells wrong. Not truly rat. Yes, Black confirmed eagerly. Missing a toe on his front paw, isn't he? That corresponds to the finger Pettigrew cut off before blowing up the street and transforming to escape. Harry's mind raced through implications and possibilities. If Black was telling the truth, an innocent man had spent 12 years in Azkaban while his parents' real betrayer slept in Ron's bed. What would you have me do? Wraith asked quietly. The human authorities will not believe him without proof. Find Twist, Harry instructed after a moment's thought. Have him confirm whether Scabbers is indeed a transformed human. And alert our castle sentries to watch for him. If he realizes Black is here, he might flee. Wraith slipped away into the underbrush as Harry returned his attention to Black. I'm not making any decisions tonight, he said firmly. I need to verify your claims. In the meantime, where have you been hiding? A cave in the mountains beyond Hogsmeade, Black replied. Not comfortable, but secure. Stay there, Harry instructed. I'll send word when I've checked about Scabbers. If what you're saying is true. He hesitated, the magnitude of the situation sinking in. Well, let's establish that first. Black nodded, desperation and hope warring in his gaunt face. Thank you, Harry. That's more than I expected. He hesitated, then added, those snakes you were meeting with in the forest, that's extraordinary magic. James would have been shocked, but Lily, she would have understood. She always saw connections others missed. With that cryptic comment, Black transformed back into his dog form and loped away into the forest, leaving Harry with far more questions than answers as the summer drew to a close. The start of term brought new complications. Hogwarts indeed hosted a special event that year, the Triwizard Tournament, a legendary competition between the 3 largest European wizarding schools. With delegates from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang taking up residence in the castle, Harry's network faced unprecedented challenges maintaining their hidden operations. More concerning was the presence of Dementors around the school perimeter, stationed there to capture Sirius Black, whose innocence Harry was becoming increasingly convinced of. Twist had confirmed that Scabbers indeed registered to his senses as human in rat, and the pet's suspicious behavior since Black's escape, losing weight, appearing nervous, repeatedly attempting to flee, supported the theory. By mid-October, Harry had gathered enough evidence to bring his suspicions to Dumbledore. The headmaster listened gravely to Harry's account of meeting Black and the subsequent investigation. A most disturbing possibility, Dumbledore acknowledged when Harry finished. If true, it represents a miscarriage of justice of the highest order. It's true, Harry insisted. Multiple serpent observers have confirmed Scabbers registers as human in animal form. And I've checked the historical accounts, Black never received a trial. He was simply sent straight to Azkaban in the chaos after my parents' deaths. Dumbledore sighed heavily. The ministry was, less than thorough in many cases during that dark period. Bartemius Crouch, who headed magical law enforcement then, took a harsh approach to suspected Death Eaters. So you'll help? Harry pressed. I will investigate discreetly, the headmaster promised. But Harry, this must be handled with extreme caution. If Pettigrew is indeed alive and realizes he's been discovered, he could become dangerous, both to himself and others. Harry nodded, understanding the delicate nature of the situation. In the meantime, is there any way to keep the Dementors farther from the castle? They're affecting more than just humans. My network reports that magical creatures throughout the forest are showing signs of distress. The Dementors are ministry-controlled, Dumbledore replied, frustration evident in his voice. I've objected to their presence from the beginning, but been overruled. However, your observation about their impact on the forest ecosystem provides a new argument I might leverage with the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. 2 days later, as Harry sat with Ron and Hermione at breakfast, an unfamiliar owl delivered a small, unmarked note. Opening it carefully, Harry recognized Dumbledore's narrow handwriting, evidence mounting. Need physical confirmation. Containment plan in development. Maintain distance but vigilance. Good news? Hermione asked, noticing Harry's expression lighten. Potentially, he replied quietly, showing her and Ron the note. Both had been fully briefed on the Sirius/Pettigrew situation, with Ron moving through initial disbelief to horror at having harbored his family's betrayer for years. So Dumbledore believes us about Scabbers, Ron whispered, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. Enough to investigate seriously, Harry confirmed. But we still need to catch him to prove it definitively. Hermione frowned thoughtfully. Scabbers has been hiding most of the time lately. You'll need some way to flush him out and contain him simultaneously. I've been thinking about that, Harry admitted. And I may have a solution that requires cooperation between our human and serpent resources. Later that evening, in their secure meeting room, Harry outlined his plan. It utilized Ron as bait, with Scabbers' favorite treats, Hermione's expertise with containment charms, and a coordinated effort from several specialized serpents to prevent escape. The knot adders can create a boundary spell when properly arranged, Harry explained, referring to the serpents capable of forming magical configurations with their bodies. Combined with Hermione's containment charm and the mist gliders blocking physical escape routes, we should be able to trap him long enough for the revealing spell. And if he is Pettigrew? Ron asked, still struggling with the implications. We summon Dumbledore immediately, Harry replied. This isn't something we handle ourselves. The trap was set for the following night in an unused classroom Dumbledore had subtly suggested would be particularly undisturbed. Everything proceeded according to plan, almost too easily. Scabbers, lured by Ron's treats and seeming unusually compliant, entered the prepared area without hesitation. Now! Harry commanded as the rat crossed the threshold. Hermione cast her containment charm as the knot adders formed their magical configuration, creating layered barriers that would prevent both physical escape and transformation. The mist gliders took position at strategic points, ready to intercept any unexpected movement. Something wrong, Wraith suddenly hissed from his observation point. The rat man shows no fear. Too calm. The warning came too late. As Ron approached with his wand to cast the revealing spell, Scabbers suddenly convulsed, not in panic, but in deliberate, controlled movements. The rat's body seemed to shimmer, not transforming but somehow shifting internally. Back! Harry shouted, pulling Ron away just as the containment barriers flared with magical resistance. Where Scabbers had been now sat a different rat, identical in appearance but radiating different magical energy. The barriers, calibrated for a specific magical signature, fluctuated in confusion. It's not him, Hermione gasped. It's a substitute. Harry's mind raced. If this wasn't Pettigrew, then where was the real traitor? And how had he managed to switch places with a decoy? Before they could recover from their shock, the classroom door burst open. Professor McGonagall stood framed in the doorway, her expression severe but with an underlying current of urgency. Potter, Weasley, Granger, the headmaster requires your immediate presence, she announced, then noticed the magical barriers and assembled serpents. Her eyebrows rose slightly, but she made no comment on the obvious operation in progress. Has something happened, Professor? Harry asked, already dismantling the trap with quick gestures to his serpent allies. There has been an incident in Hogsmeade, McGonagall replied carefully. Concerning Sirius Black. That is all I am at liberty to say until you speak with Professor Dumbledore. The three friends exchanged alarmed glances. Had Pettigrew somehow realized he was being hunted and gone after Black? Or had Black, growing impatient, attempted something reckless? In Dumbledore's office, they found not only the headmaster but also a familiar black dog, which transformed into Sirius Black as they entered. To Harry's shock, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge was also present, looking distinctly uncomfortable. "Ah, excellent," Dumbledore said as they entered. "Now we can proceed with explanations." Over the next hour, a remarkable story unfolded. Pettigrew, apparently alerted to the investigation by overhearing a conversation between Ron and Harry, had fled the castle days earlier. Black, through his animagus form, had tracked him to Hogsmeade, where a confrontation ensued in the Shrieking Shack. Dumbledore, having set his own surveillance after Harry's information, arrived in time to prevent Pettigrew's escape. "The criminal is now in Ministry custody," Fudge explained, still looking shell-shocked. "Under Veritaserum questioning, he has confirmed Mr. Black's innocence in the betrayal of the Potters and the Muggle killings." "So Sirius is free?" Harry asked, hardly daring to believe it. "Officially pardoned with the Ministry's deepest apologies," Fudge confirmed, looking like the words physically pained him. "With substantial compensation for wrongful imprisonment, of course." Black, Sirius, smiled weakly. "Meaning I'm no longer a homeless fugitive. And more importantly," he looked directly at Harry, "I can now properly offer what I should have 12 years ago, a home, if you want it." The offer, so unexpected yet so deeply desired, left Harry momentarily speechless. A home with someone who had actually known and loved his parents. Someone who wasn't afraid of his Parseltongue ability. Someone who had already shown acceptance of his serpent network. "I'd like that," Harry managed finally, his voice thick with emotion. Later, after the immediate bureaucratic matters had been addressed and Fudge had departed, Dumbledore explained the more complex aspects of the situation. "It appears Mr. Pettigrew had created a contingency long before we began investigating," the headmaster explained. "The substitute rat was a common garden variety, transfigured with certain properties to mimic Scabbers' magical signature superficially. He would periodically switch places with it when needing to communicate with remaining Death Eater contacts. That's why the trap failed," Hermione realized. "We were targeting the wrong magical signature." "Indeed, Miss Granger. Quite ingenious, if deeply troubling." Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully. "What concerns me more is what Mr. Pettigrew revealed under questioning. He has apparently been in contact with remnants of Voldemort's followers, passing information about Harry's movements and activities at Hogwarts." Harry felt a chill run through him. "Does that mean Voldemort knows about my Parseltongue abilities? About the network?" "He suspected from your confrontation with Quirrell," Dumbledore replied. "But Pettigrew has provided confirmation in some details, though his understanding was limited by his rat form's perceptual constraints." This revelation complicated Harry's plans significantly. If Voldemort and his followers knew about the Whisper Web, operational security would need to be completely re-evaluated. "There is, however, a silver lining to these developments," Dumbledore continued, his eyes regaining some of their characteristic twinkle. "With Sirius exonerated and willing to assume guardianship, we have new legal options regarding your summer residence. The blood protection at your aunt's home remains important, but could potentially be maintained with much briefer visits." The implications of this statement, that Harry might need to spend only minimal time with the Dursleys, added yet another layer of unexpected joy to an already momentous day. As winter settled over Hogwarts and preparations for the Triwizard Tournament's first task accelerated, Harry found himself navigating increasingly complex waters. His network continued to expand and evolve, now incorporating intelligence about the visiting schools and their champions. His relationship with Sirius, conducted through regular correspondence and occasional secure visits arranged by Dumbledore, provided a long-missing family connection. But shadows loomed as well. Pettigrew's capture, while resolving one mystery, had revealed troubling indications of Voldemort's continued activities. And within the ministry, reports from Harry's contacts suggested growing concern about unusual serpent behavior around Hogwarts. The first indication of official interest came in late November, shortly after the tournament's first task. Harry was returning from a Care of Magical Creatures lesson when Professor McGonagall intercepted him. "Mr. Potter, a ministry representative has requested to speak with you," she informed him, her tone carefully neutral but her expression conveying caution. "He's waiting in the headmaster's office." "What's this about, Professor?" Harry asked as they walked toward the castle. "Officially, it concerns magical creature activity in the Forbidden Forest," McGonagall replied. "Unofficially." She lowered her voice. "The individual is from a rather obscure department that monitors unusual magical creature behavior patterns. Professor Dumbledore suggested you might want to be judicious in your responses." The warning was clear enough. Someone had noticed the organized serpent activity and come investigating. In Dumbledore's office, Harry found the headmaster engaged in apparently pleasant conversation with a thin, meticulously groomed wizard in formal ministry robes. The visitor's smile seemed permanently fixed, not reaching his calculating eyes. "Ah, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore greeted him. "Thank you for joining us. This is Mr. Augustus Rookwood, Special Consultant for the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures." The name triggered immediate recognition. Rookwood had been mentioned in Sirius's letters, a former unspeakable convicted as a Death Eater after the war, but released on claims of being under the Imperius Curse. His current ministry position was widely considered a political appointment arranged by sympathetic pure-blood factions. "An honor to meet you, Mr. Potter," Rookwood said smoothly, extending a hand. "Your reputation precedes you, of course." Harry shook the offered hand briefly, noting the calculating assessment behind the man's cordial expression. "What can I help you with, Mr. Rookwood?" "Straight to business, Admirable," Rookwood smiled thinly. "I'm investigating unusual serpent activity in and around Hogwarts. Our monitoring charms have detected organized movement patterns inconsistent with natural behavior. Given the school's current international visibility with the tournament, any potential magical creature issues become a matter of security." The phrasing was careful, betraying no specific knowledge of Harry's involvement yet clearly fishing for information. Harry maintained a neutral expression as he formulated his response. "The forest has many magical creatures, sir. I'm not sure how I can help with serpent behavior specifically." Rookwood's smile tightened almost imperceptibly. "Come now, Mr. Potter. False modesty doesn't become you. Your special affinity for serpents is not entirely unknown in certain ministry circles." So there it was, a direct reference to his Parseltongue abilities. Harry glanced at Dumbledore, who gave a nearly imperceptible nod. "I can speak to snakes, if that's what you're asking," Harry acknowledged calmly. "It's an ability I've had since childhood. But I don't control the movements of every serpent in the Forbidden Forest." "Of course not," Rookwood agreed silkily. "But perhaps you've communicated with some of them? Established certain relationships? Our monitoring shows specific gathering patterns at regular intervals. Most unusual for typically solitary creatures." Harry chose his next words carefully, aware he was navigating dangerous territory. "Professor Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures classes sometimes involve observation of forest species in their natural habitat. I've occasionally helped by translating when serpents are involved." It wasn't a lie, precisely. Harry had indeed assisted with several classes, though that represented only a fraction of his serpent interactions. "How educational," Rookwood remarked dryly. "And these academic observations account for the complex movement patterns our monitors have detected? The coordinated activities around the castle perimeter? The unprecedented cross-species serpent gatherings?" Before Harry could formulate a response, Dumbledore interjected smoothly. "Mr. Rookwood, while we appreciate the Ministry's vigilance regarding magical creature activity, I must point out that Hogwarts maintains sovereignty over its grounds and the adjacent forest. Any monitoring charms placed without the school's consent constitute a breach of the Educational Independence Act of 1631. Rookwood's fixed smile faltered slightly. The monitoring falls under the Magical Ecosystem Preservation Statute, Headmaster. Perfectly legal when endangered magical species might be affected. I believe that would require specific evidence of endangerment, Dumbledore countered pleasantly. Do you have documentation indicating such concerns? I'd be happy to review them with the Board of Governors. The exchange, couched in bureaucratic terminology, was clearly a power play that Rookwood hadn't anticipated. After several more minutes of increasingly tense verbal fencing, the ministry representative departed with little additional information, though his parting glance at Harry conveyed clear suspicion. He knows something, Harry observed once Rookwood had left. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed, his expression grave. Though the exact extent of his knowledge remains unclear. What is concerning is his presence at all. Augustus Rookwood's department normally focuses on large magical creature disturbances, dragon migrations, Selkie colony movements. Interest in serpent behavior patterns is atypical. He was a Death Eater, Harry stated flatly. According to Sirius, he only avoided Azkaban through political connections and claims of being imperiused. Correct, Dumbledore nodded. Which raises the question of whether his interest stems from official ministry concerns or other allegiances. The implication hung heavily in the air. If Voldemort was gathering strength, as Pettigrew's interrogation suggested, former followers like Rookwood might be acting as his eyes and ears within the ministry. I need to adjust the council's operations, Harry decided. Reduce visibility, change meeting patterns, implement additional security measures. A prudent response, Dumbledore agreed. Though I would suggest not disbanding your network entirely. It provides valuable intelligence that may become increasingly important in the coming months. Harry looked at the headmaster sharply. You think Voldemort is planning something specific? Dumbledore sighed heavily. I have concerns about the Triwizard Tournament. The timing of its revival after so many years, the insistence on Hogwarts as the venue despite security concerns, and now Rookwood's unusual interest in activities around the castle. You think the tournament is connected to Voldemort somehow? It creates opportunities for infiltration, for actions disguised as accidents, for attention to be directed away from subtle movements, Dumbledore explained. I have taken certain precautions, but your network provides an additional layer of vigilance that conventional security cannot match. Harry nodded, already formulating adaptations to their operational procedures. I'll maintain essential surveillance but reduce regular gatherings. And I'll need to warn the council about potential ministry monitoring. As he left Dumbledore's office, Harry's mind raced with strategic considerations. Rookwood's visit represented a fundamental shift. His network was no longer operating in comfortable obscurity but had drawn attention from potentially hostile forces. Adaptation would be necessary, and quickly. The reformed council now met at irregular intervals, in rotating locations throughout the forest. Harry established a system of distributed leadership, with key lieutenants like Wraith and Nightvale empowered to make tactical decisions without requiring full gatherings. Information flowed through specialized messenger chains rather than centralized meetings. By January, these changes had effectively countered the ministry's monitoring efforts. Rookwood made 2 more visits to Hogwarts but found little evidence of the organized serpent activity his instruments had previously detected. However, the operational adjustments came with costs. The reduced frequency of full council meetings meant information sometimes arrived fragmented or delayed. The specialized serpent species Harry had integrated into the network, many of whom required regular direction, became less effective without consistent leadership. These challenges came to a head as the tournament's second task approached in February. Harry's network had picked up concerning fragments of information, unusual movement in the lake, mere people agitation, and cryptic conversations among the judges, but lacked the coordinated analysis that regular council meetings would have provided. I need more comprehensive intelligence about the lake, Harry told Hermione and Ron in their secure meeting room. The task clearly involves it, but our information is incomplete. Can't you just ask the merpeople directly? Ron suggested. I mean, you talk to snakes. Maybe it works on fish people too. Parseltongue is specific to serpents, Hermione corrected him. Mermish is an entirely different magical language. There are water serpents in the lake, Harry noted. But they're difficult to communicate with, more primitive than land species, with different social structures. They don't integrate well into the network. Hermione frowned thoughtfully. What about using intermediate species? Magical creatures that interact with both land and water environments. The suggestion sparked an idea. The reed vipers, Harry realized. They hunt along the shoreline and occasionally swim. They might be able to establish communication with the lake serpents. That evening, Harry sent Wraith to organize a specialized reconnaissance team. By morning, preliminary reports confirmed their suspicions. The task would indeed involve retrieving something valuable from the lake's depths, with merpeople serving as guardians. What truly alarmed Harry, however, was additional intelligence gathered by his most secretive operatives. The Shadow Scales, moving through the castle at night, had overheard a conversation between Rookwood and another visitor, speaking in whispered tones about the boy's reaction when he discovers what's been taken, and vulnerability during the task. They're planning to use the second task against me somehow, Harry concluded during an emergency strategy session with his inner circle, Ron, Hermione, and his key serpent lieutenants. But the hostages are supposed to be perfectly safe, Hermione objected. The merpeople are under strict instructions, and Dumbledore would never allow actual harm. Unless someone interferes with the established parameters, Harry countered. Creates a situation where I'm isolated and vulnerable while trying to rescue. He stopped abruptly as a chilling realization struck him. They're going to use one of you as my hostage. The tournament organizers had been incredibly secretive about the second task's details, but the pattern was becoming clear. Each champion would need to retrieve what they would miss most from the lake. For Harry, that would almost certainly mean Ron or Hermione. So what do we do? Ron asked, looking uneasy at the prospect of being unconscious underwater with potential sabotage in play. We prepare for interference, Harry decided. Wraith, I need our lake operatives at maximum alert during the task. Night Vale, can the Shadow Scales monitor Rookwood's movements in the days leading up to the event? We can watch without being seen, the Shadow Scale confirmed. But our ability to intervene underwater would be limited. Not without assistance, came an unexpected voice from the classroom doorway. All heads turned to see Sis, now elderly but still dignified, slithering into the room accompanied by two unfamiliar serpents with iridescent blue-green scales and unusual finned crests. See Crite cousins, Sis explained. From the warm water tanks in the plant tenders' growing houses. They breathe both air and water, with venom that remains potent even diluted. Harry welcomed the newcomers respectfully. Your assistance would be greatly valued. What range can you operate in the lake? Cold limits us, one of the sea Crites admitted. But warming charms on strategic rocks would create sufficient basking spots for extended operation. The planning continued late into the night, with Harry developing a comprehensive security strategy involving both human and serpent elements. Hermione would research lake conditions and potential countermeasures for underwater attacks. Ron would quietly alert his brothers to maintain additional watch during the event. The sea Crites would establish a presence in the lake days before the task, acclimatizing and mapping merpeople territories. When the morning of the second task arrived, Harry felt reasonably confident in their preparations, until he discovered both Ron and Hermione were missing, confirming his suspicion that they would be the underwater hostages. The task proceeded largely as the tournament organizers had planned, with Harry using gillyweed to breathe underwater and navigate to the merpeople village. Finding both Ron and Hermione tethered alongside the other champions' hostages created a momentary ethical dilemma that Harry resolved by waiting to ensure all hostages would be rescued. What no one but Harry noticed, however, was the subtle serpent security operation unfolding simultaneously. The sea Crites patrolled invisible boundaries, watching for intrusion. Lake Serpents monitored the approach paths for unusual magical signatures. And beneath Harry's robes, coiled tightly around his arm, Twist maintained constant vigilance, ready to alert him to any direct threat. 20 minutes into the task, that vigilance proved critical. As Harry waited with Ron and Hermione still forms to ensure the other champions would retrieve their hostages, Twist suddenly tensed. "Magic changes," the grass snake warned. "The bindings on your friends, someone alters them from above." Harry immediately examined the magical ropes securing Ron and Hermione. They appeared unchanged, but when he touched them, he sensed subtle modification. The standard charm ensuring the hostages would awaken upon reaching the surface had been tampered with, replaced by something more complex and potentially dangerous. Without hesitation, Harry cast the severing charm Diffindo on both sets of bindings, freeing Ron and Hermione completely rather than leaving the altered enchantment intact. He then summoned the sea krites with a specialized underwater whistle they had established as a signal. "The magic has been corrupted," he explained rapidly as they arrived. "Escort them to the surface along the eastern approach, the judges are stationed to the west. Alert our shore team to receive them away from the official viewing area." As the sea krites guided the floating, unconscious forms of Ron and Hermione toward the surface, Harry remained behind to ensure Fleur's sister, the final hostage, would not be abandoned. When Fleur failed to appear, Harry brought the young girl to the surface himself, deliberately emerging at the official arrival point to avoid raising immediate suspicion about his friend's alternate route. The crowd's cheers at his return masked the quiet operation unfolding on the lake's eastern shore, where Wraith's team intercepted Ron and Hermione before the tampered magic could activate. By the time Harry extricated himself from the judges' scoring and congratulations, his friends had been safely revived using the proper countercharm and were waiting with concerned expressions. "Someone modified the enchantment," Harry confirmed as they reunited in their meeting room. Designed to trigger a delayed effect after surfacing, something that would have appeared as an unexpected complication rather than deliberate sabotage. "Did you see who did it?" Hermione asked, still pale from the experience. "No, but Night Vale's team observed Rookwood speaking with one of the Ministry task supervisors last night," Harry replied grimly. "And Twist detected the magical signature of the tampering, consistent with dark magic." The incident confirmed Harry's suspicions that something larger was unfolding around the tournament. Someone wanted to harm him, or at minimum, create a situation where he appeared vulnerable or unstable. The question was whether this represented an isolated attempt or part of a coordinated strategy. "I think it's time to accelerate our research into Serfina's binding," Harry decided after lengthy discussion. If Voldemort is indeed planning some kind of return, having a basilisk ally with unrestricted movement could prove crucial. The following week saw intense activity on multiple fronts. Harry doubled security around the castle, with serpent sentries maintaining constant surveillance on key locations. Research into modifying Serfina's ancient binding spells progressed, with Hermione making a breakthrough discovery in a rare text from the restricted section, a reference to covenant renewal rituals that could reset magical bindings to their original parameters. Meanwhile, the tournament's final task approached, with mounting evidence that it would represent the culmination of whatever plan had been set in motion. Harry's network detected increased activity around the Quidditch pitch where a massive maze was being constructed. Rookwood made 3 visits to Hogwarts in April alone, each time meeting privately with different tournament officials. Most concerning was a report from the Whispering Asps monitoring the staff room, a conversation between Professors McGonagall and Flitwick expressing concern about alterations to the maze design that had been implemented without Dumbledore's knowledge or approval. By early June, Harry faced a critical decision point. The final task was scheduled for the 24th, leaving limited time to prepare. His network had provided valuable intelligence, but remained vulnerable to detection and interference. And the research on Serfina's binding had reached a stage where implementation became possible, but required a complex ritual that would temporarily divert significant resources from tournament security. The council must decide, Harry announced at an extraordinary meeting in their most secure location, a magically hidden clearing accessible only through a series of underground passages known exclusively to the Serpent Network. Representatives from every species in Harry's alliance had gathered, the most comprehensive assembly since Rookwood's initial appearance. The gravity of the situation warranted the risk of detection, as Harry needed the collective wisdom of his entire network. Two paths lie before us, he explained, standing at the center of the concentric circles of serpents. We can maintain our current vigilance around the tournament's final task, where we have strong evidence of planned interference. Or we can temporarily reduce that vigilance to focus on liberating Serfina from her corrupted binding, potentially gaining a powerful ally but risking missing crucial developments. Murmurs rippled through the assembly as the options were considered. Ash Scale, the battle-scarred adder, raised her head first. When facing uncertain threat, strength must be prioritized over vigilance, she argued. The Ancient One's power would surpass all our combined abilities. Free her first, then face whatever comes. Wraith countered immediately. The tournament threat is imminent and confirmed. The binding ritual carries its own risks and uncertainties. We should secure the known danger before addressing the potential advantage. The debate continued, with compelling arguments on both sides. The Shadow Scales favored focusing on the tournament, citing their specialized ability to detect dark magic that would be particularly valuable during the maze challenge. The Mist Gliders advocated for Serfina's liberation, believing her mobility through the castle's plumbing system would provide unprecedented coverage impossible for conventional sentries. Throughout the discussion, Harry listened more than spoke, weighing each perspective against his growing strategic instinct. When all views had been expressed, a tense silence fell over the clearing. We face not separate choices but interconnected challenges, Harry finally declared. The tournament represents immediate danger, yes. But its timing and orchestration suggest larger purpose, the return of the Dark One who once commanded Serfina against her will. He paused, looking around at his assembled allies. We will divide our efforts, but not equally. Primary focus remains on tournament security, with our most specialized operatives positioned for maximum effectiveness. Meanwhile, a smaller team will prepare the liberation ritual for implementation immediately after the task concludes. This compromise seemed to satisfy most of the council, though some still expressed concerns about dividing resources during a critical period. As the meeting concluded, Wraith approached Harry privately. You carry heavy burden, Speaker, the silver-marked snake observed. Leading in time of growing shadow tests even the strongest. Sometimes I wonder if I'm truly leading or simply reacting, Harry admitted. Each challenge forces another response, another adaptation. Is that leadership or survival? Wraith's tongue flicked thoughtfully. The distinction matters less than you believe. The greatest leaders are those who survive what would destroy others, who adapt when rigidity would bring defeat. You build not just for present crisis but future strength. The wisdom in these words resonated with Harry, who had increasingly found himself questioning his role within the network he'd created. What had begun as simple friendship with garden snakes had evolved into something far more complex, a hidden power structure with him at its center, making decisions that affected hundreds of magical creatures and potentially the wider wizarding world. Was he commanding or cooperating? Leading or being carried along by forces larger than himself? The line had blurred years ago, and Harry sometimes found himself wondering if the distinction even mattered anymore. As the final task approached, these philosophical questions gave way to practical preparations. Harry's network implemented its security plan with precision, specialized serpents positioned throughout the maze and its surroundings, communication chains established to relay information quickly, and contingency measures ready for various interference scenarios. The day of the third task dawned clear and bright, a deceptively peaceful backdrop for what Harry sensed would be a pivotal confrontation. As he prepared in Gryffindor Tower, Twist coiled securely around his arm beneath his robes, he reviewed their intelligence one final time. The cup itself appears central to whatever plan unfolds, Wraith had reported the previous night. Our watchers observed unusual magic being cast upon it during final placement. Not standard enchantment, something deeper, connecting to elsewhere. This information aligned with other concerning signs, Rookwood's presence on the grounds again, though supposedly as a ministry observer, unusual restrictions on which staff members could access the maze during final preparations, and a subtle but detectable increase in the castle's magical security wards, implemented by Dumbledore himself without public explanation. As Harry made his way to breakfast, he was intercepted by Professor McGonagall. "The headmaster would like a word before the task, Potter," she said quietly. "His office, immediately after you've eaten." The summons wasn't entirely unexpected. Harry had kept Dumbledore generally informed of his network's findings, though not always their specific sources or methods. In the headmaster's office, Harry found not only Dumbledore but also Sirius, whose presence at Hogwarts had been arranged under the guise of family support for the tournament finalist. "We have concerns about today's event," Dumbledore stated directly once pleasantries had been exchanged. "Multiple sources suggest the maze has been compromised." "The trophy cup specifically," Harry confirmed. "My sources detected unusual magic being placed on it, possibly a portkey charm or something similar." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly at this specific intelligence. "Indeed. Our findings align with yours. The question becomes how to proceed. You can't just cancel the task." Sirius asked with characteristic directness. "Not without alerting those behind the plot," Dumbledore explained. "And potentially losing our opportunity to identify them conclusively." "So you want me to participate knowing it's a trap," Harry surmised. "Not exactly," Dumbledore corrected. "We want to allow the task to proceed while implementing countermeasures. I've modified the castle's defensive wards to prevent unauthorized portkey activation within the grounds, with one specific exception." "The cup," Harry guessed. "Precisely. But its destination has been adjusted. Rather than whatever location was originally encoded, it will transport to a secure area we've prepared, where Aurors will be waiting. This creates an opportunity to capture whoever is expecting your arrival." The plan was strategically sound, though Harry noticed a significant flaw. "If I'm supposed to be transported but don't appear at the original location, won't that immediately alert the conspirators?" "Which is why we need something they won't expect," Sirius interjected. "Something that would cause confusion and delay without revealing our interference." Harry considered the problem from multiple angles before an unorthodox solution presented itself. "What if I'm not alone when I touch the cup? If multiple champions reach it simultaneously and all are transported, it would create confusion without immediately exposing the altered destination." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with approval. "A creative approach, Harry. And one that would preserve the tournament's integrity while serving our security purposes." The strategy session continued, with Harry sharing additional intelligence from his network while carefully obscuring specific sources. By the time he left for final task preparations, a comprehensive counterplan had been established, one that incorporated both official security measures and Harry's hidden serpent assets. That evening, as Harry entered the maze alongside Cedric Diggory, Victor Crumb, and Fleur Delacour, his network was already at maximum alert. Whispering asps positioned at junctions relayed champion positions to coordination teams outside the maze. Shadow scales monitored for dark magic signatures. Mist gliders established an aerial perspective from just above the hedges. The competition proceeded largely as designed, with obstacles and magical creatures challenging each champion. Harry navigated efficiently, guided by occasional subtle signals from his hidden allies when particularly dangerous sections approached. When Crumb appeared to attack Fleur and then Cedric under what Harry's serpent scouts identified as an imperious curse, Harry intervened, stunning Crumb and assisting Cedric. This created the opportunity he needed to implement Dumbledore's strategy. "We should take the cup together," Harry suggested when they finally reached the central clearing where the gleaming trophy waited. "A Hogwarts victory either way." Cedric agreed after minimal hesitation, his Hufflepuff sense of fair play momentarily conflicting with but ultimately yielding to the logic of a shared victory for their school. As their hands grasped the cup simultaneously, Harry felt the telltale hook behind his navel, but something was wrong. The sensation lasted far longer than a normal portkey, the magical tunnel stretching beyond what should have been possible given Dumbledore's redirection. When they finally slammed onto solid ground, Harry knew immediately they weren't in the prepared secure location. The surroundings were completely unfamiliar, a dark graveyard with ancient tombstones and an atmosphere heavy with malevolent magic. "Is this part of the task?" Cedric asked, confusion evident in his voice as he raised his wand defensively. Before Harry could respond, a high, cold voice cut through the night, "Kill the spare. Protego." Harry shouted, throwing himself at Cedric and raising a shield charm simultaneously. The killing curse meant for Diggory struck the magical barrier and dissipated, its green light illuminating the graveyard briefly. "Run!" Harry commanded, firing stunning spells toward the hooded figure who had emerged from between the graves. "Get back to the cup." Cedric hesitated for only a moment before following Harry's instruction, ducking behind a large stone angel as more curses flew toward them. Harry recognized their attacker now, Wormtail, carrying what appeared to be a small, wrapped bundle. The revelation that Pettigrew had somehow escaped ministry custody sent a surge of alarm through Harry, confirming his worst fears about what this night would bring. "Twist, emergency signal," Harry hissed urgently to the grass snake still hidden beneath his sleeve. This triggered a prearranged response. Twist would bite Harry's wand hand, transferring a minute amount of magical venom that would alert Dumbledore through specialized detection charms the headmaster had established. What followed was chaos, Harry and Cedric fighting desperately to reach the cup while Wormtail, joined by a second hooded figure, attempted to separate and capture them. When a particularly powerful curse shattered the tombstone sheltering Cedric, leaving him exposed and momentarily stunned, Harry made an instant decision. "Accio Cup," he shouted, summoning the portkey directly to where Cedric lay vulnerable. As the trophy zoomed toward them, Harry pushed Cedric's hand onto its handle, activating the transportation magic and sending the Hufflepuff champion to safety. Now alone, outnumbered, and far from help, Harry shifted to pure survival tactics. The Whisper Web had prepared him for moments like this, fighting against superior forces, using environment and surprise to compensate for disadvantage. "To me, serpents of this land," he called out in Parseltongue, an ancient summoning that Serfina had taught him for emergencies. "Danger threatens a speaker. Aid if you can." The cemetery, old and neglected, harbored several serpent species in its overgrown corners. Within moments, Harry sensed movement as local snakes responded to his call, nothing like his trained network, but potential allies nonetheless. Wormtail, recognizing the Parseltongue, faltered momentarily in his advance. "He summons snakes, master," he warned the bundle in his arms. "It matters not," came the high, cold voice that Harry now recognized with certainty as Voldemort's. "Proceed with the ritual. I have waited long enough." As Wormtail moved toward a large cauldron Harry hadn't noticed before, several things happened simultaneously. A small viper lunged from nearby underbrush at Wormtail's ankle, causing him to stumble. The second hooded figure cast a shield charm to deflect the snake. And most significantly, Harry felt a searing pain in his scar so intense it momentarily blinded him. Through this haze of pain, Harry witnessed a ritual unfold that confirmed his worst fears. Voldemort was implementing a complex magic to restore his physical form. Bone from a grave, flesh from Wormtail, and, most alarmingly, blood forcibly taken from Harry himself after he was momentarily incapacitated by the pain in his scar. The ritual's completion brought forth Voldemort in restored physical form, pale, serpentine, and radiating malevolent power. As Death Eaters appeared, summoned by their master to witness his return, Harry found himself bound to a tombstone, wandless but not entirely defenseless. Twist remained hidden, and the local serpents, though not trained for coordinated action, continued to create peripheral chaos, striking at Death Eaters' feet, disrupting their formations, and generally adding an element of unpredictability to the scenario. When Voldemort finally turned his full attention to Harry, proposing a duel to demonstrate his power to his followers, an unexpected opportunity presented itself. "Strike the large stone vessel," Harry hissed quietly to a grass snake positioned near the still bubbling cauldron. "With all your strength." The small serpent complied immediately, launching itself against the cauldron with enough force to tip the precariously balanced vessel. The remaining potion, highly magical and unstable, spilled across the graveyard soil, creating an instant reaction as it contacted various magical residues. The distraction allowed Harry to slip his bonds, loosened earlier by another small serpent, and dive for his wand, which Wormtail had carelessly placed on a nearby grave. What followed was not the formal duel Voldemort had planned but a chaotic fight for survival. Harry utilized every tactical advantage his years with the Serpent Network had taught him: misdirection, environmental manipulation, and the element of surprise. When their spells eventually connected, creating the unexpected priori incantatem effect due to their wands' shared cores, Harry saw his opportunity. The ghostly echoes of Voldemort's victims, including his parents, provided both emotional strength and tactical distraction. When the connection breaks, we can hold him, just moments, you must get to the port key, his mother's echo instructed. The port key that had brought him, still active but now lying some distance away near the cauldron. Harry nodded his understanding, gathering his strength for what would come next. When he finally broke the golden thread connecting their wands, chaos erupted. The spectral forms swarmed Voldemort as Harry sprinted toward the cup, dodging curses from the surrounding Death Eaters. Cover his retreat, came an unexpected voice, deeper and more resonant than any garden snake. From the cemetery's perimeter emerged a serpent nearly 15 feet long with distinctive diamond patterns, a magical variant of rattlesnake native to the region, drawn by Harry's earlier summons. As this magnificent creature reared up, displaying a hood similar to a cobra's but ringed with hypnotic patterns, the Death Eaters hesitated. The momentary distraction was all Harry needed to dive for the cup, his fingers closing around its handle as Voldemort's enraged scream split the night. The portkey activated, transporting Harry back to Hogwarts, not to the maze where it should have returned, but to Dumbledore's office, where the headmaster, Sirius, and several Order members waited anxiously. "He's back," Harry gasped as he materialized, his robes torn and bloodied. "Voldemort's back. And he has a body again." The debriefing that followed was intense but necessarily abbreviated. Cedric had already raised the alarm upon his unexpected return, and Ministry officials were swarming the castle, demanding explanations for the tournament's chaotic conclusion. In the days that followed, as the wizarding world grappled with conflicting narratives about what had transpired, the Ministry firmly denying Voldemort's return despite Dumbledore and Harry's testimony, the Whisper Web implemented emergency protocols developed for precisely this scenario. The Serpent Network expanded its surveillance beyond Hogwarts grounds, establishing monitoring outposts in key locations throughout Britain. Rookwood, exposed as an active Death Eater by Harry's testimony but still protected by Ministry connections, became a primary surveillance target. Most significantly, Harry accelerated plans for Serfina's liberation ritual. With Voldemort restored to physical form and actively recruiting, having a basilisk ally with freedom of movement became not just advantageous but potentially essential. 3 days after the third task, in the Chamber of Secrets beneath Hogwarts, Harry, Hermione, and Ron gathered with Dumbledore and Sirius for the complex ritual that would reset Serfina's binding to its original covenant form. The process requires genuine intent, Dumbledore explained as they prepared the chamber according to instructions Serfina herself had provided. The binding was corrupted by Salazar's fear and bitterness. Its restoration requires the opposite, trust and mutual respect. Harry nodded, understanding the significance. It's not just about changing the magic. It's about changing the relationship it represents. Precisely, Dumbledore confirmed. Which is why you are uniquely positioned to accomplish this, Harry. Your approach to your serpent allies has always been fundamentally different from how Parselmouths have traditionally interacted with serpents. As Serfina emerged from her resting place, her massive form somehow even more impressive in the specially illuminated chamber, Harry felt a profound sense of responsibility. This ancient, magnificent creature had suffered centuries of magical imprisonment and misuse. Today, that would change. The ritual itself was both simpler and more complex than anticipated. The incantations, spoken in Parseltongue, required precise pronunciation and intent. The magical gestures demanded perfect coordination between Harry and Dumbledore, whose wandwork supported and amplified the Parseltongue elements. But the core of the ritual wasn't technical, it was relational. As Harry spoke the final binding words, he needed to genuinely mean what they represented, a commitment to mutual protection and respect, a relationship of equals despite their different natures and abilities. By fire of mind and blood of heart, I renew the original covenant, Harry intoned, the ancient words resonating with power throughout the chamber. Not master and servant but allies in purpose. Salazar's gift restored to Salazar's intent, before shadow clouded vision. The magic built around them like a gathering storm, ancient bindings becoming visible as golden chains that connected Serfina to the very foundations of Hogwarts. As Harry continued the incantation, these chains began to shift, not breaking, but transforming, the links rearranging into a more symmetrical pattern that now extended to include Harry himself. The castle protects the serpent protects the castle, Harry continued, feeling the magic responding to his words. And the speaker stands between, belonging to both, connecting both. Dumbledore's wand work intensified, channeling and directing the chaotic magical energies swirling through the chamber. Sirius, Ron, and Hermione maintained the protective circle they had established, preventing the powerful magic from affecting the ritual's participants. When the final words were spoken and the magic reached its crescendo, a blinding flash filled the chamber. When it cleared, the visible chains had vanished, but Harry could still feel them, now internalized as magical connections linking him, Serfina, and Hogwarts itself in a three-way covenant. "It is done," Serfina declared, raising her massive head with new vigor. "I feel the change, the compulsion gone, replaced by choice. The castle recognizes me again as guardian rather than weapon. Can you leave the chamber now?" Harry asked, the question they had all been wondering. In response, Serfina moved toward one of the chamber walls, which shifted and parted like water, revealing a previously invisible passage. "The castle opens itself to me again, as it did in the beginning. I can travel through its deepest pathways, emerging where needed. But your gaze." Harry began, concerned about the basilisk's deadly abilities in more populated areas of the castle. "The covenant includes protection," Serfina explained. "When I move through the castle's paths, a secondary eyelid closes, my gaze petrifies but does not kill unless I consciously will it so. Salazar designed this safeguard originally, before fear led him to remove it." The implications were enormous. Serfina could now join the active network, providing unprecedented surveillance and protection throughout Hogwarts. A basilisk allied willingly with Harry, able to move freely but with controlled powers, represented a defensive resource unlike anything Voldemort would anticipate. As they left the chamber that evening, Harry felt both triumph and trepidation. The liberation of Serfina marked a significant achievement for the Whisper Web, but also escalated its operations to a new level of complexity and responsibility. "You understand what you've done today, Harry?" Dumbledore asked quietly as they walked through the castle corridors, now empty of students as summer holidays had begun. "Created a powerful ally against Voldemort," Harry replied. "More than that," Dumbledore corrected gently. "You fundamentally changed a piece of Hogwarts' oldest magic. The covenant you renewed doesn't just bind Serfina differently, it binds you to Hogwarts in ways few wizards have ever experienced. The castle will respond to you differently now, recognize you as more than student or even resident." Harry considered this unexpected consequence. "Is that problematic?" "Not problematic," Dumbledore mused. "But significant. Hogwarts has always been somewhat sentient, responding to needs, adjusting to inhabitants. Now it will respond to you more directly, particularly in matters concerning the school's protection." This development added yet another layer to Harry's already complex relationship with the ancient castle. Not only was it his school, his first true home, and the headquarters of his serpent network, it was now magically connected to him through the covenant with Serfina. As Harry prepared to leave for the summer, to Sirius's newly established home rather than the Dursleys, with only a brief obligatory visit to Privet Drive to maintain the blood protection, he found himself at an inflection point. The Whisper Web had evolved from a child's alliance with garden snakes into something unprecedented in magical history, a coordinated network of serpent species led by a Parselmouth who approached them as allies rather than servants, now including a basilisk with free movement throughout Hogwarts. Voldemort's return marked the beginning of a new phase in the growing conflict, one that would test not only Harry's magical abilities but his strategic leadership and ethical framework. The Council of Scales had become more than a network, it had become a power in its own right, one that would shape the coming war in ways neither side had anticipated. As Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express with his friends, Twist securely hidden in his sleeve and his thoughts on the expanded network now operating under Wraith and Serfina's coordination, he reflected on how far they had come from that first whispered conversation in the Dursleys' garden. The journey ahead would be dangerous, but he would not face it alone. The Council of Scales stood with him, a shadow alliance ready to protect their speaker and, by extension, the wizarding world that had so long misunderstood their kind. Chapter 4, Venom and Valor. The summer air hung heavy with tension as Harry stood on the doorstep of No. 4, Privet Drive, staring at his childhood prison. Though he would spend only 2 weeks here, the minimum time required to maintain his mother's blood protection, each moment felt like a betrayal of his new life with Sirius. "Remember, kiddo," Sirius had said during their goodbye at King's Cross, "this is just procedural. 2 weeks, then you're home with me for the rest of summer." Home. The word still felt strange applied to Sirius's newly purchased cottage in the countryside, a modest but comfortable dwelling with extensive grounds perfect for a growing serpent sanctuary. After years of cupboards and hand-me-downs, having a room of his own, decorated to his taste, with a dedicated terrarium for his closest serpent allies, remained something of a marvel. Uncle Vernon opened the door, his face contorting through familiar expressions of loathing and fear. "Still alive, then," he grunted by way of greeting. "Evidently," Harry replied, stepping inside without waiting for a proper invitation. At 15, he had outgrown his childhood terror of the Dursleys, replacing it with something between pity and indifference. "Listen here, boy," Vernon hissed, checking that Petunia wasn't within earshot. "Your godfather wrote us a letter. Made some threats about your treatment. But you remember this, in my house, you follow my rules." Harry set his trunk down calmly. "I'll stay out of your way if you stay out of mine. 2 weeks, then we never have to see each other again." The bluntness seemed to unsettle Vernon, who had expected either cowering or defiance, not this calm assertion of terms. He harumphed before stomping back to the living room, leaving Harry to carry his belongings upstairs to Dudley's second bedroom. Once alone, Harry released Twist from his sleeve, allowing the grass snake to explore the familiar territory. Now 6 years old, elderly for his species, Twist moved more slowly than in his youth, but his intelligence remained sharp. "The air tastes different here," Twist observed, flicking his tongue. "Magic lingers where it once did not." Harry frowned, reaching for his wand instinctively. "What kind of magic?" "Watching magic," Twist replied. "Like invisible eyes on glass. Monitoring charms." Someone had placed the house under magical surveillance, likely Order members assigned by Dumbledore for protection, but possibly others with less benevolent intentions. Either way, Harry needed to be careful about his communications. He unpacked quickly, setting up Hedwig's cage near the window before retrieving a small mirror from his trunk's hidden compartment. "Sirius Black," he said quietly, watching as the reflective surface shimmered before revealing his godfather's concerned face. "Made it okay?" Sirius asked immediately. "Fine," Harry confirmed. "Though Twist says the house is under magical surveillance." Sirius's expression darkened. "Dumbledore mentioned posting guards, but full monitoring charms go beyond what we discussed. I'll look into it." "Any news on the other matters?" Harry asked, carefully avoiding specifics that might be intercepted by eavesdropping spells. "The old crowd is gathering," Sirius replied, equally circumspect. "Official denial continues despite Dumbledore's efforts. Your scaly friends report increased movement in previously dormant locations." This confirmed what Harry had suspected: Voldemort was gathering forces while the Ministry refused to acknowledge his return, creating a dangerous information vacuum. Meanwhile, the Whisper Web, now expanded beyond Hogwarts to include serpent allies throughout Britain, was detecting Death Eater activities the Ministry refused to investigate. "I'll maintain scheduled check-ins," Harry promised. "You'll let me know if anything changes." Immediately, Sirius assured him. "Stay vigilant, but try to relax too. You're still a teenager, despite everything else." The reminder brought a small smile to Harry's face. Though events had forced him to mature beyond his years, Sirius consistently tried to preserve whatever normal adolescence remained possible for his godson. After ending the call, Harry sat on the bed, stroking Twist absently while contemplating the situation. Voldemort's return remained unacknowledged by official channels, with the Daily Prophet running a subtle but persistent campaign to discredit both Harry and Dumbledore. The Order of the Phoenix, reconstituted to fight the returning darkness, operated in secret while Ministry officials like Cornelius Fudge actively interfered with their efforts. And somewhere in between stood Harry and his Whisper Web, an organization unlike anything in the wizarding world, neither fully sanctioned nor entirely hidden, using communication channels that bypassed conventional detection. "Council meeting tonight?" Twist inquired, sensing Harry's preoccupation. "Not physical attendance," Harry replied. "Too risky with the surveillance. We'll use the Dreamlink instead." The Dreamlink represented one of the Whisper Web's most significant magical innovations, a technique taught to Harry by Serfina and refined through experimentation with the shadow scales. It allowed Harry to project his consciousness during sleep into a shared mental space where serpent representatives could gather without physical proximity. That night, after ensuring the Dursleys were asleep, Harry performed the necessary preparations, a series of meditative exercises followed by specific Parseltongue incantations. As he drifted into the trance-like state between waking and sleeping, he felt the familiar sensation of his consciousness expanding beyond physical constraints. The mental landscape that formed around him resembled the Council Circle in the Forbidden Forest, but with subtle differences, colors more vivid, distances slightly compressed, and the edges of reality softly blurred. Already waiting in this shared dream space were his key lieutenants, Wraith, representing the Forest Contingent, Night Veil for the Shadow Scales, Sis, now serving in an advisory elder capacity, and a shimmering, translucent projection of Serfina, who could not fully enter the Dreamlink but could project a portion of her consciousness. "The Council convenes in Dreamthought," Harry began, using the formal opening they had established for these alternative gatherings. "What news from our scattered eyes?" Wraith reported first, his silver markings gleaming with unnatural brightness in the dream reality. "The dark wizards gather at old stone places, circles and ruins with ancient magic. They draw power but conceal their movements from human watchers. They seek amplification sources," Serfina's projection added, her usually massive form reduced to roughly Harry's size in this shared mental space. "Old magic that can strengthen ritual workings. It suggests preparation for something requiring significant magical power." "What of our operatives near the Ministry?" Harry asked, turning to Night Veil. "The human government fractures," the Shadow Scale reported. "Some whisper of the Dark One's return, but fear silences them when the Denial Makers approach. The watching wizard Rookwood moves freely, accessing restricted areas without challenge." This confirmed Harry's suspicions about infiltration at the highest levels. If former Death Eaters like Rookwood operated without restrictions within the Ministry, Voldemort already had significant influence in wizarding government. "And the prophecy research?" Harry inquired, addressing Sis. The elderly grass snake, appearing more vibrant in the Dreamlink than her physical reality, responded carefully. "Progress, but with complications. The oldest serpents in Britain speak of a divided path prophecy concerning a speaker who would either mend or destroy the ancient breach between serpent-kind and wizard-kind. But details remain elusive. The complete prophecy was recorded in a special form and hidden during the Founder times." This mysterious prophecy had become increasingly significant to Harry over recent months. Initially mentioned by Serfina as a historical curiosity, its potential relevance to current events had grown as researchers within the Whisper Web uncovered connections between Voldemort's activities and ancient serpent magic. The Dream Council continued for what felt like hours but likely represented only minutes in the physical world. Harry received updates from regional representatives, approved resource allocations for expanded surveillance, and discussed contingency plans for various scenarios involving Voldemort's forces. As the session concluded, Serfina's projection lingered while the others faded from the shared consciousness. "There is something else you should know, young speaker," she said once they were alone in the dream space. "Something disturbing that I hesitated to mention before the full council." Harry focused his complete attention on the basilisk's translucent form. "Tell me." 3 nights ago, I sensed an absence. A place where serpent magic once flowed but suddenly vanished. Not death, something different. As if the very essence that makes a magical serpent what it is was consumed. Where? Harry asked, alarm rising within him. Northern Scotland, beyond even the forest territories. A small but ancient colony of Highland-crested vipers, magical serpents that have existed there since before Hogwarts was built. Now gone, leaving only magical residue unlike anything I have encountered in my long existence. The implication sent a chill through Harry, even in this non-physical state. Could it be some natural phenomenon? Or ministry action? Neither, Serfina replied with certainty. This was deliberate and targeted. Something, or someone, is hunting magical serpents for their essence. And whatever it is possesses knowledge of ancient magics that even I do not fully comprehend. As Harry prepared to respond, the dream link suddenly destabilized, ripples of discord spreading through the mental construct like stones dropped in still water. He felt his consciousness being pulled back toward his physical form with uncomfortable speed. "Something disrupts your connection," Serfina warned, her form already fading. "Be cautious, speaker." Harry jolted awake in his bedroom at Privet Drive, heart pounding. Twist was agitated, moving rapidly around the perimeter of the room. "Danger," the grass snake hissed urgently. "Magic shifts outside. Hostile intent." Reaching for his wand, Harry moved silently to the window, carefully peering out without exposing himself fully. The streetlights of Privet Drive illuminated an apparently ordinary suburban night, but Harry's experienced eye caught the subtle distortion of disillusioned figures moving across the lawn toward the house. Not Order members, their positions and movements were all wrong. These figures moved with predatory precision, maintaining tactical formations that suggested professional training. Harry assessed his options rapidly. The trace on his wand meant any magic he performed would be detected, potentially resulting in ministry involvement, which could be either help or hindrance depending on who these intruders were and what connections they had. "Twist, Emergency Protocol 3, Harry whispered, making his decision. "Alert Sirius through Hedwig, then hide yourself." As Twist slithered rapidly toward Hedwig's cage, the owl already awake and alert to the danger, Harry retrieved a small pouch from his trunk containing emergency supplies developed specifically for non-magical defense. Among these was a fine powder derived from crystallized basilisk venom residue, harmless to touch but creating temporary disorientation when airborne. The sound of the back door lock being magically manipulated confirmed his suspicions. This was no random attack but a coordinated assault on a specific target, him. Moving silently to position himself beside his bedroom door, Harry listened intently to the soft footfalls on the stairs. At least 3 individuals, possibly more waiting outside. Professionals, based on their near-silent approach and coordinated movements. But who had sent them, and why now? The first spell hit his bedroom door with surprising restraint, not a blasting curse but a precise unlocking charm followed by a silencing spell to prevent the hinges from creaking. These attackers wanted stealth, suggesting this wasn't a Death Eater operation. Voldemort would have preferred a more dramatic statement. As the door swung open, Harry caught a glimpse of dark robes with unfamiliar insignia, not Aura uniforms nor Death Eater garb. The lead figure raised a wand toward Harry's bed, where strategically arranged pillows suggested a sleeping form. Harry acted instantly, tossing the crystallized venom powder into the air and activating it with a whispered Parseltongue command, one of the few forms of magic he could perform without a wand that wouldn't trigger the trace. "Disperse," he hissed, causing the particles to explode outward in a glittering cloud. The effect was immediate. The intruders staggered, disoriented by the magical particles interfering with their senses. Harry seized the momentary advantage, launching himself through the doorway and past the stunned attackers, heading for the stairs. "Serpent speaker," one of them shouted, accent distinctly Eastern European. "Do not let him escape." The designation confirmed Harry's suspicions. These weren't Death Eaters but something potentially more troubling: serpent hunters, specialists who targeted Parselmouths and magical serpents. A rare but fanatical subset of wizarding society, they viewed Harry's abilities as inherently corrupt. Harry vaulted down the stairs as spellfire erupted behind him, shattering photos of Dudley that lined the wall. The commotion finally woke the Dursleys, with Vernon's bellowing providing an unexpected distraction as he emerged from the master bedroom. "What is the meaning of this?" Vernon roared, his face instantly purpling at the sight of robed wizards in his house. The momentary confusion gave Harry precious seconds to reach the front door, only to find two more figures waiting outside, wands raised. "Surrender, Potter," the taller one commanded, his wand trained on Harry's chest. "Your corrupted magic must be cleansed." "Funny thing about corruption," Harry replied, buying time as he sensed movement in the garden shrubs, local garden snakes responding to the disturbance. "Everyone seems to have a different definition." Without warning, 3 common adders shot from the bushes, striking at the ankles of the wizards blocking his path. Though non-magical, their coordinated attack created the opening Harry needed. He drove his shoulder into the distracted wizard on the left, breaking past the blockade and sprinting toward the street. "Imperio!" shouted one of his pursuers. Harry felt the spell graze his consciousness, a foreign compulsion attempting to seize control. His years of mental discipline, developed through the dream link and conversations with Serfina, allowed him to shake off the effect without breaking stride. As he reached the end of Privet Drive, a thunderous crack split the night as Sirius apparat directly into his path, wand already moving in complex patterns. "Down!" his godfather shouted. Harry dropped instantly as a shield expanded outward from Sirius's position, followed by a series of precisely targeted stunning spells that dropped 3 of the pursuers. The others retreated, disappearing with the distinctive cracks of disapparition. "Are you hurt?" Sirius demanded, helping Harry to his feet while maintaining vigilant watch on their surroundings. "I'm fine," Harry assured him. "But we have a problem. Those weren't Death Eaters." "I noticed the insignia," Sirius confirmed grimly. "The Ophidian Brotherhood, extremist serpent hunters. They haven't been active in Britain for decades." A series of pops announced the arrival of Order members, Remus Lupin, Nymphadora Tonks, and Kingsley Shacklebolt materializing with wands drawn. "Perimeter secure?" Kingsley asked Sirius tersely. "Unknown. At least 2 escaped. 3 down on the lawn." Tonks moved immediately to secure the stunned attackers while Kingsley established defensive wards around the area. Remus approached Harry, his expression concerned. "We need to move you immediately," he said. "This location is compromised." "The Dursleys," Harry began. "Will be obliviated and protected," Kingsley assured him. "Standard procedure for civilian exposure." Events moved rapidly after that. Harry retrieved his belongings while Order members secured the scene. Within 20 minutes, he was being escorted through multiple apparition jumps to ensure they weren't followed, finally arriving at a grim-looking townhouse in London. "Welcome to number 12, Grimmauld Place," Sirius said without enthusiasm as they approached the building, which seemed to squeeze into existence between numbers 11 and 13. The ancestral Black family home, now headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, and possibly the most depressing building in Britain. As they entered, Harry was struck by the oppressive atmosphere, dark wood paneling, gas lamps casting eerie shadows, and the lingering sensation of centuries-old dark magic permeating the very walls. "Charming," Harry commented dryly, causing Sirius to bark a short laugh. "It's secure, if nothing else. Unplottable, Fidelia's charm with Dumbledore as secret keeper, and enough ancient wards to give even Voldemort pause." Harry was led to a large kitchen in the basement, where several Order members were already gathered around a scarred wooden table. Molly Weasley rushed forward immediately, enveloping him in a motherly embrace that Harry awkwardly returned. "Oh, Harry dear." "When we heard about the attack," she began, pulling back to examine him for injuries. "I'm fine, Mrs. Weasley," Harry assured her, noting Ron, Hermione, and the other Weasley children watching from the doorway with concerned expressions. "Sit down, Harry," Arthur Weasley encouraged, pulling out a chair. "Bit of a situation we have on our hands. The Ophidian Brotherhood attacking a 15-year-old. "I'd call that more than a bit of a situation," Sirius retorted sharply. Albus Dumbledore, seated at the head of the table, raised a placating hand. "Perhaps we should allow Harry to tell us exactly what occurred before we proceed with analysis." Over the next hour, Harry recounted the night's events in detail, careful to emphasize the non-magical aspects of his defense while downplaying the coordination of the local serpents. Though most Order members knew of his Parseltongue abilities, the full extent of the Whisper Web remained known only to Sirius, Dumbledore, Ron, and Hermione. When he finished, Dumbledore looked grave. "The timing of this attack, so soon after Voldemort's return, cannot be coincidental. Yet the Brotherhood has traditionally operated independently of dark wizards, considering themselves purifiers rather than servants of darkness. Could Voldemort have manipulated them?" Remus suggested. "Fed them information about Harry's abilities to provoke an attack that serves his purposes?" "It's possible," Kingsley acknowledged. "The Brotherhood maintains cells throughout Eastern Europe where Voldemort was rumored to have spent his years of exile. He could have cultivated contacts. Or they could have their own agenda," Moody growled from his position near the door, magical eye swiveling continuously. "Parselmouths are rare but not extinct outside Britain. The Brotherhood's been hunting them systematically for generations." Harry absorbed this information, mentally connecting it to Serfina's disturbing report about the vanished Highland serpent colony. "Has there been any recent ministry reporting on magical serpent activity? Unusual patterns or disappearances?" The question earned him a sharp look from Moody, but Kingsley answered readily enough. "Nothing official, but there have been whispers in the Department for Regulation of Magical Creatures. Several monitoring stations in Scotland and Wales have gone silent over the past month. The same stations that were investigating unusual serpent behavior around Hogwarts last year," Arthur added, looking troubled. "Though with the Ministry's current stance on anything that might support your claims about you-know-who's return, such reports are being buried." Later, after the formal meeting concluded and the adults dispersed to various tasks, Harry joined Ron and Hermione in an upstairs bedroom that appeared to be serving as their shared living space. "Bloody hell, mate," Ron said once they'd closed the door. "Assassins coming for you at the Dursleys? That's a new level of messed up." "Not assassins exactly," Harry corrected, sinking onto an ancient armchair that released a small cloud of dust. "They wanted to cleanse me, not necessarily kill me. The Brotherhood believes Parseltongue is a corruption that can be ritually removed, along with most of the wizard's sanity and magical ability." Hermione looked horrified. "That's barbaric. It's no different than the historical witch burnings." "History repeats," Harry said grimly. "But there's something bigger happening. Serfina reported a magical serpent colony in Scotland completely vanishing, not killed, but their magical essence somehow, consumed." "Consumed?" Hermione repeated, her academic curiosity immediately engaged despite the disturbing implications. "That's not possible according to fundamental magical theory. Magical essence is tied to life force, you can't separate them without killing the creature." "Tell that to whatever did this," Harry replied. Serfina sensed the absence like a hole in the magical fabric, something she's never encountered in over 1,000 years of existence. Ron's expression had grown increasingly troubled. "You think this Brotherhood is behind it? Some new way of purifying by extracting the magic from serpents?" "I don't know," Harry admitted. "But the timing can't be coincidental, unusual serpent disappearances followed by a direct attack on a known Parselmouth. Add Voldemort's return and his historical connection to serpent magic. A three-way conflict, Hermione surmised. Voldemort, the Ministry, and now this Brotherhood, all with different agendas regarding serpent magic, and you caught in the middle. Harry nodded, the weight of the situation settling heavily on his shoulders. And meanwhile, whatever is consuming magical serpents continues operating in the background, possibly connected to one of these factions or representing a fourth unknown player. Mate, Ron said seriously, I think we need to accelerate the network expansion. If something's targeting magical serpents, your allies need warning. Already in progress, Harry confirmed. Dreamlink communications are being established with every magical serpent community the network can reach. But there's another problem, the prophecy Sis mentioned. Hermione straightened, her eyes widening. You think it's related to current events? Most historical prophecies are metaphorical at best, and frequently misinterpreted. This one specifically concerns a Parselmouth who would either heal or destroy the divide between serpents and wizards, Harry interrupted. Given that someone is now actively widening that divide by attacking both me and magical serpent communities, it seems relevant. Where is this prophecy recorded? Hermione asked, already mentally cataloging research sources. That's the problem. According to the oldest serpents in Britain, it was transcribed into a special form and hidden during the Founder's era. Sis believes it might be somewhere in Hogwarts, but the specific location has been lost to time. For several hours, the three friends discussed strategies and theories, with Harry updating them on the Whisper Web's latest intelligence while Hermione proposed research approaches for both the prophecy and the serpent essence consumption phenomenon. When Harry finally retired to the room Sirius had prepared for him, he found Twist waiting, having been transported to Grimmauld Place separately by Tonks. Dangerous times, Speaker, the grass snake observed as Harry prepared for bed. The old hatred resurfaces when shadows lengthen. The Brotherhood is the least of our concerns if Serfina's reports are accurate, Harry replied, setting protection charms around the room, a habit developed through years of vigilance. Something that can consume the essence of magical serpents represents a threat unlike anything we've encountered. All threats connect, Twist suggested thoughtfully. Different faces of the same fear. Harry considered this perspective as he drifted towards sleep, his mind automatically preparing for another Dreamlink session to update the Council on recent developments. The grass snake's simple observation contained profound insight, the Brotherhood's fear of serpent magic, the Ministry's fear of acknowledging Voldemort's return, and Voldemort's fear of Harry's prophesied power all stemmed from the same fundamental insecurity. Fear of the unknown. Fear of power outside one's control. Fear of change to the established order. And somewhere in this web of fear operated a force capable of something that should be magically impossible, extraction of magical essence without killing its vessel. A violation of fundamental magical principles that suggested either previously unknown magic or the return of something ancient enough to predate current magical understanding. Neither possibility boded well for the coming conflict. The remainder of summer passed in a blur of strategy sessions, research, and preparation. Grimmauld Place, for all its grim atmosphere, proved an effective headquarters for both the Order of the Phoenix and Harry's increasingly sophisticated operations. While Order members focused on tracking Voldemort's movements and protecting potential targets, Harry coordinated a parallel effort through the Whisper Web, establishing early warning systems around magical serpent communities, researching the essence consumption phenomenon, and continuing the search for the hidden prophecy. Unexpected assistance came from a surprising source in early August, when Sirius discovered a collection of ancient texts in the Black family library concerning serpent magic and its historical practitioners. My family wasn't exactly progressive, Sirius explained as he and Harry examined the crumbling manuscripts in the library, but they were obsessive record keepers, especially regarding old magic they considered properly pure-blooded. One volume in particular captured their attention, a leather-bound journal dating to the 1400s, written by Ophion Black, an ancestor who had apparently studied under a Parselmouth from the Ottoman Empire. The journal documented various forms of serpent magic considered lost to modern wizardry, including techniques for communing with multiple serpents simultaneously and enhancing their natural magical properties. This explains aspects of the network I developed instinctively, Harry realized as they translated the archaic text. The hierarchical structure, the specialized roles based on innate abilities, it's all outlined here as formal magical theory. Sirius looked impressed and slightly unsettled. You rediscovered techniques that took Ophion decades to master, apparently without formal instruction. Not entirely without guidance, Harry clarified. Serfina provided insights based on her experiences with Salazar Slytherin, and the serpents themselves have ancient collective knowledge they've shared. More significantly, Ophion's journal contained references to something called the Ouroboros Codex, apparently a comprehensive collection of serpent magic knowledge compiled by Salazar Slytherin himself, including the full text of the Divided Path Prophecy, that had become central to their research. According to this, Sirius said, pointing to a particularly detailed passage, Slytherin created the Codex as a safeguard, fearing that serpent magic would be demonized after his departure from Hogwarts. He encoded it in a form that only a Parselmouth could access and hid it somewhere within the castle. Which aligns with what the Serpent Elders told Sis, Harry noted excitedly. We've been searching for a conventional text, but it might be in an entirely different form, perhaps not a book at all. The question remains, where in Hogwarts would Slytherin hide something of such importance? Sirius mused. The chamber seems obvious, but you and Serfina have explored it thoroughly without finding anything resembling this codex. Harry considered the problem from a strategic perspective, applying the thinking patterns developed through years of network coordination. If I were hiding something meant for a future Parselmouth to find, I wouldn't put it in the most obvious location associated with Parseltongue. I'd place it somewhere that seems unrelated but contains a subtle clue only a Parselmouth would recognize. This insight reframed their search parameters entirely. Rather than focusing on Slytherin-specific locations within Hogwarts, they began compiling a list of areas with subtle serpent imagery or connections, architectural details, decorative elements, even landscape features on the grounds that resembled serpentine patterns. By the time September 1st approached, Harry had developed a comprehensive investigation plan to implement upon returning to Hogwarts, coordinating with his serpent allies to systematically explore these potential locations. However, the relatively structured pace of summer research was shattered 3 days before term began, when an emergency Dreamlink Council convened with alarming news. 3 more communities gone, Wraith reported, his mental projection vibrating with urgency. The rock-dwelling asps of Cornwall, the marsh serpents of East Anglia, and the crystal crests of the Welsh Highlands, all vanished within a single night, leaving the same magical void Serfina first detected. Were there any witnesses? Harry asked, his dream form leaning forward in the mental construct of the council circle. One survivor from the Welsh group, Night Vale confirmed. A juvenile who had wandered beyond the community boundaries. He reports a cloaked figure appearing within their sacred cavern, speaking words that paralyzed all who heard them, then performing a ritual involving a crystalline vessel that seemed to draw the very light from their bodies. Not light, Serfina corrected grimly, her translucent projection rippling with tension. Magical essence. The foundation of their being. Worse than death, a severing of the connection between body, magic, and spirit. Could the survivor identify this figure? Harry pressed. Human. Wizard. Other. Uncertain, Night Vale replied. The witness described features both human and not, skin like weathered parchment, eyes that shifted color, and hands with too many joints. The cloak seemed to move independently of its wearer's body, as if animated by separate will. The description matched no known magical being in Harry's considerable knowledge base. Did this figure speak Parseltongue or another language? Neither, came the disturbing response. According to the witness, it spoke directly into their minds, not words exactly, but compulsions that could not be resisted. Only the young one, whose mind was less developed, retained enough independent thought to hide rather than approach the intruder. This development represented a significant escalation, not isolated incidents but a coordinated assault on magical serpent communities throughout Britain, conducted by an entity with capabilities beyond conventional wizardry. We must accelerate evacuation protocols, Harry decided after careful consideration. All vulnerable communities should relocate to designated sanctuaries immediately. Hogwarts and the Forbidden Forest remain our most defensible positions, with Sirius's property as secondary overflow. Some communities will resist abandoning ancestral territories, Sis cautioned, her dream form appearing more vibrant than her increasingly frail physical body. Particularly the elder conclaves with deep magical connections to their lands. Then we send emissaries with memory vials, Harry countered, referring to the specialized magical containers they had developed to share direct sensory experiences between serpents. Let them witness what happened to the others. Pride means nothing if they're reduced to empty husks. The council agreed to implement Harry's evacuation directive immediately, mobilizing messenger teams to reach even the most remote serpent communities. Additionally, Serfina would accelerate her research into defensive applications of basilisk magic that might counter the essence extraction technique. When Harry awoke the following morning, the gravity of the situation had fully crystallized in his mind. They faced a threat potentially more immediate than even Voldemort, an unknown entity systematically harvesting the magical essence of serpents throughout Britain, with capabilities that defied conventional magical understanding. "We need to brief Dumbledore," Harry told Sirius over breakfast, keeping his voice low despite privacy charms around the kitchen. "This goes beyond what the Whisper Web can handle alone." Sirius nodded grimly. "I've already contacted him. He'll be here this evening for an emergency order meeting, ostensibly to discuss your security arrangements for returning to Hogwarts, but actually to address this new development." "Good," Harry said, absently stroking Twist, who had coiled around his wrist in a rare display of anxiety. "Because I'm starting to think these events are connected in ways we haven't yet understood. The Brotherhood's sudden re-emergence, Voldemort's return, and now this entity harvesting serpent essence, the timing is too perfect to be coincidental." "What's your theory?" Sirius asked, recognizing the strategic look that had come into his godson's eyes, the expression that had preceded some of Harry's most insightful tactical assessments. "I think we're witnessing the beginning of something predicted in the Divided Path prophecy," Harry replied slowly. "A convergence of forces around serpent magic that will either heal or destroy the ancient divide between serpents and wizards. The Brotherhood represents those who would eliminate serpent influence entirely, Voldemort represents those who would dominate and control it, and this new entity represents something else, possibly the extraction and absorption of serpent magic for some purpose we don't yet understand." "And where do you fit in this convergence?" Sirius asked quietly. Harry met his godfather's concerned gaze steadily. "That's what we need to determine by finding the complete prophecy. But given that I'm the first Parselmouth in generations to approach serpents as allies rather than servants or weapons, I suspect I represent a fourth position, integration rather than elimination, domination, or extraction." Sirius considered this analysis with the seriousness it deserved. "If you're right, then returning to Hogwarts becomes even more critical, not just for your education, but for finding the Codex and accessing the full prophecy." "Exactly," Harry agreed. "But it also means increased danger. If these forces are converging around the prophecy, then I become a primary target for all of them, not just Voldemort." "Then we ensure you don't face them alone," Sirius stated firmly, the marauder's determination evident in his voice. "The Order protects you from external threats, your friends watch your back inside Hogwarts, and your serpent network maintains vigilance in ways the others cannot." Harry nodded, appreciating his godfather's unwavering support. "And meanwhile, we accelerate our search for the Ouroboros Codex before any of our opponents realize what we're looking for." That evening's Order meeting proved both illuminating and concerning. Dumbledore listened gravely to Harry's report about the serpent community's disappearances, confirming that similar incidents had been detected by his own intelligence sources. "The Department of Mysteries has registered anomalous magical fluctuations consistent with Harry's description," the headmaster explained to the assembled Order members. "Locations with historically stable magical signatures suddenly experiencing complete magical voids, as if the ambient magic had been extracted from the very landscape." "But targeting specifically serpent-heavy areas?" Moody questioned skeptically. "Seems oddly specific for a general magical drainage phenomenon." "It is specific," Harry confirmed. And deliberate. The survivor's testimony makes clear this is a sentient entity with purpose, not a natural magical occurrence. Several Order members appeared uncomfortable with Harry's authoritative tone, a 15-year-old speaking as an equal in a room of adult wizards. But Dumbledore nodded encouragingly. Harry's network provides intelligence we cannot access through conventional means, he reminded the group. In matters concerning magical serpents, his insights deserve our full consideration. The question remains, what is this entity doing with the extracted essence? Kingsley Shacklebolt asked, focusing on the practical implications. Is it stockpiling magical power? Creating some kind of weapon? Or pursuing a different objective entirely? We don't know, Harry admitted. But historical precedent suggests few benevolent applications for forcibly extracted magical essence. And the scale suggests whatever purpose it serves requires substantial power. Could it be related to you-know-who's return? Arthur Weasley suggested. Some kind of power-gathering operation to strengthen his forces? Possible but unlikely, Dumbledore responded. Voldemort certainly employs serpent symbolism and magic, but this methodology doesn't align with his known magical approaches. Tom has always preferred dominance to extraction, bending powerful forces to his will rather than consuming them. Which leaves us with an unknown third player in an already complicated conflict, Sirius summarized grimly. Wonderful. The meeting continued with discussion of defensive measures and investigation strategies, but produced few concrete solutions beyond enhancing monitoring of remaining serpent communities and establishing additional safeguards around Hogwarts. As September 1st arrived, bringing with it Harry's return to Hogwarts for his 5th year, the situation remained ominously unresolved. Multiple threats converged around him, while the tools to understand and counter them, particularly the Ouroboros Codex and its contained prophecy, remained elusive. The Hogwarts Express journey proceeded under unprecedented security, with Order members disguised as ordinary passengers and Harry's own serpent allies maintaining vigilance from hidden positions throughout the train. Ron and Hermione, now prefects, used their positions to conduct regular patrols that served as cover for checking security arrangements. It was during one such patrol, as Harry sat alone in their compartment while his friends fulfilled their prefect duties, that an unexpected visitor appeared at the door. Potter, Draco Malfoy said without his usual sneer, glancing quickly up and down the corridor before stepping inside and closing the door. We need to talk. Harry assessed his longtime rival cautiously. Malfoy appeared different, thinner, paler, with shadows under his eyes suggesting recent stress. More significantly, his usual entourage of Crabbe and Goyle was noticeably absent. What about? Harry asked neutrally, noting that Twist had subtly positioned himself to strike if necessary. Malfoy hesitated, then cast several privacy charms on the compartment with a precision that spoke of recent intensive practice. When satisfied with their security, he fixed Harry with an unexpectedly direct gaze. I know about the attacks on the serpent communities, he stated without preamble. And I know you're coordinating evacuation efforts through what my father calls the Whisper Web. Harry maintained his composure despite the shock of hearing his network's name from Malfoy's lips. That's quite a claim, Malfoy. Why would you think I have anything to do with magical serpents? Draco made an impatient gesture. Save it, Potter. I've known you're a Parselmouth since 2nd year, and unlike most of the school, I actually understand what that means beyond talking to snakes. The Malfoy Library contains extensive documentation on Parselmouths and their historical significance. Assuming you're right, Harry said carefully, why bring this to me now? And without your usual backup? Something like genuine fear flashed across Draco's face before he controlled his expression. Because whatever is hunting magical serpents isn't discriminating between sides in the coming war. 3 days ago, it hit the ancestral serpent sanctuary on the Malfoy estate, a magically protected habitat that's existed since the 14th century. This was new information. The Whisper Web hadn't reported an attack on the Malfoy property, suggesting the sanctuary had been isolated from the broader serpent communication network. Any survivors? Harry asked, professional concern overriding the oddity of having this conversation with Malfoy. Draco shook his head. None. Whatever it was bypassed wards that have repelled everything from ministry raids to rival family assassination attempts for centuries. My father found the serpents, dozens of rare magical species, empty husks. Physically intact but hollow. Like their inner light had been extinguished. The description matched the reports from Harry's network exactly. Why come to me with this? Your father has Voldemort's ear, surely he's reported it to your master. Anger flashed in Malfoy's eyes. That's the point, Potter. The Dark Lord doesn't care. When father reported the incident, he was dismissed, told that sacrifices were necessary and to focus on his assigned tasks. But these weren't just any serpents, they were Malfoy heritage, magical bloodlines cultivated over generations. Harry studied Malfoy carefully, reassessing everything he thought he knew about the Slytherin boy. You're saying your family values these serpents beyond their utility to Voldemort. The Malfoy connection to serpent magic predates the Dark Lord by centuries, Draco stated with evident pride. My ancestors were developing relationships with magical serpents when the Gaunts, the Dark Lord's maternal line, were still common hedge wizards. Our family grimoire contains some of the most comprehensive serpent magic documentation outside Salazar's lost writings. This revelation aligned with information in Ophion Black's journal, references to the Malfoy family as renowned serpent magic practitioners independent of Parseltongue ability. Their approach differed from Harry's alliance-based network, focusing instead on breeding programs and magical enhancement, but still represented a significant investment in serpent magic as a family tradition. And now you want, what, exactly? Harry asked, cutting to the heart of the matter. Draco seemed to struggle internally before answering. An exchange of information. I can provide access to Malfoy research on serpent magic, including references to the Ouroboros Codex that I suspect you're searching for. In return, I want protection for our remaining serpent assets and intelligence on whatever is hunting them. Harry couldn't hide his surprise at the mention of the Codex. How do you know about that? The Codex is mentioned in our family records, Draco replied. Armand Malfoy, who established our line in Britain, was supposedly present when Salazar created it. According to our grimoire, the Codex contains not just the complete divided path prophecy but comprehensive serpent magic techniques that even non-Parselmouths could theoretically employ. This information potentially changed everything. If the Malfoy records contain specific details about the Codex's creation, they might provide crucial clues to its location at Hogwarts. You realize what you're proposing, Harry said after a moment's consideration. Collaboration with the enemy of your family's chosen master. Voldemort would consider this betrayal. Draco's expression hardened. I'm proposing a practical arrangement to protect Malfoy interests that the Dark Lord has dismissed as irrelevant. My priority is family legacy, not servitude to someone who disregards centuries of magical heritage. The compartment fell silent as Harry weighed his options. Aligning with Draco Malfoy, even in this limited capacity, represented significant risk. Yet the potential intelligence value couldn't be ignored, especially if Malfoy's knowledge could accelerate their search for the Codex. If we did this, Harry said finally, it would require absolute secrecy. No one could know, not your Slytherin friends, not my Gryffindor ones except Ron and Hermione. Agreed, Draco said immediately. I've already established cover patterns for regular absences. My housemates believe I'm pursuing an independent potions research project approved by Professor Snape. Harry almost smiled at the Slytherin's thorough preparation. And what assurance do I have that this isn't an elaborate trap? That you won't report everything to your father or Voldemort? Magical oath, Draco proposed without hesitation. Binding but specific, I won't betray our cooperation regarding serpent magic and the entity hunting them, while maintaining freedom to oppose you on other matters. The readiness of this offer suggested Draco had considered the trust issue thoroughly before approaching him. A magical oath of this nature would prevent betrayal within the specific parameters while allowing both to maintain their broader allegiances, a pragmatic compromise. I'll need time to consider the exact terms, Harry replied. And to consult certain advisors. Draco nodded, understanding the reference to Harry's Serpent Council. Of course. But don't take too long, Potter. Whatever this entity is, it's accelerating its activities. The Malfoy Sanctuary was considered unplottable and virtually undetectable. If it found that, nowhere is truly safe. As the Slytherin prepared to leave, Harry asked one final question. Why now, Draco? This can't be the first time your family's interests have diverged from Voldemort's. Something complex crossed Malfoy's face, fear, resentment, and a hint of what might have been shame. Because this time it's different. The Dark Lord has returned, changed. Less human. Less rational about certain types of power. My father sees it but can't acknowledge it. I don't have that luxury of willful blindness. With that disturbing assessment, Draco removed the privacy charms and departed, leaving Harry to contemplate this unexpected potential alliance with one of Slytherin's most prominent families. When Ron and Hermione returned from their prefect duties, Harry immediately briefed them on Malfoy's proposition, watching their expressions shift from shock to skepticism to cautious consideration. It could be genuine, Hermione acknowledged after Harry explained the proposed magical oath parameters. The old families like the Malfoys often had magical specializations they valued above political alliances. If serpent magic is truly their heritage specialty. Still Malfoy though, isn't it? Ron countered. Even with a magical oath, he'd find some way to twist it to his advantage. Of course he would, Harry agreed. He's a Slytherin. But that doesn't make the information worthless, just means we need to be careful about what we share in return. The remainder of the journey passed in strategic discussion, with Hermione proposing increasingly specific magical oath language to prevent exploitation while Ron focused on practical security concerns for any meetings with Malfoy. By the time they reached Hogsmeade Station, Harry had decided to cautiously pursue the alliance, pending consultation with Serfina and his other key advisors. The stakes had grown too high to reject potentially valuable intelligence based solely on house rivalries or past grievances. As they entered the castle for the start-of-term feast, Harry felt the familiar sensation of Hogwarts welcoming him home, but now enhanced by the covenant bond he shared with the castle through Serfina. The ancient stones seemed to vibrate with recognition, the very air responding to his presence in subtle ways only he could perceive. The sorting ceremony and feast proceeded with surface normality, though observant students might have noticed the increased tension among staff members and the conspicuous presence of additional security consultants stationed around the Great Hall, actually Order members disguised as Ministry personnel. The true disruption came during Dumbledore's traditional welcome speech, when he was interrupted by a pink-clad Ministry official introducing herself as Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister and newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Her subsequent address, a thinly veiled declaration of Ministry interference at Hogwarts, confirmed what Harry had already suspected. Fudge was using the school as a political battleground in his campaign to discredit Dumbledore and suppress acknowledgement of Voldemort's return. Progress for progress's sake must be discouraged, Umbridge simpered in her girlish voice. Let us preserve what must be preserved, perfect what can be perfected, and prune practices that ought to be prohibited. Harry exchanged significant glances with Ron and Hermione. The implications were clear. The Ministry intended to reshape Hogwarts according to its political agenda, eliminating elements it deemed threatening to its authority. That's going to complicate things, Ron muttered as Umbridge finally concluded her speech. Understatement, Harry replied quietly. A Ministry puppet with pruning shears is the last thing we need while trying to evacuate magical serpents to the Forbidden Forest. Indeed, as they would soon discover, Umbridge represented a threat beyond simple political interference. Her pathological hatred of half-breeds and magical creatures extended to all beings she considered beneath human wizards, a category that definitely included serpents. Within the first week of term, she had implemented Educational Decree No. 23, establishing herself as Hogwarts High Inquisitor with authority to inspect classes, evaluate teachers, and review all extracurricular activities. More concerningly, she announced a thorough security assessment of the Hogwarts grounds, with particular emphasis on the Forbidden Forest. She's going to find the sanctuary clearings, Harry told his friends during an emergency strategy session in the Room of Requirement, a hidden space they discovered the previous year that had become their primary secure meeting location. Not if we redirect her attention, Hermione suggested, her expression unusually calculating. The woman clearly craves authority and recognition. If we create situations that allow her to exercise power in visible ways, we could keep her focused on classroom politics rather than forest expeditions, Harry realized, impressed by Hermione's Slytherin-worthy thinking. Make her job appear more important inside the castle than trudging through the woods. This strategy proved effective initially, with Hermione orchestrating subtle situations during Umbridge classes that played to the woman's need to assert dominance, carefully calculated questions that allowed her to demonstrate her ministry-approved expertise, and minor rule infractions she could publicly correct. Meanwhile, Harry accelerated the forest sanctuary preparations, working with Hagrid, who had returned from a secretive mission for Dumbledore, to establish additional protected areas for the incoming serpent refugees. The half-giant's assistance proved invaluable, as his status as care of magical creatures professor provided legitimate cover for unusual activity in the forest. Always thought snakes got a bad reputation, Hagrid confided as they worked to enhance the magical protections around a large clearing designated for the Highland species. Misunderstood creatures, they are. Not flashy like dragons or loyal like hippogriffs, but clever in their own way. Harry smiled at his friend's characteristic defense of unpopular magical beings. They appreciate your help, Hagrid. Especially with providing boundary markers that won't attract attention from the Ministry inspections. The markers were specially prepared rocks and logs that appeared ordinary to human observers but contained distinctive scent and magical signatures detectable by serpents, creating navigable pathways to the sanctuary areas. 2 weeks into term, Harry finally arranged his first formal meeting with Draco Malfoy to establish their information-sharing arrangement. The location, a rarely used storage room in the dungeons that Serfina had confirmed contained no monitoring charms or portraits, was accessible to both Slytherin and Gryffindor students without attracting undue attention. Harry arrived first, accompanied by Twist and a small whispering ASP named Lysith who specialized in detecting deception through subtle changes in a speaker's voice. He had decided against bringing Ron or Hermione to this initial meeting, recognizing that Malfoy would be more forthcoming without an audience. Draco arrived precisely on time, carrying an ancient-looking leather portfolio and, to Harry's surprise, accompanied by a small serpent of his own, an elegant silver-gray creature with distinctive blue markings coiled around his wrist. A Prussian ice ASP, Harry identified immediately, recognizing the rare magical species from his research. I thought they were extinct in Britain. Malfoy allowed himself a small smile of genuine pride. Nearly. Helene here is one of only 7 remaining in the Malfoy breeding program. They've been in our family since the 1700s, a gift from Frederick the Great, who was a serpent enthusiast despite not being a Parselmouth. The silver-gray serpent regarded Harry with intelligent eyes, its tongue flicking to taste his magical signature. She recognizes a speaker, Twist observed from his position on Harry's shoulder. But seems confused by your scent, familiar yet unknown. Harry directed his attention to the serpent, carefully modulating his Parseltongue to be non-commanding. Greetings, noble one. I am Harry Potter. The ice asp's reaction was immediate and surprising. She reared up, her posture conveying not aggression but what appeared to be recognition and respect. The Covenant Maker, she responded in a melodious, accented Parseltongue. Your scent pattern matches the ancient description, sun-touched lightning and death-defying sacrifice. Harry blinked in surprise, glancing at Malfoy, who was watching the exchange with fascination despite not understanding the specific words. What did she say? Draco asked, his usual drawl softened by genuine curiosity. She called me the Covenant Maker and said I match some ancient description, Harry replied, still processing this unexpected development. Does that term mean anything to you? Malfoy's expression shifted to one of stunned realization. It's from our family grimoire, a reference to the divided path prophecy. The exact phrase is, when the Covenant Maker speaks with respect rather than command, the ancient divide shall face its moment of healing or final sundering. The room seemed to still around them as the significance registered. This was direct confirmation that the prophecy Sis had mentioned and the Malfoy family records referred to the same prediction, and more importantly, that it applied specifically to Harry. "I think," Harry said slowly, "we'd better proceed with that magical oath so we can speak more freely." The oath casting itself was surprisingly straightforward, with both wizards agreeing to final language that Hermione had helped craft, specific enough to prevent betrayal while narrow enough to maintain their broader allegiances. Once the golden threads of magic had sealed their agreement, Draco opened the ancient portfolio and extracted several documents, hand-drawn diagrams, translated text fragments, and genealogical charts tracing serpent magic practitioners through history. "This is everything from our family records concerning the Ouroboros Codex and the Divided Path Prophecy," he explained, spreading the materials across a dusty table. "Some of it is fragmentary, and parts are in archaic languages even our family translators couldn't fully decipher, but the essential elements are clear enough." Harry examined the documents with growing excitement. The diagrams included detailed illustrations of what appeared to be the Codex itself, not a conventional book but a complex magical artifact resembling a serpent eating its own tail, with scales that contained individual text fragments. "According to our records," Draco continued, "Salazar created the Codex as a comprehensive repository of serpent magic knowledge, encoded so that only a Parselmouth could access its full contents. He believed that persecution of Parselmouths would intensify after his departure from Hogwarts and wanted to preserve the knowledge for future generations." "Which aligns with Serfina's account," Harry confirmed, referencing the basilisk's historical insights. "But did your ancestors record where in Hogwarts he hid it?" Draco pointed to one of the more cryptic text fragments. "Not explicitly, but there are references to the Guardian's Shadow and where wisdom watches from stone eyes. My father believes these indicate a statue or architectural feature somewhere in the castle." "Not the basilisk," Harry mused, thinking aloud. "That would be too obvious, and Serfina has no knowledge of the Codex's location. Wisdom watches from stone eyes suggests an owl or perhaps a representation of Rowena Ravenclaw." As they analyzed the clues, Harry realized they were engaging in something unprecedented: Gryffindor and Slytherin, Potter and Malfoy, collaborating as intellectual equals rather than antagonists. It was an unexpected but not uncomfortable dynamic, built on shared scholarly interest and pragmatic necessity rather than friendship. After nearly 2 hours of intensive analysis, they had compiled a list of 16 potential locations within Hogwarts that might house the Codex, ranked by probability based on the textual clues and architectural history of the castle. "We should prioritize investigation of these top 5 locations," Harry suggested, indicating the most promising candidates. "With Umbridge increasing security throughout the castle, our window for unrestricted exploration may be limited." Draco nodded in agreement, then hesitated before asking, "Potter, what exactly do you hope to achieve with the Codex if we find it? The prophecy itself is only a fraction of its content, according to our records." It was a fair question, and one that required some level of honesty if their collaboration was to be effective. "Initially, I just wanted to understand the prophecy and how it relates to current events," Harry admitted. "But now, with magical serpents being systematically harvested for their essence, I'm looking for knowledge that might help protect them, and possibly counter whatever is consuming them." Malfoy studied him with an unreadable expression. "You really do see them as allies rather than tools, don't you? It's not just strategic, you actually care about their welfare as independent beings." "Of course," Harry replied simply. "They've been my friends since I was 4 years old, long before I knew anything about being a wizard or the politics of the magical world. Why would I view them any differently than I would human allies?" Something shifted in Draco's expression, not quite respect, but a reassessment. "That perspective is unusual. Historically, even the most renowned Parselmouths, Slytherin included, viewed serpents as extensions of their will rather than autonomous allies. It's why the Divided Path Prophecy is considered so significant. It predicts a fundamental change in the relationship between serpent kind and wizard kind." This insight provided context for Helene's recognition of Harry as the Covenant Maker, a title suggesting not just communication with serpents but a fundamental restructuring of the relationship. As they prepared to conclude their first meeting, Draco provided one final piece of information that would prove critically important in the coming weeks. "There's something else you should know," he said, carefully rewrapping his family documents. "The entity consuming serpent essence, I don't believe it's working alone. Based on certain conversations I've overheard at home, there may be human collaborators providing location intelligence on magical serpent communities." Harry's attention sharpened. "Death Eaters?" "Not exactly," Draco replied, choosing his words carefully to avoid violating unrelated oaths. "But individuals with similar ideological foundations, people who believe in hierarchical magical power structures but disagree with the Dark Lord's methods or leadership." "Breakaway purebloods," Harry surmised. "Looking for alternative sources of power outside Voldemort's control." "Something like that," Draco confirmed obliquely. "I can't provide specific names due to pre-existing commitments. But I'd pay particular attention to former ministry officials with expertise in magical creature regulation who've recently gone into private research." This veiled reference immediately brought Augustus Rookwa to mind, the former unspeakable who had investigated Harry's serpent network the previous year. His unusual interest in serpent behavior patterns had seemed suspicious at the time, but this new context suggested something far more sinister than mere ministry surveillance. "Thank you," Harry said sincerely as they prepared to leave separately. "This has been unexpectedly productive." Draco allowed himself a small smile, genuine rather than his typical smirk. "Indeed. Perhaps there's something to this cooperation concept after all, Potter. Though don't expect me to start cheering for Gryffindor at Quidditch." "Wouldn't dream of it," Harry replied with an answering smile. "Some rivalries are sacred, after all." As Harry made his way back to Gryffindor Tower that evening, twist coiled contentedly around his wrist, he reflected on how dramatically his world had changed in recent months. Voldemort's return, the Ministry's denial campaign, the entity harvesting serpent essence, and now an alliance of necessity with Draco Malfoy, reality had become more complex than any scenario his strategic planning had anticipated. Yet amidst these complications, certain patterns were emerging, connections between seemingly disparate events that suggested an underlying structure to the chaos. The divided path prophecy loomed increasingly large in his thinking, its promise of either healing or final sundering between serpents and wizards seeming less like ancient history and more like imminent possibility. And at the center of it all, apparently, stood Harry himself, identified by ancient serpent lore as the Covenant Maker, a title he had neither sought nor fully understood, but which seemed to encapsulate the approach he had instinctively taken since that first conversation with Sis in the Dursleys' garden. The following weeks brought escalating tensions on multiple fronts. Umbridge's influence expanded throughout Hogwarts, with new educational decrees restricting student activities and faculty autonomy. The Daily Prophet continued its subtle campaign to discredit Harry and Dumbledore, publishing increasingly personal attacks questioning Harry's mental stability and the headmaster's fitness for leadership. Meanwhile, Harry's serpent network reported growing instability throughout magical Britain, not just the continuing disappearance of serpent communities, but unusual fluctuations in ambient magic at ancient sites traditionally associated with serpent lore. Most concerning were reports from the few surviving witnesses to the essence extraction events, who described the entity responsible in increasingly consistent terms, a figure both human and inhuman, wrapped in animated darkness, speaking directly into minds rather than with words, and wielding a crystalline vessel that drew magical essence like water through a siphon. "It matches nothing in any reference text I can find," Hermione reported frustratedly after weeks of intensive research. "Not demon, not magical creature, not known curse effect. It's as if this entity exists outside our established magical taxonomy." "Or predates it," Harry suggested, the thought forming as he spoke. "What if it's something so ancient that modern magical classification systems don't include it? Something from before the Ministry standardized magical knowledge?" This perspective shifted their research focus toward historical accounts rather than creature classifications, mythological references, Founders-era documents, and archaeological reports from the oldest known magical settlements in Britain. Their search for the Ouroboros Codex progressed simultaneously, with Harry, Ron, and Hermione investigating the locations identified through Malfoy's family documents. Progress was slow, complicated by Umbridge's increased monitoring of student movements and the need to maintain normal academic appearances. A breakthrough came in late October from an unexpected source, Luna Lovegood, the eccentric Ravenclaw who had joined their study group after expressing interest in Harry's more visible research projects. "I've always thought the stone ravens were watching us," she commented dreamily during a discussion of architectural features that might match the wisdom watches from Stone Eyes clue. Especially the one with the twisted wing on the 7th floor corridor. Its eyes follow you differently than the others. This casual observation sent Harry and Hermione racing to examine the reference statue, a decorative raven perched on a column in a seldom-used corridor near the room of requirement. True to Luna's description, the stone bird had a slightly malformed wing and eyes that seemed to track movement more deliberately than ordinary enchanted statues. Close examination revealed minute serpent patterns carved into the base of the column, so small and weathered they would be invisible to anyone not specifically looking for serpent imagery. When Harry hissed a simple recognition phrase in Parseltongue, the patterns briefly glowed with a soft green light before fading back to ordinary stone. "This has to be it," Hermione whispered excitedly. The guardian statue Malfoy's documents mentioned. "Where wisdom watches from stone eyes, a raven representing Ravenclaw's wisdom." Further investigation of the statue proved challenging, as Umbridge had implemented new restrictions on students lingering in corridors between classes. They were forced to work in short intervals, examining the statue whenever they could create plausible reasons to be in that corridor. The solution came through methodical testing of Parseltongue phrases derived from Slytherin's known writings and magical philosophy. On their 7th attempt, as curfew approached on a chilly November evening, Harry tried a phrase Serafina had suggested based on her memories of Salazar's favorite aphorism, "Wisdom guards knowledge, knowledge empowers wisdom." The effect was immediate and dramatic. The stone raven's eyes glowed emerald green, and the column beneath it rotated smoothly to reveal a small chamber within, just large enough for a single person to enter. "You have to go alone," Hermione realized, disappointment evident in her voice. "The space won't fit us all." "And it was designed for a Parselmouth specifically," Harry agreed. "I'll go, but keep watch for Umbridge or her inquisitorial squad." Stepping into the hidden chamber, Harry found himself in complete darkness for a moment before softly glowing symbols appeared on the walls, Parseltongue script written in what appeared to be liquid silver, forming complex patterns around a central alcove. Within the alcove, suspended in an enchanted field of green-tinged magic, floated an object exactly matching the illustrations from Malfoy's documents, a metallic serpent formed into a perfect circle, devouring its own tail. Its scales gleamed with an inner light, each one containing minuscule text that shifted and rearranged as Harry watched. The Ouroboros Codex, Salazar Slytherin's comprehensive repository of serpent magic knowledge, hidden for centuries, waiting for a Parselmouth who approached serpents as allies rather than servants. As Harry reached toward it, the silver Parseltongue script on the walls pulsed brighter, and a voice spoke directly into his mind, ancient, resonant, with the unmistakable cadence of Salazar Slytherin himself. Covenant Maker approaches at the time of choosing. The path divides before you, unity or separation, healing or sundering. Choose wisely, for the ancient balance hangs upon your intent. The message confirmed what Draco's documents and Helene had suggested. Harry was indeed the figure referenced in the divided path prophecy, and current events represented the prophesied moment of decision between healing or final sundering of the serpent-wizard divide. Before Harry could process this revelation fully, the codex itself began to transform. The metallic serpent unwound from its circular position, becoming animate and regarding Harry with eyes of emerald fire. It assessed him for what felt like an eternity before reforming into a new shape, a braided band of silver designed to fit around a human wrist. Understanding intuitively, Harry extended his arm. The silver band slithered onto his wrist, adjusting to fit perfectly before becoming seemingly solid metal once more, though Harry could feel the magic pulsing within it, alive and aware. When he emerged from the hidden chamber moments later, Hermione gasped at the sight of the silver bracelet. Is that the codex? Harry confirmed, examining the intricate serpent patterns that now appeared as decorative engraving on the band. It, transformed when I approached it, became this. A wearable magical artifact, Hermione breathed, her academic curiosity overcoming her initial surprise. That's extraordinary magic, adaptive enchantment responding to the user's nature rather than standard transformation. We should get back to the common room, Ron urged, keeping watch at the corridor's end. Umbridge's patrol will be coming through soon. As they hurried back to Gryffindor Tower, Harry felt the codex adjusting to his magic, not invasively but symbiotically, establishing a connection similar to the Covenant bond with Serfina but more comprehensive. Knowledge flowed subtly into his awareness, not overwhelming but accessible, as if new rooms had been added to his mental architecture, filled with information he could explore at will. That night, securely behind the curtains of his four-poster bed with privacy charms ensuring he wouldn't be overheard, Harry consulted with Twist about his momentous discovery. It lives, the grass snake observed, examining the silver band with evident fascination. Not merely enchanted metal but something between object and being. It recognizes you as its proper wielder. I can feel it integrating with my magic, Harry confirmed. Not controlling, but enhancing, clarifying. Like putting on glasses for magical perception. He focused on the band, directing his intention toward accessing the divided path prophecy that had become central to their investigation. The silver surface rippled in response, the serpent patterns rearranging to form words in Parseltongue script that only Harry could read. When shadows of ancient night return to consume what was freely given, when those who command and those who exterminate rise again in conflict, the Covenant Maker shall stand at the crossroads of power. Through respect rather than dominance, alliance rather than servitude, he may heal the first division between serpent kind and wizard kind. But should fear or pride guide his hand, the sundering shall become eternal, and both realms diminish unto twilight. The choice comes with the thrice-seventh cycle of the Serpent Devourer's return. The prophecy confirmed Harry's worst fears while simultaneously providing crucial context. The shadows of ancient night clearly referred to the entity consuming serpent essence. The Serpent Devourer wasn't just a poetic name but the actual identity of their adversary, a being that had apparently manifested cyclically throughout history. Most significantly, the prophecy established Harry's role not as destroyer of this entity but as potential healer of the First Division, the ancient breach between serpents and wizards that Salazar's journal suggested occurred even before Hogwarts' founding. Over the following days, Harry spent every available moment exploring the knowledge contained within the Codex, discovering that it responded to his questions and intentions by revealing relevant information in manageable portions. He learned of serpent magic techniques long forgotten by modern wizardry, historical accounts of previous Parselmouths and their varied approaches to serpent kind, and, most valuable currently, everything Salazar had known about the Serpent Devourer. The entity, it appeared, was neither wizard nor conventional magical creature, but something older, a being that had existed since magic first manifested in Britain, feeding cyclically on magical essence with particular affinity for serpent magic. It returned in regular intervals measured in centuries, consuming until sated before returning to dormancy. Historically, it operated alone, but the Codex contained disturbing accounts of occasions when ambitious wizards had attempted to harness its power through collaboration, offering access to magical creatures in exchange for a portion of the harvested essence. Such partnerships invariably ended tragically, with the wizard ultimately becoming the final feast once their usefulness ended. This historical context made Augustus Rookwood's potential involvement even more concerning. A former unspeakable with access to Department of Mysteries research would likely know enough about ancient magical entities to attempt such a collaboration, yet not enough to avoid the inevitable betrayal. Armed with this knowledge, Harry convened an extraordinary meeting combining his inner circle of human allies, Ron, Hermione, Sirius, via Enchanted Mirror, and Draco Malfoy, with key representatives from the Serpent Network, including Wraith, Nightvale, and a projected form of Serfina. The Room of Requirement provided the secure space needed for such an unprecedented gathering. The Serpent Devourer is an ancient entity that predates modern wizardry, Harry explained to the assembled group. It manifests cyclically to feed on magical essence, with particular preference for serpent magic due to its primal connection to earth energies. According to these historical accounts, Hermione continued, referencing notes from their collective research, it's appeared 7 times in recorded history, with intervals ranging from 170 to 300 years. The last confirmed manifestation was in 1721, making the current emergence consistent with its typical cycle. The Codex indicates that conventional magic has limited effect against it, Harry added. It exists partially outside our reality, which is why it appears differently to different observers and can speak directly to minds rather than using conventional language. Can it be destroyed? Draco asked practically, still visibly uncomfortable in this mixed company despite the magical oaths ensuring everyone's discretion. Not destroyed exactly, Harry replied, drawing on the Codex's knowledge. But it can be bound and returned to dormancy prematurely if deprived of sufficient essence to complete its feeding cycle. The ancient texts speak of a binding ritual, Serfina's projection added, her translucent form rippling slightly as she communicated. Performed by a coalition of serpent representatives and wizard allies during the entity's 3rd recorded manifestation. They succeeded in forcing it back into dormancy after only partial feeding. That's our best option, Harry concluded. Not destruction but containment, forcing it back into dormancy before it consumes more magical serpent communities. And what about its human collaborators? Sirius asked through the mirror, his voice grim. If Rookwood or others are actively assisting this thing, they'll oppose any binding attempt. We handle them separately, Harry stated firmly. Conventional opponents require conventional countermeasures. The discussion continued late into the night, developing a comprehensive strategy incorporating both magical and tactical elements. The Serpent Network would accelerate evacuation of remaining vulnerable communities while identifying the ritual components needed for the binding. Harry, Ron, and Hermione would focus on mastering the specific magical techniques required, while Draco would use his family connections to gather intelligence on Rookwood's movements and potential allies. As the meeting concluded and the participants prepared to return to their respective territories, Draco pulled Harry aside for a private word. Potter, he said quietly, genuine concern evident beneath his usual composed expression, you should know that my father mentioned something recently about the Ministry's insurance policy against Dumbledore's serpent speaker. I couldn't get details without raising suspicion, but it suggested some kind of planned action against you specifically. The Brotherhood again? Harry guessed, recalling the assassination attempt from the summer. I don't think so, Draco replied. This sounded more official. Ministry sanctioned rather than extremist. Just, watch yourself. Especially around Umbridge. The warning proved prescient. 3 days later, the Daily Prophet's front page featured an explosive headline, Ministry reveals Potter's dark secret, the boy who lived speaks Parseltongue. The accompanying article, bearing Rita Skeeter's byline but clearly influenced by Ministry sources, exposed Harry's Parseltongue abilities to the wizarding public with a decidedly sinister framing, in a shocking revelation that casts new doubt on Harry Potter's claimed opposition to dark magic. Ministry officials have confirmed that the increasingly erratic teenager possesses the exceedingly rare ability to communicate with serpents, a magical talent historically associated with dark wizards. Including Salazar Slytherin and he who must not be named himself. We've been monitoring concerning patterns of serpent activity around Hogwarts for some time, reveals Augustus Rookwood, special consultant for the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Evidence suggests Potter has established some form of communication network using magical serpents as intermediaries, raising serious security concerns. Sources within Hogwarts report that Potter's Parseltongue abilities first became known during his 2nd year, when he allegedly commanded a snake to attack another student during a dueling demonstration. The article continued with increasingly distorted accounts of Harry's serpent interactions, presenting the Whisper Web as a dark magic operation designed to spy on Ministry officials and undermine legitimate authority. Particularly damaging were quotes from concerned Hogwarts students describing Harry's strange hissing conversations with hidden serpents and commanding snakes to threaten those who disagree with him. The public reaction was swift and polarized. Many who had already doubted Harry's accounts of Voldemort's return seized upon this revelation as confirmation of his untrustworthiness. Others, particularly those with deeper knowledge of magical history, recognized the blatant fear-mongering in the Ministry's framing. Within Hogwarts, the atmosphere changed overnight. Students who had been merely skeptical now regarded Harry with open suspicion or fear. Younger children visibly flinched when he passed in corridors. Even some teachers appeared uncomfortable in his presence, though McGonagall and Flitwick made points of treating him with conspicuous normalcy. Umbridge, predictably, capitalized on the situation. A new educational decree appeared within hours of the Prophet's publication, prohibiting unsupervised communication with non-human magical entities, without explicit Ministry approval, a transparent attempt to criminalize Harry's serpent interactions. "They're trying to isolate you," Hermione observed as they huddled in the room of requirement, reviewing the rapidly deteriorating situation. "Cut you off from your network while painting you as the next dark wizard in training." "Standard psychological warfare," Harry replied, his voice calm despite the storm surrounding him. "Undermine the target's support systems, damage their credibility, then present them with limited options that serve your agenda." Ron looked at him with a mixture of concern and admiration. "You're taking this awfully well, considering they're basically painting targets on both you and every snake in Britain." "Because it's exactly what the Codex predicted would happen," Harry explained, glancing down at the silver band on his wrist, now disguised as an ordinary bracelet through simple glamour charms. "The prophecy speaks of those who command and those who exterminate rising again in conflict. This public exposure forces the conflict into the open, no more shadows, no more deniability." "So what now?" Hermione asked, always focused on practical next steps. Harry's expression shifted to one of quiet determination. "We control the narrative. If Parseltongue is going to be public knowledge, then we define what it means rather than allowing the Ministry or Voldemort to frame it." "You want to go public?" Ron asked incredulously. "Mate, they're already calling for your expulsion in some quarters." "Not just public," Harry clarified. "Educational. We demonstrate what Parseltongue actually represents, not domination but communication, not dark magic but ancient understanding." The plan they developed was audacious by necessity. Rather than denying his abilities or retreating from public view, Harry would embrace his identity as a Parselmouth but reframe it entirely, presenting historical context, practical applications, and ethical dimensions that contradicted the Ministry's sinister characterization. The opportunity came sooner than expected. During the next Care of Magical Creatures lesson, now taught by Professor Grubbly-Plank while Hagrid was occupied with special assignments for Dumbledore, Umbridge appeared for an official inspection, accompanied by a Daily Prophet photographer. Her intentions were transparent: to publicly humiliate Harry by forcing a confrontation about his newly exposed abilities. She began by questioning Grubbly-Plank about the curriculum's coverage of dangerous serpent species, while repeatedly glancing at Harry with poorly concealed anticipation. "And do you feel adequately prepared to identify students who might attempt to use such creatures for inappropriate communications?" Umbridge asked with false sweetness, now openly staring at Harry. Before Grubbly-Plank could respond, Harry stepped forward calmly. "If you have questions about Parseltongue, Professor Umbridge, you could simply ask me directly. I'm happy to provide accurate information about this rare magical ability." A hush fell over the class as students watched the confrontation unfold. Umbridge's eyes narrowed at being preempted, but the presence of the photographer meant she couldn't simply shut down the discussion without appearing defensive. "Very well, Mr. Potter," she replied with a tight smile. "Perhaps you would explain to your classmates why you concealed this dark magical ability until recently? And why serpents have been observed behaving abnormally throughout Britain since your activities began?" It was the opening Harry had anticipated. With the photographer's camera now focused on him, he launched into a carefully prepared explanation that drew heavily on the Codex's historical knowledge while remaining accessible to his audience. "Parseltongue isn't inherently dark, Professor. It's one of the oldest magical languages, predating Latin-based spellcasting by centuries. Historical records document Parselmouth serving as mediators between wizarding communities and magical serpent species whose territories they shared. As he spoke, Harry noticed Twist emerging from his sleeve, a calculated risk they had discussed previously. Rather than hiding his serpent companion, Harry would normalize the relationship, demonstrating its non-threatening nature. Magical serpents possess unique perceptions of magical energies that wizards can't detect directly, he continued, gently stroking Twist's head as the grass snake settled visibly on his wrist. Historical Parselmouths served as interpreters between species, helping prevent territorial conflicts and facilitating coexistence. Umbridge's expression soured as she realized Harry was transforming her ambush into an educational moment that contradicted her narrative. "Mr. Potter, that creature should not be in a classroom environment. This is Twist," Harry interrupted smoothly, holding his arm so the small grass snake was clearly visible to both classmates and photographer. "He's a common grass snake, non-venomous, completely harmless to humans, and actually beneficial for controlling pest populations in agricultural settings." Several students, initially fearful, showed visible interest as Harry continued explaining serpent behavior and intelligence in accessible terms. The photographer, sensing a more compelling story than anticipated, took multiple shots of Harry with Twist, particularly when the snake performed simple behaviors on verbal request. "The abnormal serpent activity reported recently," Harry concluded, addressing Umbridge's accusation directly, "coincides with environmental changes and habitat disruptions documented by magizoologists worldwide, not just in Britain. Serpents are sensitive ecological indicators. Their behavior often signals magical environmental shifts before other detection methods register changes." This explanation, while deliberately omitting the serpent devourer's role, provided a scientifically sound alternative to the Ministry's conspiracy theories. Several Ravenclaw students nodded in particular understanding, recognizing the ecological principles from their broader studies. Umbridge, realizing the encounter was backfiring spectacularly, attempted to reassert control. "That's quite enough, Mr. Potter. This display of potentially dangerous abilities, would you like to meet him, Professor?" Harry asked innocently, extending his arm slightly toward her. "Twist is particularly gentle with those who are nervous around serpents." The photographer's camera flashed at the perfect moment, capturing Umbridge's instinctive flinch away from the harmless garden snake, an image that would undermine her authoritative posture when published. The impromptu educational session ended with Umbridge storming away, but the damage to her narrative had been done. Students who had entered class fearful of Harry's abilities left with a more nuanced understanding, and the prophet photographer had material for a story that couldn't easily fit the Ministry's preferred framing. This initial success encouraged Harry to expand his counternarrative strategy. With Ron and Hermione's help, he began offering informal educational sessions for interested students, demonstrating practical aspects of serpent communication while providing historical context that challenged prevailing misconceptions. The Room of Requirement provided the perfect venue, transforming into a comfortable classroom with appropriate safety features for introducing students to non-venomous serpent species from Harry's network. These sessions quickly grew from a handful of curious Gryffindors to include students from all houses, including several Slytherins who attended with Draco's tacit approval. "The ancient families know that Parseltongue has been deliberately mischaracterized," Draco explained privately after one such session. "Most won't admit it publicly given current politics, but historically, having a Parselmouth as an ally was considered valuable precisely because of their mediating role between wizards and magical serpents." This educational campaign gradually shifted the atmosphere within Hogwarts. While some students maintained their distance from Harry, outright fear diminished as understanding spread. The Daily Prophet, despite Ministry pressure, published a surprisingly balanced feature on the historical role of Parselmouths in wizarding society that included photos of Harry's educational demonstrations. Even some professors began incorporating this more accurate perspective into their teaching. Flitwick, in particular, devoted a charms lesson to magical communication methods across species, explicitly referencing Parseltongue alongside Murmish and Gobbledygook as examples of interspecies magical languages. The Ministry, predictably, responded with escalation. New educational decrees attempted to prohibit unauthorized educational activities and restricted coverage of regulated magical abilities in the curriculum. Umbridge intensified her personal campaign against Harry, assigning punitive detentions for increasingly minor infractions. Yet the strategic landscape had fundamentally shifted. By controlling the narrative around his Parseltongue abilities, Harry had transformed a potential vulnerability into a platform for education and gradual acceptance. More importantly, he had created space for the Whisper Web to continue operating, albeit with increased security precautions. This public campaign served as effective cover for their more critical work, preparations for confronting the Serpent Devourer. With the Codex providing detailed information on the binding ritual, Harry and his closest allies worked intensively to master the necessary magical techniques while the Serpent Network gathered the required ritual components. As December approached, bringing with it the winter holidays, their intelligence sources reported accelerating activity from both the Devourer and its human collaborators. Rookwood had been observed meeting with several former Death Eaters who had avoided Azkaban, while the pattern of Serpent community disappearances had expanded to include continental Europe. It's growing stronger, Harry informed the Combined Council during their final planning session before the holiday break. Each feeding increases its power and expands its range. If we don't implement the binding ritual before spring, it may become too powerful for the traditional methods to work. The ancient texts suggest a specific timing alignment, Serfina's projection added. When Moonshadow crosses Stone Circle at winter's deepest night. This would correspond to the solstice at one of the ancient ritual sites. Stonehenge, Hermione realized immediately. It's one of the few remaining stone circles with intact lunar alignment for the winter solstice. And it's situated on a major ley line intersection that would amplify ritual magic. It's also heavily monitored by both Muggle and magical authorities, Sirius pointed out through his mirror connection. Not exactly an ideal location for conducting unauthorized binding rituals. But perfect for our purposes, Harry countered. The monitoring means Rookwood and his associates can't simply attack us directly without exposing their operation to Ministry forces not involved in their conspiracy. The plan they developed was multi-layered by necessity. While Harry, supported by key Serpent representatives and his closest human allies, would perform the actual binding ritual at Stonehenge, diversionary operations would occupy both Ministry forces and the Devourer's human collaborators. Draco provided crucial intelligence for this aspect of the plan. My father mentioned a planned operation at the Ministry for the solstice evening, something about securing a prophetic advantage, while attention is focused elsewhere. If we alert certain Order members without specifying our source, the Order could intercept whatever Voldemort's planning at the Ministry, Sirius concluded, drawing attention and resources away from Stonehenge without revealing our intentions. The winter solstice fell during Hogwarts holiday break, allowing Harry and his friends to implement their plan without navigating school restrictions. Sirius's home served as their operational headquarters, with Order members coming and going under the pretense of standard security rotations while actually preparing for both the Ministry diversion and the Stonehenge ritual. As the solstice approached, final preparations intensified. The ritual required representatives from 7 distinct serpent species, specific astronomical alignments, and magical components derived from each species' unique properties. Most challenging was the central binding element, a crystalline matrix formed from basilisk venom neutralized by phoenix tears, then exposed to moonlight for 7 consecutive cycles. Serfina provided the venom, while Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix companion, contributed tears through arrangements made by the headmaster himself, who supported their plan while maintaining public ignorance for political necessity. The evening of December 21st arrived with perfect ritual conditions, clear skies, precise lunar positioning, and unusually mild temperatures for midwinter. As twilight descended, Harry led a small procession from the apparition point near Amesbury toward the ancient stone circle of Stonehenge. Their group comprised essential personnel only, Harry, Ron, and Hermione for the human magical components, representatives from 7 serpent species including Wraith and Nightvale, and Draco Malfoy, whose family knowledge of certain ritual aspects proved invaluable despite his continued discomfort with the interspecies collaboration. The Ministry's Solstice Observation Team has been reassigned to London headquarters, Draco reported as they approached the outer ring of standing stones. Apparently, credible intelligence suggested potential Death Eater activity requiring all available ores. Harry nodded appreciatively. Kingsley's work, I expect. And Rookwood's group? According to my sources, they've been misdirected to Avebury Stone Circle, Draco replied with a hint of pride. A carefully placed rumor about unusual serpent gatherings observed there this morning. By the time they realize it's a false lead, we should be well into the binding process. The ancient monument stood silent and imposing in the gathering darkness, its massive stones casting long shadows in the rising moonlight. While technically closed to visitors, the site's magical protections recognized Harry through his connection to the Codex, allowing their group to pass unhindered through the security perimeters. The stone memory recognizes the Covenant Maker, Night Vale observed as they reached the center of the circle. This place has witnessed many bindings throughout its long existence. Working with practiced efficiency, they established the ritual components according to the Codex's instructions. 7 small crystal vessels containing essence freely given by each serpent representative were positioned at precise intervals around the central altar stone. The crystalline matrix of neutralized basilisk venom was placed at the center, with Harry, Ron, and Hermione taking positions at 3 equidistant points forming a triangle around it. Draco, maintaining a connection to Sirius via Enchanted Mirror, provided updates on the diversionary operations while monitoring the ritual perimeter for unexpected interference. The serpent representatives positioned themselves beside their respective crystal vessels, prepared to activate them at the precise moment of lunar alignment. As the moon reached its zenith, Harry removed the glamour concealing the codex on his wrist. The silver band gleamed with interior light, serpent patterns shifting to reveal the binding incantation in ancient Parseltongue script. By freely given essence and freely spoken word, Harry began, his voice resonating with power drawn from the codex and amplified by the stone circle's natural magical properties. We call upon the ancient compact between earth and magic, between serpent and human, between light and shadow. The 7 crystal vessels began to glow as the serpent representatives activated their contributions, each light a different color corresponding to their species' magical signature. These luminous threads extended upward before arcing toward the central matrix, which pulsed with increasing brilliance as it received each contribution. The Serpent Devourer, born of First Division, sustained by ancient conflict, Harry continued, as Ron and Hermione added their complementary Latin incantations, creating a complex magical harmony. We bind you not in hatred but in balance. We contain you not in fear but in wisdom. The ritual progressed perfectly for nearly 10 minutes, the magical energies building toward the binding crescendo as the moon's light focused directly through the central trilithon onto the altar stone. The matrix crystal now hovered several inches above the stone, rotating slowly as it absorbed the combined energies. Then, without warning, a discordant note shattered the ritual's harmony. The temperature dropped precipitously, frost forming instantly on the standing stones as a darkness deeper than night coalesced at the circle's edge. It comes, Wraith hissed urgently. The Devourer sensed our working and approaches. Harry maintained his focus on the incantation while signaling Ron and Hermione to continue their portions. They had anticipated this possibility, that the binding ritual might attract the entity's attention before completion, and prepared contingencies. Malfoy. Harry called sharply. Defensive perimeter, now. Draco sprang into action, activating specialized ward stones they had positioned earlier around the outer circle. These wards, designed according to Codex specifications, wouldn't stop the Devourer but would slow its manifestation, buying precious minutes for the ritual's completion. The darkness beyond the wards took shape gradually, a figure both human and inhuman, wrapped in what appeared to be living shadow. Its face shifted continuously between different aspects, never settling on a single form but suggesting something ancient beyond human comprehension. In one hand it carried a crystalline vessel similar to but larger than their ritual matrix, the container for its harvested essence. Speaker, it addressed Harry directly, its voice bypassing normal hearing to resonate within his mind. You challenge ancient cycles with borrowed knowledge. Your binding is incomplete, you lack the final component. Harry faltered momentarily in his incantation, recognizing a disturbing truth in the entity's words. The Codex had described 7 serpent essences required for the binding, yet historical accounts referenced an 8th component not specified in the ritual instructions, something called the willing sacrifice, that sealed the binding. Salazar omitted this deliberately, the Devourer continued, its mental voice carrying notes of cruel amusement. He could not bear to record that the binding requires a human Parselmouth's blood, freely given while speaking the final verse. This revelation sent a chill through Harry despite the intense magical energies surrounding him. The ritual they had so carefully prepared was incomplete. The Codex had provided all components except one crucial element that Slytherin had apparently considered too dangerous or valuable to record. Harry? Hermione called anxiously, sensing his distraction. We can't hold the pattern much longer. The ritual energies were indeed becoming unstable, the carefully constructed magical harmonies beginning to fray as the Devourer's presence created dissonance in the ambient magic. Without the final component, their efforts would not only fail but potentially release a magical backlash that could injure or kill everyone present. Harry made his decision instantly, drawing on everything he had learned about serpent magic, covenant relationships, and the nature of willing sacrifice. Blood freely given seals covenant true, he stated in Parseltongue, extending his hand over the hovering matrix crystal and using a small ritual knife to slice his palm. As his blood dripped onto the crystal, Harry completed the binding verse, not with the missing incantation they lacked, but with words that came instinctively, drawn from his fundamental understanding of what the Covenant Maker truly represented, not through dominance but through alliance, not through fear but through respect. I bind the ancient hunger until balance is restored. What was sundered shall heal, what was taken shall be returned, what was forgotten shall be remembered anew. The effect was immediate and spectacular. His blood, touching the crystal matrix, catalyzed a reaction that none of the historical accounts had described. Rather than simply binding the Devourer, the matrix expanded exponentially, creating a brilliant sphere of light that engulfed the entire stone circle. Within this sphere, time seemed to slow as Harry found himself in direct magical confrontation with the Devourer, their essences temporarily merged in the binding process. In this state of magical intersection, he perceived the entity's true nature more clearly than any previous encounter had allowed. The Serpent Devourer was indeed ancient, a being created during the primordial division between serpent and human magic, born from the very conflict it perpetuated. It fed not merely for sustenance but to maintain the division that gave it purpose. Its cyclical returns weren't just feeding periods but reinforcements of the magical separation between species. And in this moment of clarity, Harry understood what being the Covenant Maker truly meant, not just forming alliances with serpents, but potentially healing the original magical division that the Devourer both embodied and sustained. Acting on instinct guided by the Codex's knowledge, Harry mentally reached for the Devourer's crystalline vessel, the container holding countless extracted serpent essences. Rather than simply binding the entity as the ritual intended, he focused on liberating these captured essences and redirecting them back toward their proper vessels. What was taken shall be returned, he repeated, channeling his magic through the covenant bond represented by the Codex bracelet. The Devourer's vessel cracked, releasing a torrent of multicolored energies, the magical essences of serpent communities consumed over recent months. But rather than dispersing chaotically, these essences responded to Harry's direction, flowing through the ritual matrix and into the 7 representative serpents present, who served as conduits for redistribution to their respective species. "No," the Devourer protested, its mental voice distorted with rage and confusion. "The cycle cannot be broken. The division must persist." "The division was never necessary," Harry countered, maintaining his focus on the redistribution process. Serpent and human magic were meant to complement each other, not remain separated by artificial conflict. As the last of the liberated essences flowed through the matrix, the binding portion of the ritual finally completed itself. The Devourer, weakened by the loss of its harvested power, could no longer resist the ancient magics designed to contain it. The brilliant sphere of light contracted rapidly, condensing around the entity until it was enclosed within the matrix crystal itself, not destroyed but bound in dormancy until the next cycle, which the Codex suggested would now be delayed by several centuries due to the unprecedented essence liberation. As reality normalized around them, Harry found himself kneeling on the altar stone, physically exhausted but magically exhilarated. The 7 serpent representatives glowed with renewed vitality, their bodies temporarily illuminated from within by the redistributed essences they would carry back to their communities. "Harry!" Hermione exclaimed, rushing to his side. "What happened?" "That wasn't the standard binding outcome described in the historical accounts." "Because we didn't just bind it," Harry explained, his voice hoarse from the magical exertion. "We liberated the essences it had harvested and redistributed them through our representatives. The prophecy wasn't about binding the devourer, it was about healing the division that created it in the first place." Ron helped him to his feet, looking simultaneously impressed and concerned. "Mate, you're bleeding quite a bit there." Harry glanced down at his still bleeding palm, the cut deeper than he'd intended in the moment of crisis. Before he could reach for his wand to heal it, Wraith slithered forward, followed by representatives from each of the other 6 species. "The covenant is renewed through freely given blood," the silver-marked snake stated formally. "We offer healing in return, freely given." One by one, each serpent representative applied a small amount of their specialized venom or healing secretion to Harry's wound. Rather than causing harm, these combined substances created a remarkable reaction, sealing the cut instantly while leaving a silvery mark in the shape of an Ouroboros, a serpent eating its own tail, matching the symbol of the Codex itself. "The mark of the Covenant Maker," Night Vale explained. "Not ownership but partnership, not dominance but mutual protection." As they gathered their ritual components and prepared to leave Stonehenge before Ministry forces might arrive, Harry felt a profound shift in his connection to the Serpent Network. What had begun as a child's friendship with garden snakes had evolved into something unprecedented in magical history, a genuine covenant between serpent kind and human magic, represented physically by both the Codex bracelet and the new silvery mark on his palm. In the days that followed, reports filtered in from across Britain and continental Europe. Serpent communities previously thought destroyed were revitalizing as their essences returned. The Devourer's human collaborators, including Rookwood, had been apprehended during the failed operation at the Ministry, exposed as unauthorized agents working against official policy. Most significantly, the wizarding community's perspective on Parseltongue began a gradual but definitive shift. With Harry's educational campaign laying groundwork, and now reports of magical serpent species recovering from near extinction, public discourse increasingly acknowledged the historical importance of human-serpent magical cooperation. As winter turned to spring in Harry's 5th year at Hogwarts, he found himself at the center of an unprecedented magical development, the beginning of healing for the ancient division between serpent and human magic. The Whisper Web expanded beyond its original parameters, incorporating representatives from previously isolated serpent communities and facilitating magical knowledge exchange that benefited both worlds. Yet challenges remained. Voldemort's forces continued gathering strength in the shadows, temporarily set back but not defeated by the Rookwood operation's failure. The Ministry maintained its official denial of the Dark Lord's return, though with decreasing conviction as evidence mounted. And within Hogwarts itself, Umbridge's authority had been undermined but not eliminated by the shifting narrative around Harry's Parseltongue abilities. "The real war is just beginning," Harry told his inner circle during a strategy session in late April. "Voldemort has lost access to the Serpent Devourer as a potential power source, but that just means he'll accelerate conventional approaches to building his forces. At least we've secured one front," Ron pointed out optimistically. "With the serpent communities recovering and actively allied with us, that's one less vulnerability and one more resource. And the wizarding public is gradually accepting a more nuanced view of Parseltongue," Hermione added. The Prophet actually published that historical retrospective on famous Parselmouths who weren't dark wizards, including that 16th-century healer who developed treatments for magical venom injuries. Harry nodded, absently tracing the silvery Ouroboros mark on his palm, a permanent reminder of the covenant established at Stonehenge. Progress, definitely. But also increased visibility and expectations. Being publicly known as the Covenant Maker creates both opportunities and vulnerabilities. Speaking of which, Draco interjected, his continued presence in these meetings still remarkable despite months of productive collaboration. My father mentioned increasing frustration among the Dark Lord's inner circle regarding your serpent connection. They had apparently anticipated using fear of Parseltongue against you, not watching you transform it into a positive public identity. Which means they'll adapt their approach, Harry concluded grimly. Possibly targeting visible serpent allies to undermine public confidence in the safety of these new relationships. As if confirming these concerns, that evening brought news of an attack on a newly established serpent sanctuary in Wales, not by the Devourer but by human wizards using conventional destructive magic. The message was clear: if Parseltongue couldn't be demonized, then serpents themselves would be targeted to rekindle public fear. This development represented a new phase in the ongoing conflict, one requiring not just magical cooperation between species but public advocacy and protection programs beyond anything the wizarding world had previously established for non-human magical beings. Yet as Harry contemplated these new challenges, he felt an unfamiliar emotion gradually replacing his strategic calculation: hope. Not naive optimism, but evidence-based confidence that genuine change was possible, that ancient divisions could heal through respectful alliance rather than dominance or fear. The path ahead remained dangerous and uncertain, with Voldemort's forces gathering strength and public opinion still fragile. But for the first time, Harry faced these challenges not as an isolated figure carrying prophetic burdens alone, but as the center of an unprecedented coalition, human and serpent, working together to rewrite magical relationships that had remained divided for millennia. The Covenant Maker had fulfilled the first part of his prophesied role, healing rather than sundering the ancient divide. What came next would build upon this foundation, not just surviving the coming war, but establishing a new paradigm for magical cooperation that might eventually extend beyond serpentkind to other magical beings long relegated to the margins of wizarding society. As spring blossomed across Hogwarts grounds, so too did new possibilities for a wizarding world where speaking with serpents represented not darkness but a specialized form of magical communication, a bridge between species rather than a mark of corruption. The whisper in the garden that had once been Harry's secret refuge had become a chorus of voices working toward a shared future, one where diversity of magical beings strengthened rather than threatened wizarding society. Chapter 5: The Crown of Serpents. The summer before Harry's 6th year dawned with deceptive tranquility. Sunlight filtered through the curtains of his bedroom in Sirius's cottage, casting patterns across a desk covered with correspondence from around the world. Letters and scrolls in various languages shared space with shed scales, crystallized venom samples, and detailed maps marked with colored pins indicating serpent communities across continents. Absently, Harry traced the silvery Ouroboros mark on his palm, a permanent reminder of the covenant established at Stonehenge 6 months earlier. The binding of the Serpent Devourer had succeeded beyond expectation, not merely containing the entity but redistributing the stolen magical essences to their rightful communities. Throughout Britain and continental Europe, serpent populations once thought lost were revitalizing, their unique magics restored. "You should rest, Speaker," Wraith advised from his preferred perch atop the bookshelf. The silver-marked grass snake had grown to unprecedented size for his species, nearly 4 feet long and radiant with vitality, a physical manifestation of the changing relationship between serpent magic and human wizardry. "The gathering approaches, and you will need your strength." Harry nodded, acknowledging both the advice and the momentous event it referenced. In 3 days, representatives from magical serpent communities across Europe would convene in a magically expanded chamber beneath Sirius's property, the first international congress of serpent species in recorded history, with Harry serving as both host and mediator. "The Australian delegation arrives tonight," he reminded Wraith. "Their rainbow serpents have never left their continent before, their perspective on primal magic could prove crucial to our understanding." "The world changes through your actions, young Covenant Maker," Wraith observed. "Boundaries crossed that stood for millennia. Knowledge shared that was jealously guarded. And enemies made who prefer the old divisions," Harry added grimly, switching to English as he sorted through the morning's Daily Prophet. Though public perception of Parseltongue had improved dramatically following the events at Stonehenge and Harry's educational campaign, opposition remained entrenched in certain quarters. The Ministry, now finally acknowledging Voldemort's return after Cornelius Fudge's forced resignation, maintained an official policy of cautious oversight regarding the emerging serpent-wizard alliances, diplomatic language masking deep institutional suspicion. More concerning was Voldemort's response to these developments. Denied access to the Serpent Devourer's power and outmaneuvered in the propaganda battle over Parseltongue's nature, the Dark Lord had adapted his strategy with characteristic ruthlessness. Reports from the Order of the Phoenix confirmed targeted attacks on known serpent habitats, combined with a campaign to kidnap and torture any wizards with even minor abilities to sense or communicate with serpents. The door opened, interrupting Harry's troubled thoughts as Sirius entered carrying a tray laden with breakfast. "You missed dinner last night," his godfather said by way of greeting, setting the tray on the only clear spot on the desk. "And breakfast this morning. Molly would have my head if she knew I was letting you work yourself into exhaustion." Harry smiled gratefully, suddenly aware of his gnawing hunger. "Sorry, I was finalizing the gathering protocols. Making sure every species has appropriate accommodations and diplomatic consideration." Sirius shook his head with a mixture of pride and concern. From hiding in gardens to international magical diplomacy in 12 years. James would be utterly gobsmacked. "And Lily?" Harry asked softly, always hungry for insights about his mother. "She'd understand completely," Sirius replied without hesitation. "Your mother had an intuitive grasp of magical cooperation that most purebloods never develop in a lifetime. She saw magic as a bridge between different kinds of beings, not a hierarchy with wizards at the top." This perspective aligned with everything Harry had discovered about his mother through others' memories and the few personal effects Sirius had managed to salvage. Lily Evans Potter had apparently possessed a rare talent for seeing connections where others saw only divisions, a quality Harry had unconsciously inherited and developed through his serpent alliances. Speaking of international diplomacy, Sirius continued, gesturing toward an official-looking envelope Harry hadn't noticed among the morning's mail. "It seems Dumbledore has finally convinced the International Confederation of Wizards to send an observer to your gathering." Harry raised his eyebrows in surprise as he opened the envelope. "That's unexpected progress. The ICW has historically classified Parseltongue as a monitored magical ability, with reporting requirements in most member nations. Apparently saving several nearly extinct magical species and rewriting our understanding of primordial magic earns some reconsideration," Sirius remarked dryly. "Though I suspect Dumbledore had to call in decades' worth of political favors to make it happen." The letter confirmed Sirius's assessment. The ICW would send a 3-person delegation led by Babajide Akingbade, the respected West African representative known for his progressive views on interspecies magical cooperation. Their presence would confer a level of international legitimacy to the gathering that no amount of British ministry approval could provide. "This changes everything," Harry said, scanning the letter again to ensure he hadn't misunderstood. With official ICW observation, the gathering's resolutions could potentially influence international magical law regarding serpent-wizard relations. Sirius nodded, understanding the implications. It also paints a larger target on the event. Voldemort's forces will be even more motivated to disrupt a gathering with international recognition. "The security protocols are solid," Harry assured him, though he made a mental note to review them again with this new consideration in mind. "Serfina and the Shadow Scales have established detection perimeters that would recognize even heavily disguised infiltrators, and the Mist Gliders are patrolling the aerial approaches continuously." As if summoned by mention of her name, a subtle vibration in the air announced Serfina's projected presence. The Basilisk could not physically attend the meeting in Sirius's cottage, her enormous size making conventional transportation impossible, but the covenant bond established at Stonehenge had enhanced her ability to project her consciousness across distances. The Ancient Ones stir in the deeper earth, her voice resonated in Harry's mind, simultaneously translated for Sirius through an enchanted pendant he wore. They sense the approaching gathering and awaken from centuries of slumber to observe what comes. "Ancient Ones?" Sirius questioned, his hand instinctively moving toward his wand despite the non-threatening nature of the message. Years of Azkaban had left him with reflexive responses to unexpected developments that even therapy had not fully resolved. Serpent kindreds who retreated from the surface world during the first great wizarding conflicts, Serfina explained. Creatures of such age and magic that they exist partially between realms. Neither fully physical nor entirely spiritual. Harry exchanged significant glances with Sirius. The emergence of previously unknown magical serpent species had become almost routine over the past 6 months, as news of the Covenant Maker's activities spread through channels invisible to wizarding detection. But beings that existed, between realms, represented a potentially unprecedented level of complexity. Are they friendly? Harry asked carefully. They are, observant, Serfina replied after a momentary hesitation. They predate the concept of alliance as younger species understand it. They watch, they remember, they sometimes influence, but rarely intervene directly in surface affairs. But they're making an exception for the gathering, Sirius surmised with his characteristic directness. The Covenant Maker's actions have rippled through deeper currents than even I anticipated, Serfina acknowledged. The healing of the ancient divide affects magical balances established before Hogwarts' founding, before wizardkind separated from other magical practitioners. The Ancient Ones wish to witness what comes of this change. This revelation added yet another layer of complexity to an already unprecedented event. Harry had anticipated representing magical serpent species from around the world, he hadn't prepared to negotiate with quasi-mythological beings from beneath the earth. They will not disrupt the gathering, Serfina assured him, perceiving his concern. But they may send an observer of their own, one who can move between their realm and ours. A witness, they call it. Neither advocate nor judge, merely, recorder of what transpires. After Serfina's projection faded, Harry spent several moments in contemplative silence, absently stroking Twist who had climbed onto his shoulder in a gesture of solidarity. The small grass snake, now in the twilight of his natural lifespan, remained Harry's most constant companion, a living connection to where his journey had begun 12 years earlier. Just when I think we've mapped the full complexity of what you've started, Sirius said finally, something like this emerges. Beings from between realms observing an international serpent gathering hosted by my godson. James would be simultaneously terrified and unbearably proud. I never planned any of this, Harry admitted quietly. That first day with Sis in the garden, I was just a lonely child grateful for any friendship. Everything since, the network, the council, the covenant, it all developed organically from that simple beginning. The most profound changes often do, Sirius observed with uncharacteristic philosophy. History pivots not on grand schemes but on small, authentic moments. Your parents didn't set out to create the boy who lived, they simply loved their son enough to die protecting him. Harry nodded, appreciating both the insight and the rare mention of his parents' sacrifice without the usual accompanying gloom. Sirius had made remarkable progress in processing his trauma, largely through specialized mind-healing techniques developed in America and adapted by St. Mungo's for survivors of Azkaban. He could now speak of James and Lily with bittersweet fondness rather than debilitating grief. I should finish the welcoming protocols for the Australian delegation, Harry said after a few more moments of reflection. Their rainbow serpents have complex ceremonial requirements, and I want to ensure we honor them properly. Just don't forget to eat that breakfast, Sirius replied, gesturing toward the now cooling food. Even the Covenant Maker needs sustenance beyond magical theory and diplomatic correspondence. As Sirius departed, Harry turned his attention back to the preparations, but his mind kept returning to Serfina's revelation. Ancient serpent beings from the deeper earth, existing between physical and spiritual realms, awakening to observe the gathering. The implications extended beyond anything in wizarding historical records, suggesting that the changes he had initiated reached into magical fundamentals not documented in any human text. The codex bracelet on his wrist warmed slightly, sensing his focus on these concepts. Since the Stonehenge ritual, the artifact had developed an almost intuitive relationship with Harry's thoughts, offering relevant information when he contemplated particular magical questions. Now, in response to his wondering about these ancient ones, the serpent pattern shifted to reveal text in archaic Parseltongue script. Before the division of magic into schools and disciplines, before wand and word formalized power into rigid paths, the ancient kindred moved freely between realms of matter and spirit. Neither fully corporeal nor wholly etheric, they embodied magic's primordial state, fluid, responsive to consciousness directly rather than through intermediary focus. Their retreat from surface realms coincided with wizardkind's increasing reliance on structured casting, a divergence of magical philosophy that eventually solidified into separate worlds. This description aligned with certain esoteric magical theories Harry had encountered during his research, concepts generally dismissed by modern wizardry as pre-scientific mysticism, but which certain cultures still honored in their magical traditions. The Australian rainbow serpents, for instance, were said to exist simultaneously in the physical world and the dreaming, a parallel realm of pure creative potential. The patterns connect across cultures, Wraith observed, having silently read the Codex text alongside Harry. Different names, similar essence. And potentially relevant to what we're trying to establish, Harry agreed, already considering how this information might inform the Gathering's approach to international serpent-wizard cooperation. If magical serpents had maintained connections to more primordial forms of magic that wizards had largely abandoned, the implications for magical theory and practice were profound. Before he could pursue this line of thinking further, a gentle chime from the communication mirror on his bedside table announced an incoming call. Harry activated it with a touch, revealing Hermione's face, her expression betraying both excitement and concern. "Harry, have you seen the prophet this morning?" she asked without preamble. "Just glanced at the headlines," he admitted. "I've been focused on the gathering preparations." "Page 3, she directed. Wizengamot Special Committee on Interspecies Magical Relations has released their preliminary recommendations. It's complex." Harry retrieved the newspaper from where he'd set it aside, turning quickly to the referenced page. The headline immediately captured his attention. Wizengamot Committee recommends limited recognition for serpent-wizard alliances with significant restrictions. The article detailed a carefully balanced political compromise. On one hand, the committee acknowledged the potential benefits of regulated cooperation between qualified wizards and certain categories of magical serpents for specific purposes like potion ingredient harvesting, magical research, and environmental monitoring. On the other hand, it recommended extensive restrictions including mandatory registration of all serpent-wizard communications, ministry oversight of any organized serpent communities, and strict limitations on international serpent movement. "They're trying to control what they can no longer prevent," Harry summarized, quickly grasping the political strategy. "Offering official recognition while simultaneously establishing bureaucratic mechanisms to monitor and restrict actual independence." "Exactly," Hermione agreed. "It's better than outright prohibition, but the registration requirements are troubling. They specifically mention mandatory disclosure of all Parseltongue communications with serpents of XXXX classification or higher, with penalties for non-compliance." Harry considered the implications. The classification referenced would include virtually all the magical serpent species most active in the Whisper Web, particularly those with specialized magical abilities valuable to the network's operations. "It's actually fairly clever," he admitted reluctantly. "They're not opposing serpent-wizard cooperation outright, which would appear regressive after recent events. Instead, they're attempting to bring it under ministry control through regulatory frameworks." "What will you do?" Hermione asked. "The gathering starts in 3 days, and these recommendations will certainly influence the ICW observer's perspective." "We adapt," Harry replied simply. "This was always going to be a process, not a single victory. We'll acknowledge the committee's recommendations as a starting point while proposing modifications to the more restrictive elements." "That sounds remarkably diplomatic for someone who built a secret serpent intelligence network at age 4, Hermione observed with a hint of amusement. Harry smiled. "I've learned that lasting change requires both invisible and visible components. The Whisper Web's covert operations created practical reality. Now we need visible diplomatic efforts to bring institutional structures into alignment with that reality." After concluding the call with promises to coordinate their arrival schedules for the gathering, Harry returned to his preparations with renewed determination. The Ministry's attempt to regulate serpent-wizard alliances represented both a challenge and an opportunity, evidence that the traditional power structures were acknowledging the changed landscape, even as they attempted to control it. For the remainder of the day, Harry fine-tuned the gathering protocols with these new considerations in mind, consulting regularly with key serpent advisors through Dreamlink communications that bypassed conventional detection methods. By evening, when the Australian delegation arrived via specialized magical transport, he had developed a comprehensive strategy to address both the Ministry recommendations and the unexpected interest of the Ancient Ones from the deeper earth. The Australian rainbow serpents proved even more remarkable than described in the research materials. Nearly 30 feet long with scales that shifted continuously through spectral colors, they moved with a fluid grace that seemed almost liquid. More striking than their physical appearance, however, was their magical presence, an energy that resonated at frequencies Harry could perceive only through his enhanced connection to serpent magic. "We greet the Covenant Maker with respect and curiosity," the eldest of the delegation addressed Harry in melodious Parseltongue that somehow conveyed concepts beyond the literal words. "The echoes of your actions have reached our dreaming paths, creating ripples and possibilities that draw our attention across great waters." The formal greeting exchange that followed involved complex magical protocols that Harry navigated with assistance from the Codex. Each delegation member presented a scale freely given, which Harry accepted with appropriate ceremonial acknowledgments before presenting symbolic offerings in return, specially prepared crystals that had been exposed to basilisk gaze through Serfina's carefully controlled process, rendering them capable of storing and translating magical concepts across species. "Your understanding honors us," the Rainbow Serpent Elder observed as the ceremony concluded. "Few humans have respected the proper forms without attempting to bind or command. The old ways of domination created the very problems we now seek to resolve," Harry replied. "True alliance comes only through mutual respect and recognition of different but complementary magical natures." This philosophical foundation, respect rather than dominance, had become the central principle of Harry's approach to serpent-wizard relations, distinguished from historical Parselmouths who typically sought to command serpent magic rather than collaborate with it. The Australian delegation's positive response suggested this perspective might bridge even the most divergent magical traditions. Over the next 2 days, additional international delegations arrived, sinuous Asian lung dragons, technically serpents rather than true dragons despite their name, representing China's ancient magical traditions, feathered serpents from Central American magical communities, their scales incorporating actual quills that could record magical frequencies, massive African mambas whose venom contained properties capable of temporarily transferring magical perceptions between species, and dozens more varieties from every habitable continent. By the time Ron and Hermione arrived to assist with final preparations, the expanded chamber beneath Sirius's property had been transformed into a spectacular congress of serpent magic. Specialized environmental zones accommodated the needs of different species, while translation crystals facilitated communication across dozens of serpent languages and dialects. "Bloody hell," Ron whispered as Harry led them through the chamber on a preliminary tour. "It's like a United Nations for snakes down here." "International Confederation of Serpents would be more accurate," Hermione corrected automatically, her academic interest clearly overcoming any residual nervousness around so many serpents. "The diversity is astonishing. Those look like Quetzalcoatl descendants over there. I've only seen references in pre-Columbian magical texts." Harry nodded, pleased by their reactions. Every major magical serpent lineage is represented, plus several species previously unknown to wizarding taxonomy. The Australian rainbow serpents have been particularly helpful in bridging communications with the more esoteric varieties. "And they're all here because of you," Ron observed, glancing sideways at his friend. "Bit different from that first garden snake at the Dursleys, eh?" The simple observation struck Harry more profoundly than Ron likely intended. From Sis in a suburban garden to this unprecedented gathering of serpent magic from around the world, the progression seemed simultaneously logical and impossible, a journey no one could have predicted yet which somehow felt inevitable in retrospect. "It's not just about me," Harry replied after a thoughtful pause. The conditions for this have been developing for centuries: the growing disconnection between structured wizarding magic and more primal forms, the restrictive classifications of magical beings, the artificial hierarchies. I just happened to approach serpents differently at a crucial moment. You're being modest, Hermione countered gently. Anyone can be at the right place and right time. Few would have built what you've built from that starting point. Before Harry could respond, a subtle vibration through the chamber's floor announced the arrival of yet another delegation. Unlike the physical entryways through which previous groups had entered, this arrival manifested as a shimmering distortion in reality itself, a vertical ripple in the air that gradually solidified into what appeared to be a tier between dimensions. From this interdimensional aperture emerged a being unlike any serpent Harry had previously encountered. Approximately 12 feet long with an iridescent crystal-like body that seemed simultaneously solid and translucent, it moved not by conventional slithering but through a graceful undulation that barely contacted the physical floor. Its eyes, if the swirling vortices of color where eyes would normally be could be called such, contained galaxies of light shifting in hypnotic patterns. "The witness comes," announced Wraith from nearby, his tone conveying unusual reverence. "Ancient One from the deeper earth, between realms traveler, memory keeper of the first magics." The chamber fell into profound silence as the crystalline serpent oriented itself, its awareness seeming to expand outward in concentric waves that Harry could perceive through his enhanced magical senses. When it finally spoke, the communication bypassed conventional Parseltongue, manifesting directly as structured thought in the minds of all present. "We observe with interest this gathering of surface dwellers. The Covenant Maker's actions have disturbed patterns long established, creating possibilities not seen since the First Division. We come as witness to what follows. The formality of the communication carried weight beyond its literal meaning, a recognition of significance that transcended ordinary diplomatic protocols. Harry approached the witness with appropriate respect, intuitively understanding that this being represented traditions and magical perspectives far older than human civilization. "We welcome the witness with honor and gratitude," he responded, instinctively using formal Parseltongue despite the being's more direct communication method. "Your presence acknowledges the importance of what we attempt here." The crystalline serpent oriented toward Harry, those swirling vortex eyes seemingly penetrating beyond physical appearance to assess his magical essence directly. "The pattern change begins with you but extends beyond your individual thread. The weaving shifts. Old bindings loosen. New connections form. We have watched such transformations 7 times since the first emergence of conscious magic. Each reshapes what follows for ages hence. This cryptic statement resonated with information Harry had gleaned from the Codex, references to cyclical realignments of magical fundamentals that historically coincided with significant shifts in how magical beings interacted across species. The presence of the witness suggested that current events represented another such pivotal moment. "Will you participate in our deliberations, or merely observe?" Harry asked, switching to English out of respect for Ron and Hermione, though he suspected the ancient being could comprehend any language. "We observe. We record. We preserve what transpires for the deeper records. Participation remains with those who dwell primarily in the physical realm. The consequences, after all, manifest first in your reality. With that pronouncement, the witness moved to a position along the chamber's perimeter, present but separate, observing without direct involvement. Its arrival, however, had fundamentally altered the atmosphere of the gathering, elevating it from an unprecedented political event to something with almost mythological significance. "Harry," Hermione whispered urgently as they moved away to continue preparations, "that being isn't in any classification system I've studied. Its magical signature doesn't match any known category of serpent. Because it predates our classification systems," Harry explained quietly. "According to Serfina and the Codex, the Ancient Ones existed before the formal division of magic into structured disciplines, before wands, before incantations, when magic responded directly to consciousness and intent." "Bloody hell," Ron muttered again, with feeling. "And I thought the Hungarian horntail was impressive." As the gathering's formal opening approached, additional human participants began arriving, Dumbledore and select Order members, the ICW delegation led by Babajid Akingbade, and even a few progressive ministry officials who had supported modified versions of the Wisengamot Committee's recommendations. Conspicuously absent were any representatives from the Daily Prophet, which continued its ambivalent coverage of Serpent Wizard developments. Most surprising was the arrival of Draco Malfoy, accompanied by his mother Narcissa rather than his father Lucius, a significant political statement given the elder Malfoy's known Death Eater affiliations. Potter, Draco greeted Harry with a formal nod that concealed their more complex relationship from observers. Mother insisted on attending to represent the Malfoy family's historical interest in serpent magic preservation. The ancient traditions should be maintained with appropriate dignity, Narcissa added with surprising warmth. Whatever current political conflicts exist, the fundamental magical knowledge represented here transcends temporary allegiances. This diplomatic phrasing, acknowledging Voldemort's opposition without explicitly contradicting it, represented precisely the kind of nuanced support Harry had hoped to cultivate among traditional pure-blood families. The Malfoys' presence would legitimize the gathering among conservative elements who might otherwise dismiss it as a radical deviation from magical tradition. By sunset, all delegations had arrived and settled into their designated areas. The formal opening ceremony, designed with input from serpent elders representing diverse traditions, incorporated elements of both wizarding and serpent magical protocols, creating a harmonious synthesis that honored both while imposing neither's dominance. Standing before the assembled representatives of two magical worlds long separated by mutual suspicion, Harry felt the weight of the moment, not just as personal responsibility but as historical inflection point. His prepared address, carefully crafted with assistance from Hermione's diplomatic sensibilities and the Codex's historical perspective, would establish the foundation for everything that followed. Representatives of serpent communities, delegates of wizarding nations, witnesses to this historic gathering, he began, his voice steady despite the momentous occasion. We convene today to address divisions that have persisted for millennia, artificial separations between magical traditions that once flowed from the same source. The silvery Ouroboros mark on his palm seemed to pulse gently as he spoke, responding to the concentrated serpent magic in the chamber. The Codex bracelet on his wrist similarly resonated, its serpent patterns shifting subtly in harmony with his words. For too long, wizard kind has approached magical creatures through frameworks of classification, regulation, and often subjugation. For too long, serpent kind has retreated from wizarding society, preserving ancient knowledge in isolation while losing potential evolutionary growth through cooperation. Both approaches have diminished the fullness of magical possibility. As Harry continued his address, outlining both philosophical principles and practical proposals for serpent-wizard cooperation, he could sense the chamber's magical atmosphere shifting, not just metaphorically but literally, as the combined magical essences of dozens of serpent species interacted with the wizarding magic present, creating harmonics and resonances unseen for centuries. The witness observed these energetic patterns with apparent fascination, its crystalline body occasionally refracting the ambient magic into prismatic displays that cast rainbow illumination throughout the chamber. Even those witches and wizards without specialized magical perception could sense that something extraordinary was occurring, a realignment of magical fundamentals rather than mere political negotiation. We propose not domination disguised as cooperation, nor isolation justified as preservation, but genuine alliance founded on mutual respect and recognition of complementary magical natures, Harry concluded. The Covenant offers a framework for this alliance, not as rigid law but as living principle, adapting to the needs and wisdom of all participants. When he finished speaking, a moment of profound silence held the chamber, not uncomfortable but contemplative, as though all present were absorbing the implications of what had been proposed. Then, from the Australian delegation, the rainbow serpent elder rose to her full height, scales pulsing with luminous color. The Covenant Maker speaks truth words that echo in both physical and dreaming realms, she declared in Parseltongue that the translation crystals conveyed to the human attendees. We recognize the pattern shift he embodies and offer our participation in the alliance he describes. One by one, representatives from each serpent delegation offered their responses, some immediately supportive, others cautiously optimistic, a few expressing specific concerns about implementation details. But none rejected the fundamental premise that a new approach to serpent-wizard relations was both possible and necessary. The human responses proved more varied, as expected. Babajid Akingbade spoke for the ICW delegation with measured enthusiasm, acknowledging the historical significance while emphasizing the need for structured frameworks that could integrate with existing magical law. Ministry representatives predictably focused on regulatory concerns, though their tone suggested genuine interest in workable solutions rather than mere obstruction. Most surprising was Narcissa Malfoy's intervention, speaking with the authority of ancient pureblood tradition. The Malfoy grimoire contains records of serpent-wizard cooperation dating to the pre-Hogwarts era, she stated with aristocratic precision. These accounts describe magical achievements impossible through wizarding techniques alone, requiring the harmonic integration of serpent perceptive abilities with human conceptual frameworks. What Mr. Potter proposes is not revolutionary but restorative, a return to magical approaches our ancestors understood before artificial divisions calcified into institutional prejudice. This historical context, coming from a representative of one of Britain's oldest magical families, shifted the conversation profoundly. What might have been dismissed as Harry's idealistic innovation was reframed as reconnection with authentic magical tradition, a perspective that resonated with conservative magical sensibilities while supporting progressive goals. The gathering's opening session concluded with the establishment of working groups to address specific aspects of the proposed alliance: magical research protocols, habitat preservation standards, communication systems, and educational initiatives. Human and serpent representatives were assigned to each group in equal numbers, ensuring balanced perspective in all deliberations. As the formal proceedings adjourned for the evening, Harry found himself approached by Babajid Akingbade, the ICW's chief delegate. "Most impressive, Mr. Potter," the distinguished wizard said, his deep voice carrying genuine admiration. "When Albus suggested I observe this gathering, I expected interesting magical theory. I did not anticipate witnessing what appears to be a fundamental realignment of magical relationships." "It's larger than I initially understood myself," Harry admitted candidly. "What began as personal connection to serpents has revealed patterns and possibilities that extend far beyond my individual experience." Akingbade nodded thoughtfully. "The best magical innovations often follow that pattern, beginning with authentic personal discovery before revealing wider applications. What you've initiated here could eventually extend beyond serpent-wizard relations to other magical species long relegated to regulatory categories rather than recognized as magical practitioners in their own right." This broader implication had occurred to Harry as well, particularly as his research through the Codex revealed historical periods when various magical beings collaborated more as equals than in the current hierarchical system. The possibility that his work with serpent communities might create templates for similar reappraisals of goblin, centaur, or even house elf magic represented both inspiring potential and daunting responsibility. "One step at a time," Harry replied with a small smile. Successfully establishing the covenant framework for serpent-wizard relations would provide a practical demonstration that such cooperation benefits all participants. "Indeed," Akingbade agreed. "Though I feel compelled to warn you that success may prove more threatening to certain interests than failure would be. Voldemort's opposition is predictable given his desire to monopolize serpent magic. More concerning is resistance from within established magical institutions that perceive any redistribution of magical authority as diminishment of their power." "The Ministry," Harry acknowledged with a nod. "Among others," Akingbade clarified. "The ICW itself contains factions deeply invested in maintaining current magical classification systems. Even some magical creature advocacy groups might resist approaches that bypass their self-appointed mediating role." This political complexity represented the next major challenge for the Serpent-Wizard Alliance. Having established the practical foundation and initiated formal diplomatic processes, Harry now needed to navigate institutional resistance without compromising core principles. The remainder of the evening passed in smaller discussions as participants from both worlds engaged in the kind of informal exchanges that often prove more productive than official sessions. Harry circulated throughout the chamber, facilitating connections where appropriate while allowing natural interactions to develop without his mediation. Near midnight, as most human attendees prepared to depart for accommodations above ground, the witness approached Harry directly, its crystalline form seeming to phase slightly between physical and non-physical states as it moved. The patterns shift more rapidly than anticipated, it communicated, its thought voice resonating with complex harmonics. Old boundaries dissolve. New configurations emerge. But danger approaches from the shadow between. Harry focused his full attention on the ancient being, recognizing a warning within the cryptic statement. "What danger do you perceive?" he asked in formal Parseltongue, showing appropriate respect. The devourer was not truly bound by your ritual, merely transformed. It adapts, evolves, prepares to manifest in altered form. The essence hunger remains, though its expression changes. This revelation sent a chill through Harry despite the chamber's comfortable temperature. The serpent devourer had been successfully contained at Stonehenge, its harvested essences redistributed to their rightful communities. All subsequent monitoring had confirmed the entity's dormant state within the binding crystal, which was now secured in the Department of Mysteries under multiple protective enchantments. "How is this possible?" Harry asked, his concern evident despite his attempt at diplomatic composure. The binding ritual followed the exact specifications in the historical records. The binding succeeded as designed, the witness clarified. But the devourer's nature transcends physical constraint. What you contained was its manifested form, not its complete essence. The hunger principle itself continues, seeking new expression through available channels. It adapts, as primal forces always adapt when direct paths are blocked. Through what channels might it now express? Harry pressed, already considering strategic implications for the Covenant alliance. The witness's crystalline body pulsed with complex patterns before responding. The division itself remains viable pathway, the separation between serpent and human magic that your work begins to heal but has not yet fully bridged. Where resistance to reconnection exists, the hunger principle finds resonant frequencies to amplify. Translation: the devourer could potentially manifest through the very opposition to serpent-wizard cooperation, feeding on and intensifying the fear, suspicion, and desire for dominance that characterize traditional approaches to serpent magic. "How soon?" Harry asked, his mind already calculating defensive strategies. "Time flows differently in the deeper currents," the witness replied with typical cryptic imprecision. "But the surface ripples suggest convergence when moon shadow crosses sun path at the balance point between seasons. Harry interpreted this as referencing the approaching equinox, approximately 3 months away, assuming standard astronomical alignments rather than more esoteric magical calendars. This timeframe aligned disturbingly well with intelligence reports from the Order suggesting Voldemort planned significant operations around the same period. Thanking the witness for this critical warning, Harry immediately sought out Dumbledore, Sirius, and his closest advisors to share this concerning development. A hasty council convened in Sirius's kitchen, with Serfina participating through her projected consciousness and Ron and Hermione contributing their specialized knowledge of research and strategic planning. "The equinox timing cannot be coincidental," Dumbledore observed after Harry relayed the witness's warning. "Tom has always demonstrated acute sensitivity to magical alignments, often scheduling significant operations to coincide with astronomically potent moments. Could Voldemort be deliberately attempting to channel the Devourer's essence?" Hermione suggested, her analytical mind immediately identifying the most concerning possibility. "If he's aware of its transformed state, he might see it as an alternative power source now that the original entity is bound." "Worse," Harry said grimly. According to the witness, the Devourer's hunger principle naturally resonates with attempts to maintain division between serpent and human magic. Voldemort doesn't need to deliberately channel it, his fundamental approach to magical power automatically aligns with its essence. Creating a potential feedback loop, Sirius realized. His actions amplify the division, which strengthens the Devourer's influence, which in turn intensifies his determination to control rather than cooperate with serpent magic. The strategic implications were profound. The gathering's success in establishing cooperative frameworks between serpent communities and progressive wizarding factions represented not merely political progress but a fundamental magical countermeasure against the Devourer's resurgence. The more they healed the ancient division, the fewer pathways remained for the hunger principle to manifest. We need to accelerate implementation of the Covenant protocols, Harry decided after considering various approaches. Not just as diplomatic achievement but as magical defense. Each functional alliance between serpent communities and wizarding institutions diminishes the divisive energies the Devourer requires. While simultaneously preparing for direct confrontation, Dumbledore added soberly. If Tom perceives the connection between his power approach and the Devourer's essence, and I believe he will, given his intuitive grasp of magical resonance, he may deliberately accelerate conflicts that intensify divisive energies. Targeting existing serpent-wizard alliances, Harry concluded, the strategic threat immediately apparent. Creating situations that reinforce fear and suspicion between our communities. The remainder of the night was devoted to developing a comprehensive response strategy, integrating diplomatic initiatives with defensive preparations. By dawn, as delegates reconvened for the gathering's second day, Harry had established clear priorities: accelerate practical alliance implementations while preparing specialized defensive measures against both conventional attacks and more insidious attempts to undermine trust between communities. The gathering's subsequent sessions took on heightened significance with this new understanding. What had begun as historic diplomatic initiative now represented crucial magical countermeasure against a threat most participants couldn't fully comprehend. Harry found himself navigating complex currents of visible politics and invisible magical dynamics simultaneously, addressing stated concerns while strengthening fundamental connections that would resist divisive influences. By the conclusion of the three-day Congress, significant progress had been achieved. A formal Covenant charter established principles and practical protocols for serpent-wizard cooperation, with initial implementation projects scheduled across 5 continents. The ICW delegation, impressed by both the philosophical foundation and practical applications, committed to presenting the charter for consideration by the full Confederation, a diplomatic victory beyond what Harry had initially thought possible. Even ministry representatives expressed cautious support for modified versions of the cooperation frameworks, though their continued emphasis on regulatory oversight revealed persistent institutional resistance to fully equal partnerships. This residual division, subtle but real, represented exactly the kind of pathway through which the Devourer's hunger principle might manifest if not addressed. As the gathering concluded and delegates prepared to return to their respective territories, Harry convened a final session with his innermost circle of advisors, the core leadership of what had evolved from childhood friendship with garden snakes into global magical alliance. In addition to Ron, Hermione, and Sirius, this council now included Wraith, Night Vale, and Serfina representing serpent intelligence, Dumbledore providing strategic wizarding perspective, and surprisingly, Draco and Narcissa Malfoy, whose knowledge of traditional serpent magic proved increasingly valuable. We have approximately 3 months before the equinox, Harry summarized, outlining the immediate challenges. During that time, we need to implement enough functional alliance projects to significantly diminish the divisive energies the Devourer requires, while simultaneously preparing defensive measures against both Voldemort's conventional forces and potential manifestations of the hunger principle itself. The Australian rainbow serpents have offered access to Dreaming Path monitoring, Wraith reported. Their perception transcends conventional magical detection, potentially allowing early warning of essence pattern disturbances associated with the hunger principle. And I've been researching historical accounts of the Devourer's previous manifestations, Hermione added. There's a pattern suggesting that counter-resonance techniques, essentially, deliberately generating harmonic frequencies that cancel divisive energies, might disrupt its ability to cohere around a specific host or location. Narcissa Malfoy, whose presence in this inner council still created subtle tension despite months of productive alliance, offered unexpected insight from traditional sources. The Malfoy grimoire describes an ancient warding technique specifically designed to repel essence-hungry entities. It requires specialized crystal formations aligned with both serpent perception channels and human magical frequencies, precisely the kind of cooperative magic this alliance was established to facilitate. This contribution exemplified how the Covenant approach could integrate traditional magical knowledge with innovative applications, preserving valuable heritage while adapting it to current challenges. Even Dumbledore, whose century of magical experience made him justifiably skeptical of supposedly rediscovered ancient techniques, appeared impressed by the theoretical foundations of Narcissa's suggestion. As planning continued, Harry found himself struck by the extraordinary assembly around him, representatives of magical traditions and perspectives that would have been irreconcilably opposed just years earlier, now collaborating toward common purpose. The silver Ouroboros mark on his palm occasionally pulsed with gentle warmth, responding to the harmonious magical integration occurring both within the Council and throughout the expanded Alliance network. "There's something we haven't directly addressed," Draco interjected during discussion of defensive preparations. "The Dark Lord will target you specifically, Potter. Not just as strategic opponent but as symbolic representation of everything his power approach opposes. The Covenant Maker versus the ultimate expression of dominance magic." The blunt assessment silenced the room momentarily. Though everyone present understood this reality, Draco's explicit articulation forced consideration of its practical implications. "Voldemort perceives Harry as both magical rival and ideological threat," Dumbledore acknowledged gravely. "His approach to serpent magic in particular represents everything Tom rejected in his pursuit of power through dominance rather than cooperation. Which makes me the ideal conduit for the Devourer's hunger principle," Harry concluded, verbalizing the concern that had been forming in his mind since the witness's warning. "If it seeks expression through divisive energies, what better focus than direct conflict between opposite approaches to serpent magic?" This stark possibility, that Harry himself might become the battleground for conflict between cooperative and dominance-based magical philosophies, represented both profound danger and potential opportunity. If Voldemort and the Devourer's essence inevitably targeted him as primary opponent, that concentration of attention might allow broader alliance networks to develop with less direct interference. "We use it," Harry decided after careful consideration. "We allow Voldemort to focus on me as primary target, while accelerating alliance implementations beyond his immediate attention. The more we heal the division globally, the less power remains available to manifest through our direct conflict." "That's an extremely dangerous strategy," Sirius objected immediately, protective instincts flaring. "Deliberately drawing the combined attention of Voldemort and a reconstituting primordial entity?" "Not without precedent," Dumbledore noted quietly. "The prophecy that initially connected Harry and Tom established a similar dynamic, concentration of conflict between representatives rather than dispersion across wider populations. The Covenant Maker's approach has wisdom," Serfina's projected consciousness added. "Healing requires both specific intervention and systemic rebalancing. The direct confrontation creates space for broader restoration to proceed." After extensive discussion, a modified version of this approach was adopted. Harry would maintain high-visibility activities that naturally attracted Voldemort's attention, while parallel teams implemented alliance protocols throughout global serpent and wizarding communities. This dual strategy would simultaneously address both the specific manifestation of the hunger principle and the underlying divisive patterns that enabled its expression. As summer transitioned into autumn, Harry returned to Hogwarts for his 6th year, now not merely as student but as recognized diplomatic figure implementing international magical cooperation protocols. Dumbledore, leveraging educational autonomy against ministry regulations, had established Hogwarts as primary European center for Serpent Wizard Alliance projects, with specialized research facilities and habitat areas incorporated into the castle grounds. The practical impact of these developments transformed Harry's educational experience entirely. Beyond standard NEWT coursework, he now coordinated specialized research teams exploring applications of integrated serpent wizard magic, conducted regular diplomatic communications with international alliance partners, and maintained strategic oversight of defensive preparations against the approaching threat. This extraordinary responsibility might have overwhelmed a typical 16-year-old, but Harry's entire life trajectory had prepared him for precisely this role. From those first garden conversations with Sis, through the development of the Whisper Web and Council of Scales, to the Stonehenge Covenant and International Gathering, each stage had developed specific capacities now essential to his expanded responsibilities. Most significantly, the public nature of his Parseltongue abilities and serpent alliances, initially forced by ministry exposure attempts, had evolved into powerful diplomatic asset. Rather than hiding or minimizing his connection to serpent communities, Harry now openly represented their interests in wizarding contexts while simultaneously interpreting wizarding perspectives to serpent partners. This mediating role, once viewed with suspicion, increasingly earned respect from both worlds as practical benefits of cooperation became evident. Hogwarts itself adapted to these changes with surprising flexibility. The castle's semi-sentient magic, already connected to Harry through his covenant bond with Serpina, seemed to embrace the integration of serpent magical elements throughout its structure. New passages formed connecting specialized habitat areas, ambient magic adjusted to accommodate serpent perceptive frequencies, and even the portraits demonstrated increased awareness of and respect for non-human magical presences. Most remarkable was the transformation of student attitudes. What had begun as Harry's personal educational campaign now expanded into formal curriculum elements, with specialized seminars on interspecies magical cooperation and practical workshops demonstrating integrated techniques. Even traditionally conservative Slytherin students, influenced by the Malfoys' cautious support, showed increasing interest in exploring ancestral connections to serpent magic traditions. Yet beneath this visible progress, concerning patterns emerged. As September gave way to October, Harry's monitoring networks detected increasing instability in magical ley lines throughout Britain, subtle disturbances consistent with the witnesses' warning about the Devourer's reconstitution. Simultaneously, Voldemort's forces accelerated attacks on known serpent habitats, deliberately targeting communities that had established cooperation agreements with wizarding institutions. Most troubling were reports of a new phenomenon, wizards exhibiting unusual magical signatures after participating in certain dark rituals associated with Voldemort's inner circle. These individuals demonstrated capabilities historically associated with serpent magic, enhanced perception of magical energies, nonverbal manipulation of environmental elements, and resistance to certain defensive spells, but implemented through dominance rather than cooperation. The magical signature of these enhanced Death Eaters contained disturbing resonance patterns matching the Devourer's essence as documented during the Stonehenge binding. "He's found a way to channel fragments of the hunger principle into his followers," Harry concluded during an emergency council meeting in the Room of Requirement. Not the complete essence, but splinters of its fundamental pattern, amplifying their natural affinity for dominance-based magic. Creating living conduits for the divisive energies the Devourer requires, Hermione elaborated, her research into magical resonance patterns proving increasingly valuable. Each enhanced Death Eater becomes a focused projection point for the very frequencies that maintain separation between serpent and human magic. The corruption spreads through existing pathways of fear and dominance, Serpina confirmed through her projected consciousness. Where wizards already approach magic through control rather than cooperation, the hunger principle finds natural resonance. This development accelerated their timeline significantly. The equinox alignment remained 3 weeks away, but the progressive establishment of these enhanced conduits meant the Devourer's reconstitution could potentially complete before the astronomical convergence that would maximize its power. "We need to implement the counter-resonance protocol immediately," Harry decided after reviewing available intelligence. Even partially established, it should disrupt the harmonic patterns these conduits require to maintain their enhanced capabilities. The counter-resonance technique, developed through integration of Hermione's theoretical research, ancient wisdom from the Codex, and practical applications suggested by serpent partners, represented their most sophisticated magical defense. Unlike conventional protective spells that established barriers or opposition, this approach generated harmonic frequencies that naturally cancel divisive energies, not fighting against but transforming the fundamental patterns that enabled the Devourer's manifestation. Implementation required simultaneous activation at 7 key locations throughout Britain, each situated on ley line intersections with historical significance to serpent-wizard relations. Harry would coordinate from Hogwarts, the most powerful convergence point, while teams comprising both human and serpent participants established the remaining nodes. As preparations for this complex magical working accelerated, Voldemort's forces intensified their disruption attempts. Enhanced Death Eaters targeted Alliance representatives, magical interference distorted communication networks, and subtle propaganda campaigns attempted to undermine trust between communities that had established cooperative relationships. Most concerning was evidence that Voldemort himself had undergone some form of transformation. Order intelligence reported the Dark Lord retreating into isolation for several days, accompanied only by Nagini and his most trusted lieutenants. When he emerged, observers noted disturbing physical changes, his already serpentine features becoming more pronounced, his magical signature incorporating harmonics previously associated exclusively with ancient serpent species, and his Parseltongue abilities reportedly enhanced beyond conventional limitations. He's attempting to become the primary vessel for the Devourer's complete manifestation, Harry informed the council gravely. Not merely channeling fragments into followers but preparing to incorporate the full hunger principle into his own magical essence. Is that even possible? Ron asked, his strategic mind immediately assessing implications. Merging with a primordial magical entity? The historical precedents are not encouraging, Dumbledore replied, his typically measured tone betraying genuine concern. Magical history records several attempts by particularly powerful practitioners to incorporate primal forces directly. Those who survived the initial integration generally lost individual identity within the greater pattern they attempted to contain. But Voldemort's already divided his soul through Horcruxes, Hermione noted, referencing the dark immortality method Dumbledore had recently disclosed to their inner circle. His fragmented nature might actually facilitate integration with an equally fragmented entity like the reconstituting Devourer. This possibility represented their worst-case scenario, Voldemort successfully merging with the Devourer's hunger principle to become a hybrid entity combining human magical precision with primordial destructive force. Such a being would threaten not just their alliance but the fundamental magical balance Dumbledore had long worked to maintain. With time running critically short, Harry made the difficult decision to accelerate the counter-resonance implementation despite incomplete preparations at several nodes. The astronomical alignment was still days away, but waiting for perfect conditions risked allowing Voldemort's transformation to complete before their defense activated. On a misty October evening, as twilight painted Hogwarts towers in fading golden light, the combined operation commenced. From his position in the astronomy tower, chosen for its alignment with both celestial and terrestrial magical currents, Harry initiated the central harmonic sequence that would synchronize all 7 nodes into coherent counter-resonance pattern. The magic involved transcended conventional wizarding categories. Neither charm nor transfiguration, neither defensive shield nor offensive strike, the counter-resonance represented something more fundamental, direct manipulation of magical harmonics themselves, the underlying patterns through which all specific manifestations expressed. As Harry channeled the central sequence, supported by Serfina's projected consciousness and physically surrounded by representatives from 7 serpent species, he could perceive the gradual formation of the counter-resonance field, a subtle but powerful harmonic pattern spreading outward along ley line connections to the 6 additional nodes across Britain. For nearly an hour, the working proceeded as planned. Reports through specialized communication crystals confirmed successful activation at 5 of the 6 secondary locations, with the 6th experiencing minor difficulties but maintaining sufficient connection to the overall pattern. The counter-resonance field expanded steadily, its harmonics beginning to neutralize the divisive frequencies associated with the Devourer's manifestation. Then, without warning, a dissonant surge shattered the carefully constructed pattern. Harry gasped as feedback through the magical connection struck with physical force, momentarily disorienting his perception. Around him, the serpent representatives reacted with similar distress, their sensitive perception systems overwhelmed by the sudden disruption. Attack! Wraith reported urgently, recovering first. The northern node has fallen, Edinburgh team reports enhanced Death Eaters breached their protective perimeter. Before Harry could adjust the central harmonics to compensate for this loss, a second node failed, this time in Cornwall, followed rapidly by a third in Wales. Within minutes, 4 of the 6 supporting nodes had been neutralized, leaving only the London connection, protected by Order headquarters, and Hogwarts itself maintaining the counter-resonance field. He anticipated our strategy, Harry realized, the tactical implications immediately apparent. Voldemort identified the node locations and coordinated simultaneous strikes to collapse the pattern before it could fully establish. The magical consequences manifested with alarming speed. Without sufficient distribution nodes, the counter-resonance harmonics couldn't maintain coherent opposition to the Devourer's divisive frequencies. The protective field began collapsing inward, contracting toward the two remaining anchors rather than expanding throughout the ley line network as designed. More concerning, the sudden disruption created magical feedback that actually amplified the very frequencies they had attempted to neutralize. Throughout Britain, divisive energies surged along ley lines, intensifying the resonance patterns that facilitated the Devourer's reconstitution through its conduits. "We must adapt immediately," Serphina urged, her projected consciousness flaring with unusual intensity. "Conventional distribution has failed, we require alternative approach." As Harry struggled to stabilize the collapsing harmonic pattern, a new magical presence manifested unexpectedly beside him, the crystalline witness from the deeper earth, its interdimensional form shimmering into partial physicality without warning. The pattern change accelerates toward critical threshold, it communicated directly into Harry's mind. The hunger principle coalesces around its chosen vessel. The division strengthens through fear response to deliberate provocation. Conventional opposition fails against primordial resonance. "We need another approach," Harry acknowledged, maintaining focus on the destabilizing harmonics while simultaneously processing this new development. "The distributed counter-resonance can't establish without sufficient nodes. Consider core pattern rather than extended manifestation," the witness suggested cryptically. "The hunger principle expresses through many conduits but originates from singular division. Address origin rather than expression. This oblique guidance triggered a fundamental realization. They had designed their counter-resonance to neutralize the Devourer's manifested effects throughout the environment, essentially treating symptoms rather than cause. A more direct approach would target the original division itself, the fundamental separation between serpent and human magic that created the conditions for the hunger principle's existence. "We need to establish direct covenant connection," Harry told Serphina urgently. "Not distributed through geographical nodes but intensified through representative embodiment. Concentrated rather than expanded." "The crown of serpents," Serphina responded immediately, her mental voice resonating with recognition. Salazar theorized but never implemented, direct harmonic integration between representative vessels of serpent and human magic. This reference accessed information within the codex that Harry had previously noted but not fully explored, a theoretical magical working described in Slytherin's personal journals but never actually performed. The crown of serpents represented not physical coronation but magical integration, a direct connection between human consciousness and serpent magical perception, creating unified expression of traditionally separated magical approaches. Unlike conventional spellwork with clear incantations and wand movements, this integration required fundamental surrender of artificial boundaries between magical traditions. The human participant would temporarily experience magic through serpent perception, while serpent participants would simultaneously access human conceptual frameworks, a genuine merging of consciousness rather than mere cooperation between separate entities. "The risk is substantial," Serphina cautioned. "Temporary for the serpent participants, potentially permanent transformation for the human representative." Salazar ultimately rejected implementation because it threatened the very separation he came to value. "Which makes it perfect counter to the hunger principle," Harry concluded, recognizing the elegant opposition. "If the Devourer exists because of and feeds upon the division, then genuine integration, even temporarily, directly undermines its fundamental pattern." With conventional defenses failing and reports of Voldemort's accelerating transformation reaching critical threshold, Harry made the decision to implement this untested theoretical approach immediately. The remaining participants at Hogwarts, 7 serpent representatives of different magical traditions plus Harry himself as human focus, would attempt to establish the crown integration directly, without geographical distribution but with maximum intensity. Instructing Hermione to maintain conventional protective measures around their working space and Ron to coordinate communications with remaining Alliance forces, Harry initiated the revised protocol. Rather than projecting counter-resonance outward along ley lines, this approach would create intense harmonic integration within the immediate group, generating a concentrated pattern of unity that directly contradicted the divisive frequencies empowering the devourer. The process began with Harry and the 7 serpent representatives arranging themselves in circular formation, establishing direct physical contact to facilitate consciousness transfer. Unlike the dominance-based approaches historically used by dark wizards to absorb serpent magical properties, this integration required genuine reciprocity, each participant both giving and receiving aspects of magical perception and expression. As the integration commenced, Harry experienced immediate and profound alteration to his magical consciousness. Serpent perception flooded his awareness, magical energies becoming visible as flowing currents with distinct harmonic signatures, time itself appearing more fluid rather than linear, and the interconnected nature of all magical manifestations becoming directly apparent rather than abstractly understood. Simultaneously, his human conceptual framework extended to the serpent participants, providing linguistic structure for experiences previously understood through direct perception, contextualizing magical patterns within historical and cultural frameworks, and introducing uniquely human elements of creative imagination to traditionally preservative serpent consciousness. The resulting integration created exactly the harmonic pattern theorized in Slytherin's journals, the crown of serpents, not physical object but magical relationship, manifesting as radiant energy field visible even to conventionally limited human perception. Unlike the counter-resonance strategy that opposed divisive frequencies through cancellation, this approach generated a fundamentally different pattern that simply rendered the division concept incoherent within its influence. Through this integrated perception, Harry could directly observe magical developments previously invisible to either human or serpent awareness separately. Most significantly, he perceived the Devourer's reconstitution process unfolding at multiple levels simultaneously: physical conduits in enhanced Death Eaters, ambient energy patterns along ley lines, and most concerning, a nearly complete merging with Voldemort's fragmented magical essence at a remote location Harry recognized as Malfoy Manor. The convergence approaches completion, the eldest rainbow serpent communicated through their shared consciousness. The vessel accepts the hunger principle, believing it controls what actually consumes. We need to extend this integration pattern directly to the convergence point, Harry responded, the strategic necessity immediately apparent through their combined awareness. Not as distant influence but immediate confrontation. Such extension should have been impossible given conventional magical limitations of distance and physical presence. But within the crown integration, these constraints appeared as merely conceptual rather than fundamental, human assumptions about separation rather than actual magical necessities. Drawing on serpent understanding of magical currents as directly navigable pathways rather than abstract connections, Harry guided the integrated consciousness along ley line harmonics leading toward Malfoy Manor. Their perceptive awareness extended outward while their physical forms remained at Hogwarts, a projection of integrated consciousness rather than conventional magical travel. What they encountered at the convergence point transcended ordinary magical conflict. Voldemort, his physical form now grotesquely transformed by partial integration with the Devourer's essence, stood at the center of an elaborate ritual circle within Malfoy Manor's grand ballroom. Surrounding him, arranged in precise geometric pattern, 24 enhanced Death Eaters channeled divisive energies inward, feeding the final transformation process. Most disturbing was the semi-physical manifestation taking shape around and through Voldemort's form, a shadowy approximation of the Devourer's original appearance before binding, now adapting to incorporate human magical precision within its primordial destructive nature. The hunger principle and Voldemort's fundamental desire for dominance resonated in perfect harmony, each amplifying the other toward unprecedented magical hybridization. The final convergence requires Catalyst, perceive Night Vale through their integrated consciousness. They await specific trigger, the astronomical alignment approaches but requires focused activation. This assessment aligned with magical patterns visible through their enhanced perception. The merging process had progressed to approximately 80% completion but maintained deliberate suspension before final integration. Voldemort, despite his grotesque transformation, retained enough individual consciousness to recognize the danger of complete surrender to the primordial entity before ensuring controllable results. The catalyst involved sacrifice, identified the African Mamba representative, whose specialized perception detected subtle harmonic patterns associated with life force manipulation. Not merely symbolic but genuine magical transference, something representing the very division being exploited. Harry focused their integrated perception more precisely on the ritual arrangements, identifying elements previously unnoticed. At the circle's edge, magically restrained but conscious, knelt Draco Malfoy, his expression revealing combination of terror and grim resignation. The son of the house, Harry realized with horror. Representing the very alliance we've established, pure-blood wizard who assisted our cooperative approach rather than maintaining traditional dominance perspective. His sacrifice would symbolically reinforce the division while providing magical power for final convergence. The strategic situation crystallized with perfect clarity through their integrated perception. Voldemort had identified the ideal catalyst for completing his transformation, sacrificing a pure-blood wizard who had betrayed traditional dominance-based magic by supporting Harry's cooperative approach. The symbolic resonance of this sacrifice would perfectly amplify the divisive energies empowering the Devourer's manifestation. More personal was Harry's recognition of responsibility. Draco faced death specifically because he had responded to Harry's invitation to cooperation rather than maintaining his family's traditional allegiance. The strategic necessity of rescuing him aligned perfectly with moral obligation, creating unusually clear imperative for immediate intervention. We must act directly, Harry communicated to the integrated consciousness. Not merely observe but intervene before the sacrifice completes the convergence. This declaration presented immediate practical challenge. Their consciousness had projected to observe the convergence, but conventional magical understanding suggested physical intervention from such distance remained impossible. However, the crown integration had already transcended numerous, impossible, limitations by merging serpent and human magical approaches. The crown can manifest beyond observation, suggested the Rainbow Serpent Elder, accessing ancient knowledge from her tradition's dreaming paths. Not through conventional magic but through representative embodiment, extending integrated pattern directly into divisive field. This possibility, essentially projecting not just awareness but actual magical effect across distance through consciousness rather than physical presence, represented exactly the kind of impossible potential that integration of different magical traditions might facilitate. Neither serpent nor human magic alone could accomplish such projection, but their unified expression might transcend normal limitations. With Draco's sacrifice clearly imminent as Voldemort raised a ceremonial dagger of disturbing design, Harry committed fully to this unprecedented magical approach. Drawing on the combined consciousness of all 8 participants in the crown integration, he focused their unified will toward direct manifestation within the convergence ritual, not mere observation but actual presence capable of magical intervention. The experience transcended conventional description. Harry simultaneously perceived himself at both locations, physically present in the astronomy tower at Hogwarts while magically manifest within Malfoy Manor's ritual chamber. The crown's radiant energy field projected directly into the convergence circle, its harmonic pattern of integration creating immediate and dramatic disruption to the carefully balanced divisive energies Voldemort had accumulated. The effect was explosive. Unified consciousness representing integrated magical traditions directly confronted the embodiment of division and dominance. Where these patterns intersected, reality itself seemed to waver, magical fundamentals briefly becoming visible as actual structures rather than abstract principles. Voldemort's partially transformed body convulsed as conflicting magical patterns collided through his form. The Devourer's essence, nearly integrated with his fragmented soul, reacted violently to the presence of a harmonic pattern that contradicted its fundamental nature. Enhanced Death Eaters surrounding the central circle collapsed as their artificially augmented connections to the hunger principle shattered under exposure to integration harmonics they couldn't comprehend. Taking advantage of this disruption, Harry directed a portion of their unified consciousness toward Draco's restraints, dissolving the magical bindings through direct harmonization rather than conventional counterspelling. The young Slytherin, momentarily paralyzed by shock at the incomprehensible magical manifestation before him, required direct mental instruction, run, before staggering to his feet and fleeing toward the chamber's exit. Voldemort, despite his compromised condition, retained enough magical awareness to recognize the source of this unprecedented intervention. His distorted face contorted with combination of rage and disbelief as he perceived Harry's presence within the crown manifestation. Impossible! He hissed in Parseltongue, so corrupted by the Devourer's influence it barely resembled human speech. No wizard can project actual presence across such distance. Not wizard alone, Harry responded through the integrated consciousness. Nor serpent alone. But unified expression of both traditions transcends artificial limitations you maintain through division and fear. This direct confrontation between opposing magical philosophies, integration versus dominance, cooperation versus subjugation, created the most fundamental magical conflict Harry had ever experienced. Not merely struggle between different spells or even different wizards, but between contradictory approaches to the nature of magic itself. The crown's harmonic pattern, representing genuine integration of traditions long artificially separated, directly contradicted and began unraveling the divisive energies Voldemort had accumulated for his transformation. Simultaneously, the Devourer's essence, now partially merged with Voldemort's consciousness, fought to maintain coherence against a unified pattern that rendered its fundamental nature obsolete. For several minutes that seemed to extend into eternity through their altered perception of time, this primal magical confrontation continued, neither side able to completely overcome the other, both representing fundamental patterns with legitimate claim to magical expression. The crown integration embodied cooperative potential, the Devourer-Voldemort hybrid represented dominance tradition, and magical reality itself seemed to waver between these competing paradigms. Then, unexpectedly, Nagini, Voldemort's serpent companion and, unknown to him, one of his Horcruxes, made a decisive intervention. Whether acting from genuine magical understanding or instinctive response to the crown's harmonic pattern, the massive serpent suddenly struck at her master, fangs penetrating the transformed flesh where neck met shoulder. This attack, coming from Voldemort's most trusted serpent ally, created critical disruption in the already unstable merger between Dark Lord and Hunger Principle. The Horcrux connection meant Nagini's action represented not merely physical attack but magical rebellion from within Voldemort's own fragmented soul, a profound contradiction to his dominance-based magical philosophy. The consequence manifested as catastrophic magical backlash. The partially completed merger between Voldemort and Devourer collapsed inward, releasing accumulated divisive energies in uncontrolled explosion that devastated Malfoy Manor's ritual chamber. Voldemort himself was hurled backward, his transformed body smoking from magical discharge, while the shadowy approximation of the Devourer's form briefly coalesced before shattering into fragments that dissipated throughout the ambient magic. Harry, perceiving these developments through the crown's integrated consciousness, recognized both victory and ongoing danger. The immediate convergence had been disrupted, preventing Voldemort's complete transformation into hybrid entity of unprecedented destructive potential. However, the Devourer's essence, though fragmented again, had not been truly destroyed or bound, merely dispersed temporarily, likely to begin reconstituting through alternative pathways. More pressingly, maintaining the crown integration across such distance while directly opposing Voldemort's magic had depleted their combined resources to dangerous levels. The harmonic pattern began destabilizing, threatening to collapse with potentially harmful consequences for all participants if not properly dissolved. "We must withdraw and restore balance," advised the Rainbow Serpent Elder through their fading connection. "The immediate threat is neutralized, but continued extension risks permanent damage to our integrated consciousness." Recognizing the wisdom in this assessment, Harry initiated careful dissolution of their projected manifestation, gradually returning their unified awareness to Hogwarts while maintaining sufficient coherence to prevent harmful separation shock. As their consciousness fully reintegrated with their physical forms in the astronomy tower, the crown pattern naturally faded, not disappearing entirely but shifting from active manifestation to residual harmonic connection that maintains subtle integration without requiring conscious maintenance. The aftermath left all participants transformed in various ways. The serpent representatives, though physically unchanged, demonstrated enhanced understanding of human conceptual frameworks, utilizing abstract thinking and linguistic structures previously unavailable to their consciousness. Harry's transformation proved more profound, his magical perception permanently altered to incorporate elements of serpent awareness, allowing direct visualization of magical energies and intuitive understanding of harmonic patterns underlying conventional spellwork. Most significant was the residual connection between participants, not continuous shared consciousness but persistent ability to re-establish partial integration when needed. The crown of serpents had created lasting change in their magical natures, demonstrating practical reality of the very integration they advocated philosophically. Did it work? Hermione asked anxiously as Harry's awareness fully returned to the astronomy tower. We lost conventional communication when the crown fully manifested, but the magical discharge was visible even from here. Partially, Harry replied, his voice sounding strange to his own ears after experiencing direct thought communication. We disrupted the convergence and prevented Voldemort's complete transformation. Draco escaped during the confusion, and the Devourer's essence fragmented rather than successfully integrating with Voldemort's consciousness. But? Ron prompted, recognizing the qualification in Harry's tone. But the fundamental conflict remains unresolved, Harry acknowledged. The hunger principle wasn't destroyed, just temporarily dispersed. And Voldemort, though significantly weakened by the failed merger, survived the magical backlash. What happens now? Hermione asked, her analytical mind already seeking next strategic steps. Harry considered their position carefully, integrating conventional strategic assessment with his newly enhanced perception of magical patterns. Voldemort will require significant recovery time after this failed transformation. The magical backlash damaged both his physical form and his connection to the hunger principle. We have opportunity to consolidate our alliance implementations while he rebuilds his approach. This assessment proved accurate in the weeks that followed. Intelligence from various sources confirmed Voldemort had retreated into seclusion, his physical condition requiring specialized magical treatment after the catastrophic backlash. Death Eater activities continued but demonstrated significantly reduced coordination and strategic focus, suggesting their leaders' diminished capacity for direct oversight. Most encouraging was the status of those who had been enhanced through partial connection to the Devourer's essence. Without the coordinating influence of the central convergence, these conduits lost their artificial augmentation, reverting to conventional magical capabilities. Several were apprehended during this vulnerable transition, providing valuable intelligence about the failed transformation ritual. Draco Malfoy, having narrowly escaped sacrifice, provided crucial testimony regarding Voldemort's plans and the specific magical techniques attempted during the convergence ritual. His direct experience as intended catalyst offered unique insight into how dominance-based approaches attempted to exploit traditional divisions between magical traditions. He genuinely believed he could control the Devourer's essence through superior will, Draco reported during a debriefing session with the Order. The ritual was designed to channel the hunger principle through his fragmented soul structure, using the Horcruxes as stabilizing anchors to prevent complete consumption of his identity during merger. This information proved invaluable for developing more comprehensive countermeasures against future manifestation attempts. The connection between Horcruxes and the transformation ritual also accelerated Dumbledore's research into locating and neutralizing these soul fragments, a parallel strategy necessary for Voldemort's ultimate defeat. For Harry personally, the aftermath of the Crown integration brought both enhanced capabilities and new challenges. His permanently altered magical perception provided unprecedented insight into harmonic patterns underlying conventional spellwork, allowing intuitive modifications that bewildered professors and classmates alike. Simultaneously, this expanded awareness sometimes overwhelmed his consciousness, requiring development of new mental disciplines to function effectively in conventional reality. Most significant was the philosophical evolution catalyzed by direct experience of integrated consciousness. Having personally embodied the very unity between magical traditions that the Covenant advocated, Harry approached alliance implementation with deeper understanding of both possibilities and practical challenges involved in genuine magical cooperation. It's not just about political agreements or even practical magical cooperation, he explained during a strategy session with the Order's inner circle. Those are essential steps, but the ultimate goal is more fundamental, recognition that the divisions between magical traditions are largely artificial constructs rather than inherent necessities. This perspective, emerging from direct experience rather than abstract theory, profoundly influenced the Alliance implementation process throughout the winter months. Where previous approaches focused primarily on establishing practical cooperation protocols between separate traditions, the revised strategy emphasized educational initiatives that demonstrated fundamental compatibility between seemingly distinct magical approaches. By spring of Harry's 6th year, significant progress had been achieved on multiple fronts. Dozens of functional Serpent-Wizard Alliance projects operated across 5 continents, generating practical benefits that convinced even skeptical populations of cooperation's value. Educational reforms at Hogwarts and several international magical institutions incorporated perspectives from Serpent magical traditions, enriching conventional curriculum with complementary approaches. Most importantly, the harmonic patterns of integration established through the Crown manifestation continued spreading through magical networks, gradually diminishing the divisive frequencies that facilitated the Devourer's manifestation. Yet Voldemort, though significantly weakened, remained active threat, his fundamental approach to power through dominance providing natural channel for the dispersed hunger principle to eventually reconstitute. Reports from various sources confirmed his gradual recovery, accompanied by increasingly desperate efforts to restore connection with the Devourer's essence that had nearly transformed him into unprecedented magical entity. He's become obsessed with recapturing what he briefly experienced, Snape reported during a secure order meeting, his role as double agent becoming increasingly precarious as Voldemort's paranoia intensified. The partial merger gave him a glimpse of magical potential beyond even his considerable ambition. Having tasted such power, he cannot accept its loss. This obsession created both vulnerability and danger. Voldemort's fixation on reconstituting the merger diverted resources from conventional warfare, yet simultaneously drove increasingly extreme magical experimentation that threatened fundamental stability. The hunger principle, though currently dispersed, remained attracted to his dominance-based magical approach, creating potential for eventual reconvergence if sufficient divisive energies accumulated. As Harry's 6th year concluded and summer approached, strategic assessment suggested approaching final confrontation, not merely conventional magical conflict but fundamental resolution of the opposing approaches to magical relationship embodied by Voldemort and the Covenant Alliance. The hunger principle could be temporarily dispersed repeatedly, but permanent resolution required addressing the underlying division that enabled its manifestation. During intense research sessions combining Dumbledore's historical knowledge, the Codex's ancient wisdom, and insights from Serpent magical traditions, a potential approach emerged, one simultaneously logical and seemingly impossible, the Nexus ritual, Dumbledore explained, presenting centuries-old text discovered in obscure Flamel manuscript. Theorized but never implemented, it would establish direct convergence point between opposing magical philosophies, creating controlled context for fundamental resolution rather than continued oscillation between paradigms. "You mean a structured magical confrontation," Harry interpreted, his enhanced perception immediately grasping the underlying harmonic principles. Not merely battle between different spells, but between fundamentally different approaches to magical relationship itself. Precisely, Dumbledore confirmed, his expression revealing both scholarly fascination and grave concern. According to historical theory, such confrontation would resolve not through conventional victory of one approach over another, but through emergence of new synthesis incorporating valid elements from both while transcending fundamental limitations of each. The implications were profound. Rather than endless cycle of conflict between dominance and cooperation approaches, with the hunger principle perpetually seeking manifestation through resulting division, the Nexus ritual proposed establishing conditions for transformational resolution, new magical paradigm that would render the original division obsolete. "The risk is substantial," Hermione noted, reviewing the theoretical foundations with characteristic thoroughness. "This isn't conventional magic with predictable parameters, but fundamental reconfiguration of magical relationships themselves. The potential for catastrophic destabilization seems significant." Yet continuing our current approach guarantees eventual reconstitution of the hunger principle, Harry countered, weighing strategic realities against theoretical concerns. We can disperse it repeatedly through crown manifestation, but permanent resolution requires addressing the underlying division that enables its existence. After extensive discussion involving representatives from both wizarding and serpent traditions, consensus emerged. The Nexus ritual represented their best hope for permanent resolution, despite significant uncertainties and potential risks. Preparations would require months of careful coordination, specialized magical components from diverse traditions, and identification of appropriate convergence location with sufficient fundamental stability to withstand transformational energies involved. Most significantly, the ritual would require voluntary participation from representatives of both opposing approaches, someone embodying cooperative integration confronting someone embodying dominance paradigm, both fully empowered rather than artificially constrained. This requirement effectively mandated direct confrontation between Harry and Voldemort within ritual context, their individual magical natures perfectly representing the broader philosophical opposition. As summer progressed into Harry's final year at Hogwarts, preparations for this unprecedented magical working accelerated alongside more conventional war efforts. While Order forces engaged Death Eaters in standard magical conflict, specialized teams gathered ritual components, identified potential convergence locations, and developed protective measures for containing potentially destructive energies. Voldemort, meanwhile, pursued parallel course toward reconstituting his connection with the Devourer's essence. Intelligence reports confirmed increasingly desperate and dangerous magical experimentation, resulting in further physical transformation as he attempted to recreate conditions that had nearly facilitated complete merger. His remaining Horcruxes became focal points for channeling divisive energies, creating localized manifestations of the hunger principle around these soul fragments. This development actually accelerated the Horcrux hunting mission Dumbledore had initiated, as these soul fragments now generated distinctive harmonic signatures detectable through Harry's enhanced perception. By midwinter of his 7th year, all but 2 Horcruxes had been located and neutralized, significantly diminishing both Voldemort's physical stability and his capacity to channel the Devourer's dispersed essence. The strategic timeline crystallized in early spring, when astronomical calculations identified optimal alignment for the Nexus ritual, precisely 1 year after the failed convergence at Malfoy Manor, when magical currents associated with both paradigms would achieve maximum definition before potential reintegration. This alignment coincided with Beltane, the ancient festival marking transition between seasons and traditionally associated with transformational magic. The convergence point must embody genuine neutrality, Harry noted during final planning sessions. Not location historically associated with either dominance or cooperation traditions, but genuine interface between approaches. After extensive consideration of magical properties and practical security requirements, consensus settled on unexpected location, the Department of Mystery's Death Chamber, where the ancient stone archway represented intersection between multiple magical realities. This location combined practical advantages, ministry security, controlled environment, with fundamental magical appropriateness, neutrality between opposing traditions, established capacity for containing transformational energies. As Beltane approached, final preparations accelerated with unprecedented coordination between wizarding institutions and serpent communities worldwide. The Nexus ritual required establishing harmonic resonance patterns at 7 satellite locations globally, creating stabilizing framework for the central convergence in London. Representatives from both traditions at each location would maintain balanced energy flow throughout the ritual, preventing dangerous accumulation or depletion at the primary Nexus point. Harry's personal preparation involved intensive integration work with the Crown of Serpents, strengthening his capacity to embody unified expression of cooperative magical approach. Unlike previous manifestation that required 8 participants physically present, his enhanced perception now allowed maintaining limited Crown integration independently, with serpent representatives connected through harmonic resonance rather than direct consciousness sharing. The most significant challenge remained ensuring Voldemort's presence at the convergence point without revealing their strategic intention. Direct invitation would obviously be rejected, yet the ritual required voluntary participation rather than forced confrontation. This dilemma was unexpectedly resolved through Draco Malfoy's insight into Voldemort's psychological fixation. He's become obsessed with recapturing the power he briefly experienced during the failed merger, Draco explained. If he detected harmonic patterns suggesting reconstitution of those conditions, his current state would compel investigation regardless of obvious tactical risks. This assessment suggested possibility of using the ritual's preliminary harmonization phase as effective lore, establishing magical resonance patterns that would appear to Voldemort's perception as potential manifestation pathway for the Devourer's essence. His desperation to recapture transformational power would likely overcome strategic caution, especially given his diminished capacity for rational assessment following partial merger and subsequent backlash. On Beltane Eve, as preparations reached final stage, Harry gathered with his innermost circle, those who had accompanied his journey from earliest development of the Whisper Web to current global alliance. Ron and Hermione, his most constant human companions, Wraith and Nightvale representing the Serpent Council, Sirius providing unwavering family support, and even Draco Malfoy, whose evolution from antagonist to reluctant ally embodied the very transformational potential they sought to manifest. Whatever happens tomorrow, Harry told them quietly, the foundation we've established continues. The Covenant exists now beyond any individual, implemented through thousands of practical alliances, educational initiatives, and genuine relationships between traditions long artificially separated. This legacy perspective reflected Harry's growth from uncertain child to strategic leader, recognition that the movement he had catalyzed now possessed momentum beyond his personal involvement. The International Serpent Wizard Alliance had developed distributed leadership, institutional frameworks, and self-sustaining implementation processes that would continue regardless of individual outcomes. Sirius, perceiving the implicit farewell in Harry's words, responded with characteristic directness. Planning on noble self-sacrifice, are you? Because I've had quite enough of that particular Potter family tradition. The gentle rebuke, delivered with obvious affection, broke the gathering tension. Harry smiled, appreciating his godfather's refusal to accept fatalistic assumptions. The ritual doesn't require sacrifice in conventional sense, he clarified. But genuine transformation rarely leaves participants unchanged. I'm simply acknowledging that our work has evolved beyond dependency on any individual, including me. Just make sure you come back in recognizable form, Ron added with forced lightness that couldn't quite mask genuine concern. I'm not explaining to Ginny that her boyfriend transformed into some kind of magical serpent hybrid thing right before graduation. This reference to Harry's evolving relationship with the youngest Weasley, a natural partnership that had developed gradually through shared experiences rather than dramatic romance, provided welcome reminder of personal connections beyond strategic responsibilities. Such human relationships, ordinary yet profound, represented exactly what they fought to preserve against forces that would reduce magic to mere power mechanism. As dawn approached on Beltane morning, final preparations concluded at all 7 satellite locations globally. From Australian outback to American southwest, from African savanna to Scandinavian fjords, carefully selected convergence points activated preliminary harmonic sequences that would stabilize the central nexus during transformation process. In London, a small team including Harry, Dumbledore, and representatives from 7 serpent species entered the Ministry through specially arranged secure access. The Death Chamber had been prepared according to ritual specifications, with the ancient stone archway serving as focal point for converging harmonic patterns. Order members maintained perimeter security, while specialized magical monitoring systems tracked relevant energy frequencies throughout Britain. The satellite harmonics have stabilized, reported Hermione through magical communication crystal. All 7 locations confirm successful activation and balanced resonance patterns. Primary Nexus is ready for initiation sequence. With this confirmation, Harry moved to central position before the archway, surrounded by serpent representatives arranged in precise geometric pattern. Unlike conventional magical rituals requiring specific incantations or wand movements, the Nexus initiation operated through conscious harmonic alignment, direct manipulation of magical frequencies through integrated perception rather than external tools. Drawing upon his enhanced awareness and connection to the crown integration, Harry began establishing the central resonance pattern, a complex harmonic structure incorporating elements from both cooperation and dominance traditions, balanced in precise opposition that created space for transformative resolution rather than destructive conflict. As the pattern strengthened, visible manifestation appeared around the archway, luminous energy currents flowing in complementary spirals, creating three-dimensional representation of the harmonic structure Harry perceived directly. These energetic displays intensified gradually, eventually forming coherent Nexus field extending approximately 20 feet in all directions from the central archway. Primary harmonic structure established and stable, Dumbledore confirmed, monitoring both conventional magical readings and subtler patterns visible through specialized instruments. Satellite locations report successful synchronization with central Nexus. We have achieved preliminary convergence conditions. This preliminary state, essentially magical framework awaiting catalytic interaction between opposing paradigms, would theoretically attract the dispersed hunger principle like moth to flame. The harmonic pattern perfectly mimicked conditions that facilitated its manifestation, but within controlled contexts specifically designed to direct energies toward transformational resolution rather than divisive amplification. For nearly an hour, the Nexus field maintained stable configuration without external response. Harry continued channeling precise harmonic adjustments through his enhanced perception, while Serpent representatives contributed specialized frequencies unique to their magical traditions. Satellite locations reported similar stability, the global network functioning exactly as theoretical models had predicted. Then, without warning, monitoring systems detected massive magical disturbance approaching the Ministry, distinctive harmonic signature combining Voldemort's increasingly transformed magical essence with fragmentary patterns associated with the Devourer's dispersed manifestation. He's detected the convergence opportunity, Dumbledore observed grimly. And appears to be bringing considerable forces, both conventional Death Eaters and whatever remains of his enhanced followers. Perimeter defenses are engaging now. This development had been anticipated in strategic planning. Order forces positioned throughout the Ministry would intercept conventional attackers, creating defensive buffer that allowed the ritual to proceed regardless of peripheral conflict. The Nexus field itself, once fully established, would prevent direct magical interference from outside its boundaries, essentially isolating the central convergence from external disruption. Maintain harmonic focus, Harry instructed the Serpent representatives as distant sounds of magical combat reached the Death Chamber. The peripheral conflict is intentional distraction, our responsibility remains establishing proper transformational conditions regardless of external circumstances. Minutes later, as the Nexus field reached optimal configuration, the chamber's entrance exploded inward despite multiple protective enchantments. Through the smoke and debris emerged Voldemort himself, his physical form now grotesquely transformed by failed merger and subsequent magical experimentation, barely recognizable as human yet not fully integrated with the serpentine qualities he had attempted to incorporate. Most disturbing was his magical signature as perceived through Harry's enhanced awareness, fragmented yet powerful, incorporating elements of the hunger principle that had survived the previous confrontation's backlash. Not complete integration but persistent connection, like parasitic relationship that gradually consumed host while providing temporary enhancement. Potter, Voldemort hissed, his voice distorted through partially transformed vocal structures. How predictable your desperation becomes. Creating crude approximation of true power you cannot possibly comprehend. Harry maintained perfect focus on the harmonic pattern surrounding them, neither retreating from Voldemort's advance nor engaging directly. The Nexus field continued strengthening around them both, its luminous spirals gradually intensifying as opposing magical signatures entered proximity. This isn't approximation but integration, Harry responded calmly, allowing the crown's harmonics to influence his voice with subtle serpent resonance. Not dominance of one tradition over another, but genuine synthesis of complementary approaches. Voldemort's distorted features contorted with contempt as he moved further into the chamber, unconsciously positioning himself on the opposite side of the archway, exactly as the ritual design intended. Still clinging to your childish notions of cooperation and mutual respect. Such weakness prevented you from claiming the power I briefly touched during our previous encounter. What you touched was consuming you, not empowering you, Harry countered, observing how the Nexus field began responding to their interaction, the opposing harmonic patterns they embodied creating complex interference patterns within the energy structure surrounding the archway. The hunger principle uses dominance-based approaches as convenient pathway, consuming practitioners who believe themselves masters. This fundamental disagreement about magical relationship, cooperation versus dominance, mutual enhancement versus hierarchical control, perfectly represented the philosophical opposition underlying their practical conflict. As both fully empowered representatives occupied their respective positions within the Nexus field, the harmonic patterns intensified dramatically, creating visible manifestation of the conceptual division they embodied. Enough philosophical debate, Voldemort snarled, raising his wand as darkness seemed to coalesce around his transformed figure. Let us settle this through direct demonstration of superior power. The magical assault that followed transcended conventional combat. Rather than specific spells with defined effects, Voldemort channeled pure dominance-based magic, raw power shaped by will alone, designed to overwhelm and subjugate rather than interact through established magical frameworks. The hunger principle fragments connected to his essence amplified this approach, creating attack that targeted not merely Harry's physical form but his fundamental magical nature. Instead of conventional shield or counterspell, Harry responded by fully activating the crown integration, not merely accessing its harmonic pattern but embodying its fundamental nature as unified expression of cooperative magic. The serpent representatives surrounding him contributed their specialized perceptions and magical frequencies, creating synchronized response that met Voldemort's dominance-based assault with perfectly balanced cooperative alternative. Where these opposing approaches collided within the Nexus field, extraordinary magical phenomena manifested, reality itself seeming to ripple as fundamental patterns underlying conventional magic became briefly visible. Neither approach immediately overcame the other, instead creating dynamic equilibrium that gradually intensified as both participants channeled increasing power into their respective expressions. Voldemort, perceiving this equilibrium as indication of insufficient power, attempted to draw more deeply on the hunger principle fragments connected to his essence. This desperate escalation created precisely the conditions the Nexus ritual had been designed to facilitate, direct channeling of the Devourer's dispersed manifestation into controlled convergence point where transformation rather than amplification could occur. Throughout the Ministry and beyond, those sensitive to magical energies perceived dramatic shift in ambient patterns. The dispersed essence of the hunger principle, responding to Voldemort's desperate channeling, began flowing along established pathways toward the death chamber, not merely fragments connected to his personal essence but the broader manifestation that had been scattered during previous confrontation. Within the Nexus field, this convergence created visible phenomenon, shadowy approximation of the Devourer's original form gradually coalescing around and through Voldemort's already transformed body. Unlike the failed merger at Malfoy Manor, which Voldemort had attempted to control through dominance, this manifestation occurred within carefully designed harmonic framework specifically established to facilitate transformation rather than consumption. Yes. Voldemort exulted, momentarily misinterpreting the convergence as successful implementation of his desired merger. The power returns, the true potential of serpent magic claimed through superior will rather than pathetic collaboration. Harry, perceiving the actual harmonic patterns through crown-enhanced awareness, recognized the critical moment approaching. As the hunger principle consolidated within the Nexus field, the transformational potential reached optimal threshold, not for consumption or domination, but for fundamental resolution of the division that enabled its existence. Now, he communicated to the serpent representatives, simultaneously sending alert through magical connection to satellite locations worldwide. Full harmonic convergence on my mark. In perfect synchronization, Harry and all connected participants, serpent representatives in the Death Chamber and Alliance members at global satellite locations, shifted their harmonic contributions from maintaining balanced opposition to facilitating transformational synthesis. Rather than sustaining separation between paradigms, they established resonance pattern that created bridge between seemingly contradictory approaches. The effect manifested immediately within the Nexus field. The opposing spiral patterns previously orbiting the archway began interpenetrating, creating complex three-dimensional lattice that represented neither dominance nor cooperation exclusively but genuine integration of valid elements from both approaches. The archway itself began resonating with unprecedented frequency, the ancient stone vibrating as though awakened after centuries of dormancy. Voldemort, suddenly perceiving that events had escaped his control, attempted to withdraw from the convergence, but the Nexus field had already established containment parameters specifically designed to prevent disruption once transformation process initiated. His increasingly desperate magical attacks dissipated within the field's harmonics, converted into additional energy for the transformational process rather than destructive force. "What have you done?" he demanded, genuine fear evident beneath rage as the hunger principle manifesting through him began responding to the transformational harmonics rather than his dominance-based direction. "This power belongs to those strong enough to command it." "It belongs to neither of us," Harry responded, maintaining perfect focus on the harmonic integration despite intensifying magical turbulence. "The hunger principle exists because of artificial division between magical traditions. Its transformation represents healing of that division, not victory of either approach." As he spoke these words, the Nexus field reached critical threshold, the transformational harmonics achieving sufficient intensity to directly affect the hunger principle's fundamental pattern. The shadowy approximation surrounding Voldemort began shifting configuration, its essential nature responding to the integration harmonics by gradually reconfiguring toward complementary rather than parasitic relationship with ambient magic. For Voldemort, this transformation represented existential crisis. Having predicated his entire magical approach on dominance and separation, the integration of these paradigms with cooperative alternatives threatened his fundamental identity. More practically, his partially transformed physical form, adapted specifically to channel the hunger principle in its divisive configuration, could not maintain stability as that essence itself underwent fundamental transformation. "I will not be undone by your idealistic fantasy," he screamed, abandoning strategic calculation for desperate final assault. Channeling everything remaining of his fragmented soul and corrupted magic, Voldemort launched direct attack not against Harry specifically but against the Nexus field itself, attempting to shatter the harmonics maintaining transformational process. This final effort, however, played directly into the ritual's fundamental design. By fully committing his remaining essence to opposition against integration, Voldemort effectively volunteered his entire magical nature as participant in the transformation, exactly what the Nexus required for complete resolution rather than partial reconfiguration. The consequence manifested as extraordinary magical phenomenon visible even to conventional perception. The archway at the chamber's center began emitting radiant energy in expanding waves, each pulse carrying harmonic patterns that transformed divisive frequencies into integrated alternatives. The hunger principle manifestation surrounding Voldemort responded to these harmonics by rapidly reconfiguring, its fundamental nature shifting from parasitic consumption toward symbiotic relationship. As this transformation accelerated, Voldemort's already unstable form began literal disintegration, not through external attack but internal contradiction, as magical patterns he had incorporated could no longer maintain coherence within his dominance-based framework. His fragmented soul, artificially sustained through Horcruxes and parasitic connection to the hunger principle, found no stable configuration within the emerging integrated paradigm. The final moments occurred with surprising quietness given their fundamental significance. Voldemort's form gradually dissolved into constituent magical patterns, individual elements separating as the artificial coherence of his fragmented existence failed. These components, rather than dissipating entirely, were incorporated into the transformational harmonics, not destroyed but reconfigured, contributing to emerging synthesis rather than maintaining divisive opposition. The hunger principle itself underwent most profound transformation, its fundamental nature evolving from parasitic consumption of divisive energies toward symbiotic facilitation of integrated magic. This reconfigured essence gradually consolidated around the archway itself, incorporating into the ancient structure as though fulfilling long-established purpose previously unrealized. As transformation completed, the intense magical phenomena gradually subsided, Nexus field harmonics stabilizing into new configuration that maintained integration without requiring active intervention. The archway, now subtly transformed through incorporation of the reconfigured essence, emitted gentle luminosity that represented continuous harmonization rather than division between previously separated traditions. Harry, maintaining crown integration throughout this process, experienced direct awareness of these fundamental changes through his enhanced perception. Unlike conventional magical victory through opposition, this resolution represented genuine transformation, emergence of new paradigm that incorporated valid elements from both approaches while transcending limitations of each. "It's done," he said quietly as the final harmonic pattern stabilized. Not destruction but transformation. The hunger principle no longer exists as separate entity because the division that enabled its manifestation has been fundamentally addressed. Dumbledore, approaching cautiously as potentially dangerous energies subsided, studied the transformed archway with evident wonder despite his century of magical experience. "Extraordinary," he murmured, adjusting his half-moon spectacles as though doubting their accuracy. Not merely binding or banishment, but actual reconfiguration of fundamental magical relationship. The theoretical possibilities are profound. Reports from satellite locations confirmed similar transformations occurring throughout global magical networks, not as dramatic as the central convergence but representing significant shift in how different magical traditions interacted. The harmonic integration established through the Nexus ritual had propagated along established connections, catalyzing natural evolution toward more integrated relationships between previously separated approaches. As Order members secured the chamber and confirmed Voldemort's complete dissolution, Harry gradually released the crown integration, maintaining connection with the Serpent representatives but returning to more conventional perception. The experience left him profoundly transformed himself, his understanding of magical relationship permanently altered by direct participation in paradigm-shifting ritual. In the days that followed, practical consequences of this transformation became increasingly apparent. Throughout wizarding society and serpent communities worldwide, centuries-old tensions and suspicions began natural dissolution as the divisive energies that sustained them no longer received amplification from the hunger principle. Cooperation between traditions evolved from diplomatic arrangement to intuitive preference, practitioners naturally recognizing complementary benefits of integrated approaches. More specifically, Voldemort's complete dissolution eliminated immediate threat that had dominated wizarding politics for generations. Unlike conventional defeat that might allow eventual resurrection through remaining Horcruxes, the transformation ritual had reconfigured the very magical patterns that enabled his existence. The fragmentary soul pieces anchored in remaining Horcruxes gradually dissipated as the paradigm supporting their artificial separation evolved toward natural integration. For Harry personally, the aftermath brought both triumph and challenge. His role as Covenant Maker transitioned from revolutionary catalyst to institutional founder, guiding implementation of the integration principles demonstrated through the Nexus ritual into sustainable frameworks that would outlast individual participation. The enhanced perception developed through crown integration remained permanent feature of his magical consciousness, allowing direct awareness of harmonic patterns underlying conventional magic. This capacity facilitated ongoing development of integrated magical approaches, combining elements from diverse traditions into new synthesis previously impossible through separated frameworks. As Harry completed his final months at Hogwarts, graduating alongside classmates who had witnessed his extraordinary journey, the wizarding world itself underwent parallel transition, evolving from rigid separation between magical categories toward more fluid integration based on complementary functions rather than hierarchical classification. The Covenant Alliance, initially established as diplomatic framework between separate traditions, gradually transformed into educational foundation promoting integrated approaches to magical understanding. Institutions worldwide incorporated these principles into revised curricula, while research initiatives explored practical applications of harmonic integration across previously separated fields. On midsummer evening following graduation, Harry returned to the garden where his journey began, the small, ordinary space behind Privet Drive where first conversation with Sis had catalyzed everything that followed. Though the Dursleys had long since moved away, relocated for their protection during the war and showing no interest in returning, the property remained accessible through Magical Preservation Trust established specifically to maintain this historically significant location. The garden itself had changed little over 14 years, same layout, similar plantings, ordinary suburban space unremarkable to conventional observation. Yet through Harry's enhanced perception, the location vibrated with significance, harmonic patterns established through that first innocent conversation continuing to resonate through magical networks worldwide. As twilight descended, Harry seated himself beside the hydrangea bush where he had once hidden from Dudley's gang. Within moments, familiar presence manifested as Wraith emerged from nearby foliage, the silver-marked serpent now elder statesman among the council leadership, his extraordinary size and luminous markings reflecting enhanced vitality following the Nexus transformation. "The patterns continue spreading," Wraith reported, coiling comfortably beside Harry in companionable familiarity developed through years of shared experience. "Natural integration accelerates as artificial barriers dissolve. The transformation extends beyond our initial understanding." Harry nodded, perceiving these developments directly through his enhanced awareness. The Nexus ritual had catalyzed evolutionary process that continued expanding through magical networks globally, not merely serpent-wizard integration but broader reconceptualization of how different magical traditions related to one another. "Did you ever imagine this outcome when we first established the Whisper Web?" he asked his oldest advisor, genuine curiosity rather than rhetorical question. That cooperation between garden snakes and lonely child would eventually facilitate fundamental transformation of magical relationship itself. Wraith's response conveyed serpentine amusement, subtle body language undetectable to conventional observation but perfectly clear through their shared perception. "The smallest seeds often produce largest growth when planted in fertile ground. Your approach was unique not in power but in authentic respect, genuine recognition of different but complementary nature." This observation captured essential catalyst that had enabled everything that followed, not extraordinary magical talent or prophesied destiny, but simple willingness to approach difference with respect rather than fear or desire to dominate. From that foundational shift in relationship, all subsequent developments had unfolded with surprising inevitability despite their apparent impossibility from conventional perspective. As night fully descended, Harry and Wraith were joined by additional visitors, representatives from serpent communities worldwide, human allies from various magical institutions, and even the crystalline witness from the deeper earth, its interdimensional form shimmering into partial manifestation as twilight transitioned to true darkness. This gathering, informal yet profoundly significant, represented the continuing evolution of what had begun in this ordinary garden. Not merely diplomatic alliance or even magical cooperation, but genuine community comprising diverse traditions united through mutual recognition of complementary value rather than hierarchical classification. "The pattern change continues beyond initial transformation," observed the witness, its thought voice resonating with unusual warmth. 7 previous realignments required centuries to achieve stability. This integration progresses at unprecedented rate, suggesting fundamental rather than superficial reconfiguration. Because it emerged naturally from genuine relationship rather than imposed structure, Harry suggested, understanding intuitively through his enhanced perception. The seeds were planted throughout both communities long before the transformation ritual, establishing natural pathways for integration to follow once divisive energies no longer received amplification. This developmental model, natural evolution catalyzed by removing artificial barriers rather than imposing new frameworks, represented core philosophy of the Covenant approach. Unlike historical attempts to regulate magical relationships through hierarchical classification, this perspective recognized inherent tendency toward beneficial integration when divisive factors no longer received artificial amplification. As midnight approached, the informal gathering transitioned into impromptu celebration, representatives from diverse traditions sharing experiences, knowledge, and perspectives without conventional barriers of suspicion or superiority. This genuine community, emerging spontaneously from shared recognition of complementary value, embodied exactly the integration principle the Nexus transformation had catalyzed throughout magical networks. For Harry personally, the gathering represented profound completion of journey begun in childhood isolation. From lonely boy seeking any connection to recognized facilitator of global magical integration, his development had followed organic progression driven by consistent approach to relationship rather than predetermined destiny or exceptional power. As celebration continued around him, Harry found quiet moment for personal reflection, considering not just extraordinary developments of recent years but fundamental simplicity underlying their apparent complexity. Despite revolutionary consequences, catalyzing principles remained straightforward, approach difference with respect rather than fear, seek complementary integration rather than dominance or separation, and recognize relationship itself as primary rather than secondary factor in magical development. From these simple foundations, extraordinary transformation had emerged, not through imposition of revolutionary vision, but through natural evolution once artificial divisions no longer received sustained amplification. The hunger principle, manifesting through divisive energies maintained by fear and desire for control, had been transformed not through superior power but through fundamental shift in relationship approach, integration rather than opposition. As dawn approached, the gathering gradually dispersed, participants returning to respective communities with renewed perspective on continuing implementation of integration principles. The Covenant Alliance, initially established as diplomatic framework between separate traditions, had evolved into educational foundation promoting fundamentally integrated understanding of magic itself. Harry remained in the garden as morning light gradually illuminated the ordinary suburban space where extraordinary journey had begun. His enhanced perception allowed direct awareness of how this seemingly mundane location connected to global magical networks, harmonic patterns established through that first conversation with Sis continuing to resonate through expanded integration throughout magical communities worldwide. The journey that began with Whisper in Garden had culminated in Crown of Serpents, transformation of both personal capacity and fundamental magical relationship. Yet underlying both extraordinary beginning and revolutionary conclusion remained simple truth: authentic respect for difference creates possibility for integration that neither dominance nor separation can achieve. As new day dawned on transformed magical landscape, Harry Potter, the Covenant Maker whose approach had catalyzed fundamental evolution in magical relationship, welcomed not culmination but continuation of journey begun in childhood curiosity and sustained through consistent recognition of complementary rather than competitive difference. The Crown of Serpents represented not conclusion but ongoing evolution, integration continuing to develop naturally as artificial divisions dissolved and complementary approaches recognized mutual enhancement rather than hierarchical classification. From ordinary garden to extraordinary transformation, the fundamental pattern remained consistent: relationship based on respect rather than fear creates possibilities beyond conventional limitation. And in this continuing evolution, both serpent and wizard communities discovered shared truth long obscured by artificial division: magic itself flourishes most abundantly when different traditions integrate through mutual recognition rather than compete through hierarchical dominance. The Whisper in the Garden had indeed transformed magical world, not through revolutionary power but through fundamental shift in how difference itself was approached, understood, and ultimately embraced. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.